Welcome to the Seer Stone cover-up 1826 to 2022 video. All right, so how did Joseph Smith translate the Book of Mormon? We need to answer that question before we can get into the cover-up, because we have to know what was covered up. Here in DNC 312, there's a revelation given to Joseph Smith in July of 1828. And it says, God gave Joseph the sight and the power to translate. And he's talking about the 116 pages. Sight and power. So that's one way he translated, kind of vague, right? Maybe he's talking about second sight, similar to, his folk magic origins, but kind of vague. All right, another account here of how Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon. This is DNC 129, Revelation, given through Joseph Smith on November 1st, 1831. It says that Joseph Smith Jr. might have power to translate through the mercy of God by the power of God the Book of Mormon. Well, this one says he did it through the mercy of God by the power of God. Again, pretty vague. All right, DNC 20 verse 8, revelation given to Joseph in the summer of 1829 and also on April 6, 1830, which was the first day the church was organized, I believe. And gave him, Joseph, power from on high by the means which were before prepared. The means which were before prepared to translate the Book of Mormon. What were those means? What were those things that were before prepared? That doesn't sound like the Seer Stone, right? Sounds more like the interpreters mentioned in the Book of Mormon. Okay, a statement from the prophet Brigham Young regarding magic, folk magic, etc., which Joseph Smith was involved with. Deseret News, June 18, 1871. So long after the fact of the Book of Mormon being translated. But he says, today the powers of crystal ball gazers, astrologers, Ouija boards, etc. are abounding because men have forsaken or rejected the true seers of God, which he would say is Joseph Smith. Some contemporaries of Joseph Smith did call him a crystal ball gazer as well, because he looked into his Seer Stone, supposedly to find buried treasure, etc. Okay, so Young continues. Thousands of people seek unto wizards who peep and mutter, etc., but they will not seek unto the living God. So he's kind of poo-pooing all this magic stuff. People also call Joseph Smith a peeper, a peepstone gazer, right? 'Cause that's another name for a seer stone, right? Peepstone. All right, so these are just some preliminary statements, some scriptures from the DNC, from the Book of Mormon, preliminary statements about the cover-up, which we'll get into further on into the video. First, we have to figure out how did Joseph Smith translate the Book of Mormon, because it's not as clear as you may think, and it took me a ton of research really to figure this out, of what may be the way that he did it. So if you don't know how he did it, then we don't know if the church is covering up or not. Anyway, here's a statement from Lamar Peterson. It's an unpublished manuscript on the Book of Mormon, I believe in the 1970s. Lamar's written a bunch of other books too on Mormonism. He says, today the church is silent regarding the Seer Stone. It seems somehow beneath the dignity of a prophet to have ever placed one in his hat. So this is kind of getting to the cover-up of the Seer Stone. But is that the way Joseph did it? We're going to give some evidence on both sides of this in a minute here. Here we do have a prophet looking at, I don't know if the Seer Stone's in that hat, I don't think so, but he's looking in to this hat. This is Russell M. Nelson. So we've come full circle. Church used to be embarrassed about this kind of stuff. Now President Nelson is actually showing how Joseph did it, looking at a Seer Stone into his white, what do they call it, a top hat? Okay, so Lamar continues here in a statement in the 1970s. Little or no information can be obtained as to the present whereabouts of the Seer Stone. Well, he didn't have evidence, but I do. I went deep on this video. This is going to be a very long video. I have a bunch of evidence that shows certain apostles and prophets knew about the Seer Stone, had the Seer Stone, and they knew it was in the church vault. And all those accounts will come up as we go along. Okay, Lamar continues. An A. William Lund, assistant church historian for 60 years, I guess he's pictured above, says that I have been here in the library, church history library, I guess, for more than 40 years, and I have never seen it, never seen this Seer Stone. So not everybody got to see it, but I'm going to show several accounts of those who did. Okay, preliminary statement from the Mormon historian Richard L. Bushman from his book Rough Stone Rolling. Joseph Smith was a boy who gazed into seer stones, and saw a treasure that grew up to become a translator who looked into a stone and saw words. So we see how Bushman thinks that the process of the translation was done through this stone, words appearing into the stone, and I believe he would say that that stone was in a hat, to block out the light. Okay, it's interesting to note that this kind of folk magic stuff that the Smith family was involved in and Joseph Smith was involved in is actually condemned in the Book of Mormon. A passage that's not well known, I don't think it's even well known to scholars. Mormon 1, verse 19. There were sorceries and witchcrafts and magics, and the power of the evil one was wrought upon all the face of the land. So these things are evil. This is Joseph Smith covering this up right here as early as 1830 in the Book of Mormon. Okay, so it talks about translating records in the Book of Mormon through tools or physical instruments. We'll get to what they call them. This is Mosiah 8:13. Now Ammon said unto him, I can assuredly tell thee, O king, of a man that can translate the records, for he has wherewith that he can look. So what was this thing that he has wherewith he can look? Some kind of instrument that he can look into, I guess. What do they call it in the Book of Mormon? Okay, Mosiah 8:13 continues. And this guy, this king, I guess, can translate all records that are of an ancient date, and it is a gift from God. Gift and power of God, right? And the things are called interpreters that he translates with. They're called interpreters. And no man can look in them except he be commanded. So something you look in, right? But in the Book of Mormon, they use these interpreters to translate records. Later on, Joseph Smith would say that these interpreters were the Urim and Thummim mentioned in the Bible. But if that is true, why didn't Joseph Smith just use the terms Urim and Thummim here in 1830 in this Book of Mormon? He doesn't use the term Urim and Thummim. He uses the terms interpreters. So really, are these interpreters the Urim and Thummim? Or is that the Urim and Thummim just a title that was given to these interpreters later on? Or we're going to get into what I think about that. Okay, moving on to Mosiah 28:13 in the Book of Mormon. And now he translated the golden plates, these plates of gold, by the means of those two stones which were fastened into the two rims of a bow. Kind of like pictured above, I guess. So in this scripture, there's two stones that were fastened into two rims of a bow. But it's kind of hard to imagine what these rims of a bow would look like. Did they look like a Urim and Thummim? Did they look like spectacles? We don't know. All right, Mosiah 28:14. Now these things, the two stones, were prepared from the beginning and were handed down from generation to generation for the purpose of interpreting languages. But what were these two stones? And if they were the Urim and Thummim, as Joseph later says, why didn't he just say Urim and Thummim? Simple question, right? But it's a question that scholars don't ask. All right, another scripture in Omni 1, verse 20. 1830 version of the Book of Mormon, so I guess later versions were a little different. In the days of Mosiah, there was a large stone brought unto him with engravings on it, And he did interpret the engravings by the gift and power of God. In Joseph Smith's early accounts of how the translation was done, he often said gift and power of God. So we'll get to that. All right, let's move over to Ether 3, verse 22 in the Book of Mormon. And behold, when ye shall come unto me, ye shall write them, and shall seal them upon the plates of gold, that no one can interpret them, for ye shall write them in a language that they cannot be read. Okay, Ether continues, and behold, these two stones will I give unto thee, and ye shall seal them up, also with the things which ye shall write. So what were these two stones? Okay, Ether 3:24. For behold, the language which ye shall write I have confounded. Wherefore I will cause in my own due time that these stones shall magnify to the eyes of men these things which ye shall write. So somehow these two stones are going to magnify to the eyes of men the things that are on the golden plates. Okay, Mormon 9, verse 34. But the Lord knoweth the things which we have written, and also that none other people knoweth our language. What, Reformed Egyptian? And because that none other people knoweth our language, therefore he hath prepared means for the interpretation thereof. What were these means for the interpretation? Well, the Book of Mormon calls them interpreters, not Urim and Thummim. So remember that. Okay, 1830 title page of the Book of Mormon. Says the Book of Mormon was to come forth by the gift and power of God unto the interpretation thereof, the interpretation thereof by the gift of God. So in this case, title page is saying by the gift and power of God, something that Joseph Smith would say pretty frequently in these early days. All right, Joseph Smith History 1, verse 35. This is a canonized scripture in the Pearl of Great Price, so this is the account that most Mormons are aware of. It says in there also that there were two stones in silver bows, and these stones fastened to a breastplate, see the picture above, constituted what is called the Urim and Thummim. So now these two stones in silver bows, that's mentioned in the Book of Mormon in 1830. Now in 1841 he calls them Urim and Thummim. But in the early days of the church, for the first couple of years after the Book of Mormon was translated, Joseph Smith did not call them Urim and Thummim. That was a later title, and we'll get to that. Okay, Joseph Smith History continues, written about 1841. Deposited with the plates and the possession and use of these stones were what constituted seers in ancient or former times, and that God had prepared them for the purpose of translating the book, these two stones. Okay, Joseph Smith History continues here. After my arrival in Pennsylvania, I commenced copying the characters off the plates. I copied a considerable number of them, and by means of the Urim and Thummim, I translated some of them. So here, in 1841, he says these are the Urim and Thummim, but not from like 1828 to 1832. All right, so I compiled a ton of accounts of how the translation was done. I've compiled way more than anybody else has ever done, so I have way more data to work with. This video is going to be very long going through all those accounts, so I thought I would summarize the data here towards the beginning of the video, and then we'll go through and read all the accounts. So the first accounts here are Joseph Smith's first-hand accounts from 1828 to 1832. 1828 is when the translation of the Book of Mormon began, the 116 pages. And we'll go up to 1832. So 4 years here. What terms does Joseph Smith use? Does he use the term Urim and Thummim? No. So what Joseph Smith uses is the statement gift and power of God. There's 4 accounts of that. And then there's one account of him using spectacles. That was in an early Joseph Smith history about the summer of 1832. So gift and power of God is very vague. It doesn't really tell you what the instrument was, right? But in the summer of 1832, he says it was spectacles, not the Urim and Thummim. So interesting, remember that. Okay, some more first-hand accounts from Joseph Smith. This is going to be from 1833 to 1844. So in the year 1833, he starts using the term Urim and Thummim to describe this translation process. In this 11-year period, he says Urim and Thummim 10 times. And he says gift and power of God 5 times, or 5 accounts. So it's interesting, he doesn't say spectacles anymore during this 11 years, up until his death, I guess. And he doesn't say Seer Stone. He decided to go away from both of those terms. He did mention the spectacles in 1832, but now he doesn't. He never mentions seer stones as being part of the translation process, which is what the church now believes, which we'll go over more. They've relied on their own scholars to determine that, I guess. So the church now believes it was a seer stone in a hat. Joseph Smith never mentions it. That is a cover-up, folks. So right from the beginning here, starting right in... actually, even on the last slide and starting here in 1833, totally covers up the idea that there was seer stones involved or spectacles. All right, so there is a ton of second-hand accounts stating what Joseph Smith said he used. So we're going to look at this early period again, 1828 to August of 1832. August of 1832 is the first time anybody said that the translation was done by the Urim and Thummim. That was an account by Orson Hyde, which we'll get to. So all these secondhand accounts, usually in different newspapers, I gathered up more than anybody. I gathered up pretty much everything from the early years and a lot of stuff from the later years. But of course, earlier accounts are more valuable than later accounts that happened, you know, a long time after the fact with people's faulty memories. But these are very early. So in these secondhand accounts, spectacles are mentioned 7 times in 7 different accounts. And spectacles being used in a hat is mentioned 5 times in 5 accounts. So that's 12 total times in these early days of the church, before they were using the term Urim and Thummim. They're saying that spectacles are used 12 times. And then seer stone 2 times, seer stone in a hat 2 times. So that's 4. And then 2 unidentified stones, 3 accounts, or 3 times. But generally here in these early days, the most common account was spectacles. And Joseph Smith mentioned that in his early 1832 history as well. So I think you can make a pretty good case that he used spectacles and not a seer stone if you go by all these early accounts. And he even said that he used spectacles. All right, so I'll make a comment here before I go over this slide. Spectacles are different from the Urim and Thummim. Look up on Google different images of the Urim and Thummim that was in the Bible. Never were they put into spectacles. They were put onto a breastplate. There was a different black and white stone, but you never hear any mention of spectacles. So in my mind, and you know, when you compare it to the Bible, spectacles, or magical spectacles sometimes they're called, are different than Urim and Thummim. That's a different title. But let's go over some more secondhand accounts from Joseph Smith from August 1832 to 1844. So what about a 12-year time frame here? Remember, August 1832, first time anybody ever said that the Urim and Thummim was used in the translation. This was a later idea. So in this time period, though, spectacles are mentioned 9 times in 9 accounts. Spectacles in a hat are mentioned 2 times in 2 accounts. And now the Urim and Thummim is mentioned 11 times, starting here in August of 1832 up to 1844. 11 times Urim and Thummim. Seer Stone 4 times, Seer Stone in a hat 2 times. But still, even in these later days, spectacles and Urim and Thummim are equal. Okay, Joseph Smith's second-hand accounts, 1844 to 1904, so later accounts. I didn't really go past 1904. I thought that was enough. During this time period, Urim and Thummim really starts to take over as a title. It's mentioned in 23 different accounts, or 23 times. Urim and Thummim in a hat 2 times. Seer Stone is mentioned in 9 accounts. Seer Stone in a hat 7 times. Seer Stone in a hat after the 116 pages 1 time. And I will differentiate between that because modern scholars feel that the Urim and Thummim was used for the first 116 pages, and the Seer Stone was used after the 116 pages for the rest of the Book of Mormon, which is the entire Book of Mormon we have. So I'll differentiate between that, and then spectacles are mentioned in 5 accounts. So really now, the idea of the Urim and Thummim really becomes ubiquitous. Okay, let's go over some accounts from Martin Harris for the early time period, 1828, when they were first working on the 116 pages, and up to 1832. Martin Harris, of course, one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon, also one of the first scribes for Joseph Smith, translating the Book of Mormon, working on these 116 pages. So in this early period, what did Martin Harris say? This 4-year period, he says they use spectacles. He gives 2 accounts in this early period that they use spectacles, not a Urim and Thummim. So it's interesting, more data that confirms what I've already gone over. Okay, Martin Harris accounts, 1832 to 1858. Martin Harris goes silent for 26 years about how the Book of Mormon was translated. So that makes those 2 earlier accounts even that much more important. There are no accounts from Martin Harris during this 26-year time period. He just goes silent. All right, Martin Harris accounts 1858 to 1887. So he finally started giving accounts in 1858, but he's kind of a scatterbrain, and he's an old man at this time. He mentions Urim and Thummim, he mentions Seer Stones, he mentions the gift and power of God. Well, what is it? Was it the Urim and Thummim, or was it the Seer Stones? So he says it was the Seer Stone in 2 accounts, 2 times, in 1881 and 1887. These are very late accounts, 53 and 59 years after the fact. And these accounts were published after Martin's death at age 92. The accounts weren't even published while he was alive. And then he says Seer Stone in a hat was the method in 2 accounts, 2 times, in 1886 and 1888. However, this is 58 years and 60 years after the fact. So no way are they as reliable as these early, 1828 to 1832 accounts. And again, the Seer Stone in a hat accounts were published after Martin's death, again at age 92. And they're very late accounts, and Martin's an old man. Then he says, during this time period, that the Urim and Thummim was used 3 times. So that's confusing. And then he says, gift and power of God 2 times. And he says 2 unidentified stones 1 time. Okay, let's get to some accounts from Oliver Cowdery. He was one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon. He was one of the scribes. I believe the main scribe for the Book of Mormon that we have today, after the 116 pages. What did he say in the early period from 1828 to 1832? Well, he says it was by the gift and power of God 1 time, and then he says it was 2 unidentified stones 1 time. So that's a little confusing. Not a lot of data here, not a lot of accounts during this early time period from Oliver, but he kind of goes along with what Joseph Smith is saying. Okay, so after August 1832, Oliver Cowdery starts saying, yeah, Urim and Thummim. So these are Oliver Cowdery accounts from 1832 to 1835. So still early, but not before they started using the term Urim and Thummim. So during these, 3 years, he says the Urim and Thummim was used 2 times, 2 accounts, and the gift and power of God, there was 2 accounts or 2 times. So he's kind of going along with the general narrative that Joseph Smith would put forth. All right, only a couple more accounts from Oliver. This one is from 1848. So 4 years after Joseph had died. Again, he says it was the Urim and Thummim that was used. Then in 1878, there was one account. Oliver said that Joseph Smith used a seer stone to get revelation. So not to do the translation of the Book of Mormon, but he says, yeah, Joseph did use a seer stone to get a revelation, from time to time, and we'll get to that account. Okay, what about Emma Smith? That's Joseph Smith's wife and one of the early scribes doing the translation of the Book of Mormon. What about this early period, 1828 to 1832? Emma was silent. No accounts from Emma during this time period. All right, some more accounts from Emma Smith, 1832 to 1870. There were no accounts during this 38-year time period from Emma. Again, she's silent for 38 years about how the Book of Mormon was translated. Why? It's weird. Why didn't anybody interview her? Okay, so it's not until 1870 that we get any type of an account from Emma Smith. And she says the Urim and Thummim was used for the first 116 pages, and the Seer Stone was used after the 116 pages. This was one account in 1870, and it's an account that scholars love to use, and it's basically the scholarly consensus now that this is how it was done. Urim and Thummim for the first 116 pages, Seer Stone after the 116 pages. I just don't think there's a lot of good data to support it. This account in 1870 is 42 years after the fact, when Emma was 66 years old, and she wouldn't live that much longer. Then she gave another account. She said it was a seer stone in a hat. One account in 1879. This was 51 years after the fact, and Emma was 74 years old, and she would go on to die that same year in 1879. So she's an old woman, 74 years old. These accounts are not as not as good as earlier accounts. That's just the way it is. All right, let's go over some accounts from David Whitmer. Again, one of the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon plates. And part of the translation of the Book of Mormon was done in his father's home, I believe, when David Whitmer was around and witnessed, apparently, how it happened. So what accounts do we have from 1828 to 1832 from David Whitmer? Well, we have nothing. There are no accounts during this time period. Okay, next time period we'll look at 1832 to 1875 accounts from David Whitmer. Well, again, we have nothing. He's completely silent for 43 years. There are no accounts during this 43-year time period. So only accounts we have from Emma and from David are very late accounts. Okay, let's go over David Whitmer accounts 1875 to 1888. I believe I got most of these accounts. There may be a few late accounts that I didn't give because I just felt like I was getting way too many late accounts. But all the early accounts, those I worked hard to really get all of them, everything that's available from every source. So this time period, what is it? About 13 years. David Whitmer, kind of a scatterbrain again. He says that the Urim and Thummim was used in 4 accounts, and the Urim and Thummim in a hat was in 2 accounts. So that's 6 times he says Urim and Thummim, and Urim and Thummim in a hat. Then he says Urim and Thummim for the first 116 pages, and the Seer Stone after the 116 pages. There's 2 accounts for that. And those are accounts that scholars like to use to support their claim that we've already gone over. But this is very late. This is starting in 1875, which we'll go over. He says Seer Stone 1 time, Seer Stone in a hat 4 times, Seer Stone after the 116 pages 4 times, Seer Stone in a hat after the 116 pages 3 times. So yeah, he does mention it a bunch of times. What is that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times the Seer Stone. But he mentions the Urim and Thummim 6 times, so not super consistent. Okay, so how late are these accounts? These David Whitmer accounts from 1875 to 1888. David pictured above in his top hat. So these accounts that were on the last slide are 47 to 60 years after the fact. Memory is a funny thing. You try to remember something that happened 47 to 60 years ago, you might get confused. David would have been between 70 and 83 years old when he gave these accounts. Yeah, the last account was the same year that he died at age 83. So yeah, memory starts to fade, and especially when you're old, between 70 and 83 years old. Okay, let's get back to the cover-up here in the early part of this video. Let's go over the translation method mentioned in General Conference from 1884 to 2020. Before 1884, they did mention translation method, but I don't believe it was in General Conference. So this is just General Conference. They mentioned Urim and Thummim 18 times. That's not every time they mention it. For instance, I put in maybe 3 speeches where Orson Pratt said that, but he's maybe 3 or 4 more speeches he repeated himself, so I didn't include those. But you can see the pattern here. Urim and Thummim they mention 18 times. Seer stones are bad 2 times. Never do they say seer stones are good. Never do they say Joseph Smith used a seer stone in treasure digging or in translating the Book of Mormon. But 2 times they say seer stones are bad. In other words, they're magic, they're witchcraft, they're occult. Don't use them. Bad magic. One time in 2020, and this is the most recent one, I believe, one of the general authorities, an apostle, I believe, says it was simply a physical instrument. How vague is that? So the cover-up continues because they have not mentioned that Joseph Smith used a seer stone, which is what they believe now, in General Conference, ever. It'll probably make the news when they do, and maybe they'll take baby steps and eventually mention it, but they're not mentioning it now to the general public in General Conference that they now believe that the seer stone was used for the translation. Now, if the data that I put together in this video is true, and nobody's really compiled this much data yet, that it was actually spectacles that were used, and not the Urim and Thummim spectacles, but just actual magic spectacles. Well, the church doesn't know that yet because they just follow their Mormon scholars. And some of these Mormon scholars like Bushman are saying, oh yeah, we got good early accounts from Emma. We have good early accounts from David Whitmer. No, we don't. Those are very late accounts. You can go over the data that's on the rest of these slides and do your Google searches and try to find them. They're not early accounts. So I really doubt the church is going to change its mind now and go with my data, that it was actually spectacles that were used, magical spectacles. So if my data is correct, and we'll continue to talk about this throughout the rest of the video, then the anti-Mormons are wrong. Supposedly anti-Mormons that say the Seer Stone was used, they're wrong. And then the Orthodox Mormons are still believing that it's the Urim and Thummim. They're wrong too. And if I'm right, it's spectacles. Okay, so that's the summary of the data. Now we're going to go into the individual data slide by slide. We're going to start with a court record in March 20, 1826, State of New York versus Joseph Smith, Shenango, how do you say that? Shenango County, New York, Justice of the Peace, March 20, 1826, a docket entry. Some Mormon scholars in the past have said that this record didn't exist, but Wesley Walters, I think, found the first record of it. And now we have, I guess, the complete record of it in the Joseph Smith papers. So the church is totally admitting to this now and coming clean to this. So let's read some from this docket entry. Warrant was issued upon written complaint upon oath of Peter G. Bridgman, who informed that one Joseph Smith of Bainbridge was a disorderly person and an impostor. Okay, same source here, the docket entry of this court record. That he, Joseph, had a certain stone which he had occasionally looked at to determine where hidden treasure in the bowels of the earth were, that he professed to tell in this manner where gold mines were a distance underground. They'd pay him a certain amount a day, and then Joseph would look into his stone and show people where hidden treasures were, right? Well, if he could find hidden treasures, why does he need to be paid by these people to find hidden treasure? At this time, this March 20, 1826 record, Joseph was 20 years old. But Joseph was treasure digging as early as 1822 when he was 16 years old. Okay, same record here, docket entry 1826. At Palmyra, he, Joseph, had pretended to tell by looking at his stone where coined money was buried in Pennsylvania. He pretended to tell, so he couldn't really tell. Okay, the account continues. Joseph has occasionally been in the habit of looking through his stone to find lost property for 3 years, but of late had pretty much given it up on account of injuring his health, especially his eyes, which made them sore. So for 3 years, they're saying he started in 1823, but I think it goes back further than that. He said he had to give it up, right, because the stone was hurting his eyes. Nice little excuse there. Okay, same docket entry, March 20, 1826, State of New York versus Joseph Smith. The record goes on to say that Joseph worked as a seer to find treasure for Josiah Stoll, Deacon Attleton, Mr. Bacon, and Yeomans. Not sure how you say that. Yeomans. Okay, so here's a picture of part of the court record, I guess, that Wesley Walters found up here on the left. You can read what's on the right here. This is a meme that Mist and Sunday did. Joseph Smith never mentioned this 1826 court appearance in any official church publication. He definitely covered this up. Mormon scholars for a long time didn't want to believe that this existed, and they denied that it existed, but it was found. And we have it now, and now the church has it in the Joseph Smith Papers project, so you got to commend them for that. But yeah, Joseph Smith covered this up, just like he covered up the fact that he may have used a seer stone. Well, we know he used a seer stone in treasure digging, but he may have also used it in the translation. I'm going to say he used the spectacles. But after 1832, he never said that he used the spectacles either. He said it was Urim and Thummim. So he's kind of covering this court record up. He's kind of covering up that he used the Seer Stone. He's covering up these spectacles. Okay, moving on to a different account here from a Joseph Capron. Joseph Smith supervised a dig, I guess a treasure dig, at Capron's farm in 1827. This account can be found in E.D. Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled, which came out in 1833, and we'll have quite a bit of information from that book. Joseph Capron says, this power he, Joseph, pretended to have received through the medium of a stone of peculiar quality. The stone was placed in a hat in such a manner as to exclude all light except that which emanated from the stone itself. This light of the stone, he pretended, enabled him to see anything that he wished. Using the Seer Stone in the hat in treasure digs. Okay, so we're going to kind of be going back and forth between cover-up information and what translation instrument Joseph used. This is an Appendix 4 testimony of the three witnesses in late June 1829 in the Joseph Smith Papers. So basically a statement here from the three witnesses. We also know that the plates, have been translated by the gift and power of God, for his voice hath declared it unto us. This is Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Harris. Gift and power of God here. Okay, Joseph Smith Revelation, June 1829, that shows up in D&C 17:1. But don't get confused here. This was a later edition. This revelation was not given in 1829, and I'll go over that. But it says, behold, I say unto you, that you must rely upon my word, which if you do with full purpose of heart, you shall have a view of the Urim and Thummim. Is he talking to the three witnesses? I'm not sure. You shall have a view of the Urim and Thummim, which was given to the brother of Jared upon the mount when he talked with the Lord face to face. So it kind of sounds like this revelation, supposedly given in 1829, is mentioning the Urim and Thummim. And I've previously said that nobody mentioned the Urim and Thummim until August of 1832. Well, here's the issue here. This scripture does not show up in the D&C until 1835. So what, 3 years after 1832. Also, this revelation is an 1834 copy in the Kirtland Revelations book, aka Revelation Book 2. So it's an 1834 copy. So this is not an 1829 revelation. So we're going to still go with the first time anybody says Urim and Thummim, August 1832. Okay, so what does it say in the D&C 17 verse 1 in the 2020 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants? It says, you, the three witnesses, shall have a view of the plates, and also the Urim and Thummim, which were given to the brother of Jared upon the mount when he talked with the Lord face to face. In 1835, it was chapter 42, verse 1. However, this verse, D&C 17:1, is not in the Book of Commandments, which was written in 1833. So this revelation shows up later, after 1833. Okay, a second-hand account here from non-Mormon critic Jesse Smith in a letter to Hiram Smith, I guess Joseph's brother, June 17, 1829, Joseph Smith Letter Book 2, Joseph Smith Papers. So it says, if he, Joseph Smith Sr., knows not what to write, he can get your brother's Joseph Smith spectacles. So this is one of those second-hand accounts saying that Joseph Smith used the spectacles. He would then be as able to dictate a letter as Joe is to decipher hieroglyphics. Okay, an account from newspaper editor Jonathan Hadley, article called Golden Bible in the Palmyra Freeman, August 11, 1829, so very early source. The Book of Mormon plates was found together with a huge pair of spectacles By placing the spectacles in a hat and looking into it, Joseph Smith could, he said so at least, interpret these characters. So what is he using? Spectacles in a hat. Okay, an account from John Aubrey in 1696, a collection of Hermetic philosophy. He says, I have heard that spectacles were first made of beryl stone, B-E-R-I-L-L stone, which is the reason that the Germans do call a pair of spectacles a brill. So weird, you can kind of make spectacles out of stone. Okay, John Aubrey continues, a beryl is a kind of crystal that hath a weak tincture of red. It is one of the 12 stones mentioned in the Revelation or the Bible. I guess one of the 12 Urim and Thummim stones, right? This kind of beryl crystal. All right, John Aubrey continues. Dr. Pocock of Oxford, in his commentary on Hosea, hath a learned discourse of the Urim and Thummim. Also Dr. Spencer of Cambridge, that the priest had his visions in the stone of the breastplate. So maybe Joseph Smith got some ideas from this. I'm not sure. Okay, Aubrey continues. 1696 account here. Who knows if Joseph Smith read this or not, but it's kind of interesting. The prophets had their seers, in other words, young youths who were to behold those visions. The magicians now use a crystal sphere or a mineral pearl for this purpose, maybe kind of as pictured above. Okay, Martin Harris interview, Rochester, New York, Gem, September 5th, 1829. So very early. One of the two very early accounts we have from Martin Harris. This article also stated that a large pair of spectacles was used for translating purposes. This according to the Martin Harris interview. What did Joseph use? A large pair of spectacles. And then after these two early accounts from Martin, he'd go silent. Okay, a very early account from Oliver Cowdery in a letter to Cornelius C. Blatchley, November 9, 1829, in the Gospel Luminary. Oliver says that Joseph, by a gift from God, has translated the plates into our language. Okay, a second-hand account from a Diedrich Willers in a letter, 1830. Willers was a German Reformed pastor. I think D. Michael Quinn found this. The angel indicated that the Lord destined Joseph to translate these things into English from the ancient language, that under these plates were hidden spectacles, without which he could not translate the plates. Okay, Diedrich Willers continues in this letter, 1830, that by using these spectacles, he, Smith, would be in a position to read these ancient languages, which he had never studied, and that the Holy Ghost would reveal to him the translation in the English language. Okay, an early account in the Wayne County Enquirer, Pennsylvania, about May 1830. Joseph Smith would put his face into a hat in which he had a white stone and pretended to read from it while his coadjutor transcribed. So here's an account of a white stone in a hat. He did have a white stone. I think this is it, pictured above. The church is now saying that he used the brown stone, which we've shown pictures and we'll show some more. Okay, an account in the Rochester, New York Gem again, May 15, 1830. Imposition and blasphemy, money diggers, etc. The first question among a certain class was if there was any of Captain Kidd's money hid in these parts in the earth. The oracle, or Joseph Smith, after adjusting the stone in his hat and looking in upon it sometime, pronounced that there was some of the Captain Kidd's money floating around in these parts of the earth, I guess in New York area. Got a couple pictures above of Captain Kidd. Okay, same account here, May of 1830. The question of where being decided upon, there forthwith emerged a set of people, I guess, armed with pickaxe, hoe, and spade, out into the mountains to dislodge the treasure, Captain Kidd's treasure. Okay, another account in the Book of Puki, chapter 1, in the Reflector. I guess that's the Palmyra Reflector, June 12th, 1830. Joseph obtained the gold Bible, the spectacles, and the breastplate. All right, another account from Diedrich Willers to the Reverend Brethren, I guess a letter, June 18, 1830. Joseph Smith claimed that a pair of spectacles had been hidden beneath the plates, without which he could not translate the plates, and that through the use of these spectacles, he, Joseph Smith, was enabled to read these languages which he had never studied, and that the Holy Ghost would give him the translation in English. All right, Willers continues here in the same account. He, Joseph Smith, had therefore made his way to Manchester Township, Ontario County, and found everything as described. He had dug the plates and the spectacles next to them out of the earth, and now had almost completed the translation of the work. Okay, an account in the Reflector again, August 28, 1830. Everything in this world. So it says, we only require Joe Smith's magic spectacles or some other powerful optical instrument to turn them to our own advantage. Okay, a Reverend John Scherer to Peters. A letter, I guess, November 18, 1830. This can be found in Marquardt and Walter's book, Inventing Mormonism, 1994. This man, Joseph, has been known in these parts for some time as a kind of a juggler who has pretended through a glass to see money underground. Okay, a letter to the editor in the Brattleboro, Vermont Messenger, November 20, 1830. You have probably heard of the gold Bible taken from the earth by Joseph the Money Digger. This he has translated from the Egyptian Reformed language to English by a pair of stone spectacles provided by an angel in a dark hat before his eyes. So, spectacles and a hat. Okay, an article called Delusion. Geauga, Ohio Gazette, about November 23rd, 1830. To Joseph Smith was given to translate the characters, which he was enabled to do by looking through two semi-transparent stones. Okay, another account from Martin Harris. I guess this is the other early account that Martin Harris said Joseph used spectacles. This comes from W.W. Phelps, close associate to Joseph Smith, to E.D. Howe, January 15, 1831, in Mormonism Unveiled. He, Martin Harris, is honest and sincerely declares upon his soul's salvation that the book is true and was interpreted by Joseph Smith through a pair of silver spectacles that was found with the plates. Okay, Shaker, I guess that's a religion, a Shaker named Richard McNamar in his diary. He says the plates were translated by inspiration, and this is in 1831 here, January 1831. They were translated by inspiration, the engraving being unintelligible to learned and unlearned. There is said to have been in the box with the plates two transparent stones in the form of spectacles. So it seems that this is what Joseph Smith was telling people, up until August of 1832. Okay, Richard continues. Through which the translator looked on the engraving and afterwards put his face into a hat, and the interpretation then flowed into his mind. So spectacles in a hat, which he uttered to the scribe and wrote it down, the said scribe by the name of Oliver Cowdery. Okay, Richard continues. All of Joseph's ideas were acquired by looking into a hat, where in all probability the translation appeared quite plainly in our English language. So what was in the hat? Maybe there was nothing in the hat. Maybe Joseph didn't show anybody what was in there. Maybe it was spectacles. Maybe it was a seer stone. Maybe it was a Urim and Thummim. We don't know. And like I've said before, I differentiate between the spectacles and the Urim and Thummim, at least up till August of 1832. All right, so this account from Richard McNamara was first made known, I guess, generally by this guy named Christian Goodwillie in the Journal of Mormon History. And you can look at this. This is the full source for this account. It's a very long source. Okay, an account from the Reverend Alexander Campbell. Sidney Rigdon used to belong to his church, and I think even preached in his church. In his newspaper, Millennial Harbinger, February 7, 1831. 2 of these stones of the brother of Jared were sealed up with the plates and became the spectacles of Joseph Smith. Okay, Campbell continues. 1831, he's pictured above. Joseph Smith, through his stone spectacles, wrote on the plates of Nephi. He thinks Joseph wrote it. In his Book of Mormon, he wrote every error and almost every truth discussed in New York for the last 10 years, kind of deciding between all these controversial issues. Okay, Alexander Campbell continues. Millennial Harbinger, February 10th, 1831. It is a translation made through stone spectacles in a dark room and in the hat of the prophet Smith from the Reformed Egyptian. So, spectacles in a hat. Okay, an account in the Worcester, Massachusetts Independent Messenger, May 27, 1831. He, Joseph Smith, has 10 years translating to do. 10 years. He looks in a small stone that he has, and there he reads the will of the Lord and writes it for the good of his fellow men. He can read a person's heart by looking in his face. So that's kind of something different. Saying he's using this small stone. I don't think the actual stone was too small. It was like the size of a kind of in between a chicken and a turkey egg, I've heard. Okay, an account from the newspaper editor Abner Cole, Palmyra Reflector, Gold Bible number 5, February 28, 1831. So you notice we're going in chronological order here. I always do this, or usually do this. It is well known that Joe Smith never pretended to have any communion with angels until a long period after the pretended finding of his book, and that the juggling of himself or father went no further than the pretended faculty of seeing wonders in a peepstone. Seeing wonders in a peepstone. And the occasional interview with the spirit supposed to have the custody of hidden treasures. So he calls him a juggler, which is playing tricks by sleight of hand or deceiving. The juggling of himself and also Joseph's father. Okay, an account from David S. Burnett. Something New, the Golden Bible, Evangelical Inquirer, March 7, 1831. However, the angel or ghost that discovered the plates to him, Joseph, likewise informed him that he would be inspired to translate the inscriptions without looking at the plates, while the scribe would record his infallible reading. An angel or a ghost that discovered the plates with him, I guess Moroni. He uses the word here, amanuensis. Not sure how you say that, amanuensis. That just means scribe. Okay, unidentified Palmyra residence to the editor, March 12, 1831, Painesville, Ohio Telegraph, March 22, 1831. Smith and his father belonged to a gang of money diggers who had followed that business for many years. Joe Smith, pretending he could see the gold and silver by the aid of what they called a peep stone. So yeah, Joseph Smith definitely used this peep/seer stone in his money digging efforts, and maybe with the translation too. I'm not going to totally exclude that idea. Okay, another account from Abner Cole, Palmyra Reflector, March 19, 1831. Joseph Smith and Martin Harris gave out that no mortal save Joe himself could look upon the plates and live. Compared to Exodus 33:20, right? Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. I guess that's God. Joseph used that for the plates as well. Kind of clever. Kind of keep them covered up, right? We have several accounts. Kept them covered up, or kept them buried in the woods. And he told people like Martin Harris and others that you cannot look upon them. If you look upon them, you will die. Okay, Abner Cole continues here, same account. Martin Harris declares that when he acted as scribe and wrote the translation as Smith dictated, such was his fear of the divine displeasure that a screen or a sheet was suspended between the prophet and himself. Cover up the plates, can't see those. Put a screen or a sheet between them, can't see what Joseph's really doing or how he's doing it. He can kind of do whatever he wants in there, and who knows what he's got in his hat. Okay, physician and merchant Abram W. Benton, Mormonites article, Evangelical Magazine, April 9, 1831. Abram, I think that's short for Abraham. He says, during the trial on July of 1830, it was shown that the Book of Mormon was brought to light by the same magic power by which he, Joseph, pretended to tell fortunes, discover hidden treasures, etc. What was this magic power? Okay, Abram continues. Oliver Cowdery said that Smith found the plates, or found with the plates, from which he translated his book, two transparent stones resembling glass set in silver bows. Kind of vague. Two transparent stones set in silver bows. That could be spectacles, or maybe it's not spectacles. Okay, same account here. That by looking through these, he was able to read in English the reformed Egyptian characters which were engraved on the plates. Two transparent stones set in the rim of a bow fastened to a breastplate. Joseph Smith, I guess, used that language too. Okay, so that was an account from Oliver Cowdery. There's a guy named Robert D. Anderson who wrote a book called Inside the Mind of Joseph Smith in 1999. He thinks that Cowdery was lying. Cowdery never did say that Joseph used a seer stone to translate. He never said that he used spectacles to translate either. So Oliver Cowdery is probably covering those things up. Dan Vogel also believes that Oliver was lying as well in the previous account and other accounts. That this statement by Oliver, as well as others by him, is at variance with those of so many other witnesses, may raise the question of Cowdery's honesty. That's Robert D. Anderson saying that. Okay, an account here, or basically a statement here from Dan Vogel in an article he did for the John Whitmer Historical Association Journal in 2014. Vogel says, in consort with Smith's efforts to downplay the folk magic elements of the Book of Mormon's origin, Oliver Cowdery adhered to his fictional description of the translation process throughout his life. Dan Vogel believes that the first 116 pages were done by Urim and Thummim, and then the rest of the Book of Mormon done with a seer stone in a hat, the entire Book of Mormon that we have now. All right, so Terrell Givens, the Mormon apologist / historian, tries to get out of this dilemma in his book By the Hand of Mormon, 2002. He says Oliver Cowdery and others in describing Joseph's employment of the Urim and Thummim are actually referring to his use of the Seer Stone, which appears to have been the only instrument that Joseph used after the summer of 1828. So Gibbons and others like him try to muddy the waters. They're going to say Urim and Thummim means Seer Stone. Urim and Thummim means spectacles. But they don't talk much about when the terms Urim and Thummim started to be used, August 1832. Okay, so let's continue with Abram W. Benton's account here, Mormonites in the Evangelical Magazine, April 9, 1831. For several years preceding the appearance of his book, he, Joseph, was about the country in the character of a glass looker, pretending by means of a certain stone or glass which he put in a hat to be able to discover lost goods, hidden treasures, mines of gold and silver, etc. All right, an account in the Sun, a Philadelphia newspaper, August 18, 1831, as reported by the AM Intelligencer. By assistance of a pair of spectacles found with the plates, he, Joseph, said that he could read certain revelations from God. Okay, same account here. Joseph Smith could, with his spectacles on, read so fluently from his plates by placing them in his hat and his hat over his eyes that he fooled Martin Harris. Is he saying putting the spectacles in the hat? It sounds like he's saying putting the plates in the hat. All right, same account here. Mormonites in the Sun, Philadelphia, 1831. So, in order to convince Harris that he could read from the plates, Joe deposits them in his hat, puts the plates in his hat, applies the spectacles, and refers Harris to a chapter in the Bible which he had learned by rote. That brings up an interesting issue, because we know that there's verses from the Bible, a lot of verses from the Bible verbatim in the Book of Mormon. What, like 25 or 30% of the Book of Mormon comes right from the Bible. How did Joseph Smith do that? Did he memorize those passages? Did he have a Bible sitting there? People have said that he had a really good memory, so I don't know. Okay, moving on to another source. Illinois Patriot, 1831, reprinted in the New Hampshire Gazette. On September 10, 1831, a preacher named William E. McClellan, you probably recognize his name, said that he, Joseph, found in the same place 2 stones with which he was enabled, by placing them over his eyes and putting his head in a dark corner, to decipher the hieroglyphics on the plates. 2 stones, put them on your eyes. He doesn't say spectacles. Then put your head in a dark corner. So there's all different accounts for this. You just kind of have to add them all up and tabulate the data like I did at the beginning of the video, and then make your best guess. Okay, an account from Ezra Booth, early Mormon member of the church, and he became a critic of Joseph Smith, I think one of the earliest critics. Ezra Booth to an Ira Eddy, October 24th, 1831, in the Ohio Star. These treasures were discovered several years since, not sure what treasures he's talking about, by means of the dark glass, the same with which Smith says that he translated most of the Book of Mormon through this dark glass. Okay, let's talk about this guy named Hiram Page. One of the 8 witnesses to the Book of Mormon. He also had a seer stone, and he deceived a few people in the church. This is from another Ezra Booth letter, November 29, 1831, letter number 8, Ohio Star. Hiram Page, one of the 8 witnesses, found a smooth stone upon which there appeared to be a writing. Okay, same account. So this writing, when it was transcribed upon paper, disappeared from the stone, and another impression appeared in its place. So maybe similar to Joseph, if Joseph did use a seer stone. Okay, Ezra continues. This, when copied, vanished as the former had done, and so it continued, alternately appearing and disappearing. So Hiram Page, maybe a similar process to what Joseph Smith did. All right, so I guess Hiram Page was a witness to the translation work, according to Mormon historian Don Bradley. He did an article in Sunstone in 2010. It's pictured above. He says Hiram Page's revelatory method was likely modeled on Joseph Smith's method, which Hiram Page would have known as a witness to the work of translation. So, yeah, I didn't know he was a witness, but I guess he is. Okay, some information from Donald Q. Cannon and Lyndon W. Cook in the Far West Record. This is regarding a conference on October 25th, 1831, where supposedly Hiram Smith said the following. He, Joseph, thought best that the information of the coming forth of the Book of Mormon be related by Joseph himself. He wanted to control the narrative, right? Death masks pictured above, Joseph on the left, Hiram on the right. You can see the high cheekbones of Joseph kind of like blowing like a trumpeter. There was a new image that came out that supposedly Joseph Smith's photograph, but doesn't look much like this death mask. Okay, same source here. Joseph responded, and he said, "It was not intended to tell the world all the particulars of the coming forth of the Book of Mormon, and also that it was not expedient for him to relate these things, etc." He wanted to keep them on the down low, right? He would go on and say Urim and Thummim, gift and power. But after 1832, he would never say it was spectacles. He would never say it was the Seer Stone. Okay, so Don Bradley also makes a comment about this account. Again, this is in Sunstone 2010, article entitled Written by the Finger of God. Both Hiram's question and Joseph's stonewalling, basically refusing to talk, may have been defensive reactions to disclosures about Smith using his brownstone for both the translation and treasure-seeking operations. This brownstone, and I'd throw in there probably the spectacles. Okay, an account from non-Mormon evangelist Nancy Toll. I'm not sure if that's how you say that, Nancy Toll. She did a book, I guess, called Vicissitudes Illustrated. Vicissitudes Illustrated, 1832. Joseph was directed by the angel to a certain spot of ground where was deposited a box, and in that box contained the plates, which resembled gold, also a pair of interpreters, quote unquote, as he called them. Going back, way back to the Book of Mormon terminology. Okay, Nancy continues. These interpreters resembled spectacles. Oh, so there it is, another account of spectacles. By looking into which he could read a writing engraven upon the plates, though to himself in a tongue unknown. Okay, another account in the Lockport, New York Balance, 1832, also says it's spectacles. A pair of spectacles of strange and peculiar construction were found with the plates to aid the optics of the prophet, being able to see. Okay, same account here. Oliver Cowdery, to whom and whom only was given the ability, with the aid of the spectacles, to translate the mysterious characters. I think they got confused here. I think they meant Joseph Smith. Okay, so here's that important account, first-hand account of Joseph Smith in his history about summer of 1832, about the summer of 1832, Joseph Smith Papers. I don't believe this was ever officially published by the church. Yeah, not sure why, but he says the Lord had prepared spectacles for to read the Book of Mormon plates. Therefore, I commenced translating the characters. So here in the summer of 1832, he says spectacles. I don't think he ever says it ever again. Okay, so for about 4 years, from 1828 to 1832, Urim and Thummim is never mentioned in all these early accounts. First time it's ever mentioned is by Orson Hyde here, Boston, Massachusetts investigator, August 10th, 1832. So this is important. First time that anybody says Urim and Thummim. I guess they asked some questions to Orson. In what manner was the interpretation or translation made known, and by whom was it written? Translation of the Book of Mormon. Answer, it was made known by the Spirit of the Lord through the medium of the Urim and Thummim, and was written partly by Oliver Cowdery and partly by Martin Harris. Question, what do you mean by the Urim and Thummim? Answer, the same as were used by the prophets of old, which were 2 crystal stones placed in bows, something in the form of spectacles, which were found with the plates. So that's Orson's interpretation, right? Now applying the term Urim and Thummim to spectacles. I don't think Joseph wanted to use the term spectacles or seer stone. So yeah, this is what Orson Hyde says. But for 4 years previous to this, spectacles was good enough without ever having mentioned Urim and Thummim. Okay, so here's the full source to that. Boston Investigator, August 10th, 1832. Full source is questions proposed to the Mormonite preachers and their answers obtained before the whole assembly at Julian Hall, Sunday evening, August 5th, 1832. Orson Hyde, and there was one other Mormon there too, but I guess it was Orson that answered these questions, and he's pictured above. Okay, another important account here from W. Phelps, an article called The Book of Mormon in the Evening and Morning Star, January 1833. Some scholars had identified this account as being the first time anybody used the words Urim and Thummim, but that's incorrect. The previous slide, which occurred 6 months before this, is the first. Some scholars are aware of this and some are not. But Phelps says the Book of Mormon was translated by the gift and power of God by an unlearned man through the aid of a pair of interpreters or spectacles known perhaps in ancient days as teraphim or Urim and Thummim. Known perhaps. So Phelps is kind of giving the idea, well, maybe these things that we've been hearing about known as spectacles, maybe those were the Urim and Thummim. Orson Hyde 6 months earlier doesn't say perhaps. He's more direct. But it seems to be that they said, well, maybe we'll just start calling these things Urim and Thummim here. August 1832, and then here on January 1833. Yeah. All right, I'm going to show this image a few times in this video. It's called The Translation of the Book of Mormon by Gary E. Smith. He is the artist. This shows up in the Ensign magazine, November 1988. It's based on an earlier painting that he did, I think all the way back to 1978 or 1979. But in this one, he changed a few things on it. As you can see, Joseph Smith is wearing a breastplate if you blow it up. And in his right hand, he's holding some spectacles. The entire image is on the right, and it's very hard to see this unless you blow it up like I have on the left. So when you're looking in the Ensign magazine, you can barely tell that he is wearing a breastplate and holding spectacles, and he's got the plates out in front of him. So this is the only known image that we have in a church published source, church manual or church magazine. The only time that you ever see Joseph Smith holding spectacles and wearing a breastplate, and it's very hard to see if you look at this right picture here. Okay, so I think there's a Mormon writer named Jonathan Neville who confirms this information. I got his book as one of the sources for this video. A Man That Can Translate, Joseph Smith and the Nephite Interpreters, 2019, so a relatively recent book. Yeah, so Neville says, and he's pictured here on the right, W. Phelps may have thought up the term independently, but he was definitely not the first to use it. The earliest known use of the term Urim and Thummim to refer to the Nephite interpreters, or the spectacles, I'll say, was reported on August 5th, 1832 by Orson Hyde, which we've already gone over. Question and answer period with the Mormon preachers, right? And on this slide, I also identify one of those Mormon preachers was Samuel Smith. Okay, a statement from Mormon Think. Phelps's words of known perhaps in ancient days as teraphim or Urim and Thummim show that it was merely speculation on Phelps' part that associated Joseph Seer Stone with the biblical Urim and Thummim. But they're not aware of the earlier Orson Hyde account 6 months earlier, and where he did not say perhaps. Okay, some interesting information in a footnote in a section of the Joseph Smith Papers, Questions and Answers, May 8, 1838, footnote 5. They say extant documents suggest that the biblical term Urim and Thummim was first applied to the interpreters by W. Phelps in 1833, and that Joseph Smith adopted the term thereafter. Well, it's interesting that they don't mention the spectacles, because W. Phelps also applied the term to spectacles. But like we've gone over, this is wrong. They need to fix the Joseph Smith Papers project. This was not the first time that it was applied to the interpreters or the spectacles. It was that Orson Hyde account, 6 months earlier. Okay, same source here, footnote 5 in the Joseph Smith Papers. Joseph Smith also used other seer stones to translate the plates. Other seer stones, more than one. After 1833, Joseph Smith at times referred to the seer stones as Urim and Thummim. I don't think this is correct. He just did not mention seer stones or spectacles after 1832. So he's not referring to seer stones. Joseph Smith never referred to the seer stones, never referred to the spectacles after 1832. So this is just muddying the waters and trying to get themselves out of a problem. Because like I said, they now believe that Joseph Smith used this seer stone. Mormon scholars, Gospel Topics essays are now admitting that Joseph Smith supposedly used this seer stone. And so Joseph Smith never uses the term seer stone. He completely covers up that term, completely covers up the term spectacles, and always uses Urim and Thummim. So now that they're believing that he used the seer stone, now they have to say that Joseph Smith was referring to the seer stones as Urim and Thummim. That's BS. Okay, some interesting information from the Community of Christ historian Richard P. Howard. A book he did called Restoration Scriptures, a study of their textual development, 1969. Bushman refers to this in his book Rough Stone Rolling in a footnote. The Community of Christ historian Richard Howard has pointed out that early newspaper accounts of the translation make no mention of the Urim and Thummim. Yes, we've already gone over this, not until August 1832. Okay, we can show this point in another way when we compare the Book of Commandments to the Doctrine and Covenants. If you look at the current edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, 2022 edition, it says there that power was given to Joseph to translate by the means of the Urim and Thummim. It also says that same thing in the 1835 Doctrine and Covenants, by the means of the Urim and Thummim. But if you go 2 years before that, back to the Book of Commandments, which was the first edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, Book of Commandments, chapter 9, verse 1, the terms Urim and Thummim are not there. That's because they were never used until August of 1832, and they were never used in the Doctrine and Covenants until 1835. Okay, moving on to another source, Thomas Hamilton, Men and Manners in America, Volume 2, 1833. I'm going to keep moving along here in chronological order. Joseph Smith found a book with golden clasps and a cover and a pair of elegantly mounted spectacles, somewhat old-fashioned, to be sure, but astonishing magnifiers and possessing qualities which it might puzzle Sir David Brewster to explain on optical principles. Okay, same source here. It then occurred to him to fit on his spectacles when, lo, the whole volume was filled with certain figures and pot hooks, to him unintelligible. Okay, it looks like a first-hand account here from the prophet Joseph Smith in a letter to a Noah C. Saxton, January 4th, 1833. Joseph Smith Papers. The Book of Mormon was translated into our own language by the gift and power of God. Okay, an account from D. Marks. He was a traveler through Palmyra. Morning Star newspaper, March 7, 1833. An angel gave Joseph Smith a pair of spectacles, which he put in a hat, and thus read and translated the plates. So again, spectacles in a hat. Okay, a statement from Lucy Harris. I believe this was Martin Harris's wife. November 29, 1833, in Mormonism Unveiled book by Eber D. Howe. Martin Harris, I guess her husband, became very intimate with the Smith family and said that he believed that Joseph could see in his stone anything that he wished. Okay, Prophet Joseph Smith interview with Peter Bowder in Fayette, New York on October 1830. This is in Peter Bowder's book, The Kingdom and Gospel of Jesus Christ, 1834. So apparently Joseph says, only by the aid of a glass, which he also obtained with the plates, by which means he was enabled to translate the characters on the plates into English. Okay, direct statement from Eber D. Howe in the book Mormonism Unveiled, 1834. Howe is pictured above. Joseph Jr. had become very expert in the arts of necromancy, juggling, the use of a divining rod, and looking into what they termed a peepstone, quote unquote, by which means he soon collected about him a gang of idle, credulous young men to perform the labor of digging into the hills and mountains in search of gold. Okay, an affidavit of Peter Ingersoll, December 2nd, 1833, in Mormonism Unveiled. Peter was a neighbor to the Smith family. He says that Joseph Smith's father-in-law, which was a Mr. Isaac Hale, Emma Hale's father, his father-in-law addressed Joseph in a flood of tears. You spend your time in digging for money, pretend to see in a stone, and thus try to deceive people. Okay, Peter Ingersoll continues. Joseph Smith told me that on his return that he intended to keep the promise which he had made to his father-in-law. That was to give up treasure digging with his stone. But, said Joseph, it will be hard for me, for they will all oppose, all the money diggers, as they want me to look in the stone for them to dig money. And in fact, it was as he predicted. Got a little sign up here, New York folklore sign. Legends and lore, money diggers. In the 1830s, spirit mediums led many to search for gold in this area. Yeah, such as Joseph Smith. If one word was spoken, evil spirits would rise up and the treasure would vanish. Okay, so Peter continues. They urged Joseph day after day to resume his old practice of looking in the stone. Okay, William Stafford affidavit here, also in Mormonism Unveiled, December 8, 1833. Apparently he lived about 1.5 miles from the Smith family, so pretty much in the neighborhood. He says Joseph Jr. could see by placing a stone of singular appearance in his hat, in such a manner as to exclude all the light, at which time they pretended that he could see all things within and under the earth. Okay, William continues. Joseph could see within the above-mentioned caves large gold bars and silver plates, that he could also discover the spirits in whose charge these treasures were clothed in ancient dress. Okay, a statement here from Willard Chase, December 11, 1833, in Mormonism Unveiled, early associate of Joseph Smith and his family. Willard says, Samuel T. Lawrence asked Joseph to look in his stone to see if there was anything with the plates. He looked and said that there was nothing. He told him to look again and see if there was not a large pair of specs with the plates. To see if there was not a large pair of spectacles, you could say, with the plates. So, weird that Willard Chase is thinking that there's a pair of spectacles in there with the plates. Not sure where he got that idea. Okay, Willard continues. He, Joseph, looked and soon saw a pair of spectacles, the same with which Joseph says that he translated the Book of Mormon. So again, this idea of spectacles. Okay, Willard continues. In April of 1830, I again asked Hiram Smith for the stone which he had borrowed of me. So apparently, Joseph Smith Brown's Seer Stone, found in Willard Chase's well, I believe. But Hiram told Willard that he should not have it, for Joseph made use of it, the stone, in translating his Bible. So here's an account that there was a seer stone used in the translating. Hiram pictured above. Okay, a statement from Henry Harris in about 1833, Mormonism Unveiled again, early acquaintance of the Smith family. He says, Joseph Smith Jr., the pretended prophet, used to pretend to tell fortunes. He had a stone which he used to put in his hat, by means of which he professed to tell people's fortunes. So he was not only using the stone in treasure digging, but according to Henry, also he used it to tell people's fortunes. Okay, Henry continues. Joseph said that he had a revelation from God that told him that the plates were hid in a certain hill, and he looked in his stone and saw them in the place of deposit. Hill Cumorah, as pictured above. Okay, we have some information here from David Persweet. Not sure how you say that. Joseph Smith and the Origins of the Book of Mormon book, 2nd edition 2000, 1st edition 1985. Despite the fact that the present-day Mormon establishment virtually ignores Joseph Smith's use of a peepstone and gives that peepstone no part in the finding of the plates, such was not the case in the very early church. Like as on the slide previous to this, Joseph Smith using his stone to find out where these plates were located. Okay, so Henry Harris continues here, same account. By looking on the plates, he, Joseph, said that he could not understand the words, but it was made known to him that he was the person that must translate them. And on looking through the stone, he was enabled to translate. So another secondhand account that Joseph used a seer stone. Okay, statement from Willard Chase in Mormonism Unveiled. We've already mentioned who Willard is. He says, in the year 1822, I, Willard Chase, was engaged in digging a well. I employed Alvin and Joseph Smith to assist me. Alvin is Joseph's brother. After digging about 20 feet below the surface of the earth, we discovered a singularly appearing stone, which excited my curiosity. Okay, so Willard brought the stone to the top of the well, and as they were examining it, Joseph put it into his hat, and then his face into the top of his hat. Okay, the next morning he, Joseph, came to me, Willard, and wished to obtain the stone, alleging that he could see in it. After obtaining the stone, Joseph began to publish abroad what wonders he could discover by looking into it. Okay, the same account here. He, Joseph Smith, then observed that if it had not been for that stone, he would not have obtained the Book of Mormon. So again, according to these accounts, Joseph looked into his stone to find out where the golden plates were. Church really never mentions that. They leave that completely out of the story. Joseph made use of the stone in translating his Bible. So again, an idea that he used a seer stone. Okay, statement from Alva Hale, brother of Emma Hale Smith, Joseph's wife in Mormonism Unveiled. Emma is pictured above. Joseph Smith Jr. told Alva that Joseph Smith's gift in seeing with a stone and hat was a gift from God, but also he stated that Smith told him at another time that this peeping, quote unquote, was all damned nonsense. So it seems that Joseph Smith, on occasion, would tell some people like Alva Hale and Isaac Hale, his father-in-law, he would say, "No, I really can't see in the stone, and it was all damn nonsense." Okay, Alva Hale continues. He, Joseph Smith, was deceived himself. Not sure what that means, but did not intend to deceive others, that he intended to quit the business of peeping and labor for his livelihood. So this is what he would tell some people. Oh yeah, I'm going to quit. I really can't see in the stone. I'm going to go and work a normal job. Okay, another account from Mormonism Unveiled. Joseph Smith took Samuel Lawrence to the hill where the plates were buried. Lawrence looked in his own seer stone and asked if he, Joseph, had ever discovered anything with the plates of gold. Pictured above, I think, is an aerial view of the Hill Cumorah. Okay, Charles Anton letter to Eber D. Howe. Anton pictured above. This is also in Mormonism Unveiled. A lot of good information in there. If you haven't read this book, you should really go and read it. This young man, Joseph, was placed behind a curtain in the garret of a farmhouse, and being thus concealed from view, put on the spectacles occasionally. So there's several people that say that there's this curtain. I'm not sure exactly when they were using the curtain. Some scholars like Dan Vogel say they only used it for the first 116 pages. I don't know if that can really be proved or not. But there are several accounts saying that there was this curtain or this sheet between Joseph on one side, his scribe on the other. He could literally be doing anything on the other side if you can't see what he's doing. He could have spectacles that he made. He could have a Urim and Thummim that he made. He could have the Seer Stone back there. Or he could have nothing and just tell people that he had something. So he could be behind the curtain and say, yeah, I'm using my spectacles, or yeah, I'm using the Seer Stone. It could be anything or it could be nothing. Okay, so Charles Anton continues. Or rather, he looked through one of the glasses, deciphered the characters in the book, and having committed some of them to paper, handed copies from behind the curtain to those who stood on the outside. So it's these spectacles, or maybe he's just looking through one side of the spectacles, one of the glasses, by which he deciphered the characters in the book. Okay, an account from Martin Harris in Mormonism Unveiled. Martin Harris says that he wrote a considerable part of the Book of Mormon as Smith dictated. A screen was hung up between him and the prophet. At other times, the prophet would sit in a different room or upstairs. So you can't see what he's doing. He could be doing anything. He could be telling people whatever. And it seems in the early days, between 1828 and 1832, he was telling people that he was using spectacles. So there's a screen between them, or he would sit in a different room so you can't see what's going on in there, or upstairs where you can't see him. So, yeah. Okay, so the account continues here, Mormonism Unveiled. I'm not sure if this is Martin or Eber speaking here. But the plates, therefore, which had been so much talked of, were found to be of no manner of use. After all, the Lord showed and communicated to him every word and letter of the book in whatever device, spectacles or seer stone. Okay, instead of looking at the characters inscribed upon the plates, the prophet Joseph was obliged to resort to the old peepstone, quote unquote, which he formerly used in money digging. Okay, so this Joseph placed in a hat, his peepstone, or a box, into which he also thrust his face. Through the stone he could then discover a single word at a time, which he repeated aloud to his scribe, who committed it to paper. Then another word would immediately appear, and thus the performance continued to the end of the book. Okay, so Eber D. Howe continues. Another account that they give of the transaction is that it was performed with the big spectacles before mentioned, and which were in fact the identical Urim and Thummim mentioned in Exodus 28 and 30, or 28 verse 30, I guess. So yeah, Eber mentions both the seer stone in the hat and also the spectacles. He's writing this, was publishing this in 1834. So we go back to August 1832 is when they first started saying the terms Urim and Thummim, and maybe first started to say that the spectacles were actually a Urim and Thummim. Okay, a statement from Ezra Booth. He was an early member of the church, and apparently the first apostate of the church. This is in Mormonism Unveiled. He, Joseph, does not pretend that he sees the plates with his natural, but with his spiritual eyes. And he says that he can see them as well with his eyes shut as with them open. So he doesn't need the plates around. He can just see in his spiritual eyes the translation, or I guess in a device. Okay, Ezra Booth continues. So also in translating, the subject stands before his eyes in print, but it matters not whether his eyes are open or shut. He can see as well one way as the other. Okay, a letter to the editor, New England Weekly Review, February 1834. Joseph was reported to have found several golden plates, together with a pair of spectacles, the relics of high antiquity. Okay, same account here, New England Weekly Review, February 1834. The spectacles were designed to aid mortal vision under rather peculiar circumstances. They were to be adjusted and the visage thrust into a close hat. All right, so again, spectacles in a hat here in a pretty early account. President Russell M. Nelson pictured above, looking into his white top hat, showing how it was done with the seer stone. Okay, same account. This done, Smith would then interpret the sacred mysteries of the plates, which lay by hypothesis in the top of the hat. It's kind of weird. He's saying that the plates were in the hat. There's other accounts that say this too. Pictured above, we have the South Park episode where Joseph is looking into the hat with the seer stone in it. Okay, a statement from Isaac Hale in an affidavit in the Susquehanna Register, May 1st, 1834. This is the father-in-law of Joseph Smith, father of Emma Hale Smith. Isaac Hale's home, pictured above, nice home. So Isaac says, I first became acquainted with Joseph Smith Jr. in November of 1825. He was at that time in the employ of a set of men who were called money diggers. Okay, Joseph Smith's occupation was that of seeing or pretending to see by means of a stone placed in his hat and his hat closed over his face. Okay, Isaac continues. In this way, the stone in a hat, he pretended to discover minerals and hidden treasure. Okay, Isaac continues here. Susquehanna Register, May 1834. Soon after this, I was informed that they had brought a wonderful book of plates down with them. The manner in which he, Joseph, pretended to read and interpret was the same as when he looked for the money diggers with a stone in his hat and his hat over his face. So this is a pretty good account here, saying that it was done with a stone in a hat. Okay, another account here from a Joshua McCune, Susquehanna Register in Northern Pennsylvania, May 1st, 1834. They informed McCune that Smith had found a sword, a breastplate, and a pair of spectacles at the time that he found the gold plates. Okay, an account from Oliver Cowdery in a letter to William W. Phelps, September 7, 1834. This is in a Joseph Smith history at Joseph Smith Papers. Day after day I continued uninterrupted to write from his Joseph's mouth as he translated with the Urim and Thummim, or as the Nephites should have said, interpreters, the history or record called the Book of Mormon. So he goes along with Joseph Smith saying, yeah, it was the Urim and Thummim. Okay, so maybe about a month later, this same account that we just read from Oliver Cowdery shows up in the church newspaper, Messenger and Advocate, October 1834. Okay, there was some letters, more letters, I guess, from Oliver Cowdery to W. Phelps. This is letter number 4. Shows up in the Messenger and Advocate as well, February 1835. Joseph Smith Papers. It was our brother Joseph's privilege, if obedient to the commandments of the Lord, to obtain and translate the plates by the means of the Urim and Thummim, which were deposited for that purpose with the record. Okay, same letter here. Oliver Cowdery, letter number 4 to W. Phelps. The first one is where you, Oliver, sat day after day and wrote the history of the second race that inhabited this continent, as the words were repeated to you by the Lord's prophet through the aid of the Urim and Thummim, Nephite interpreters, or divine spectacles. So here, February 1835, all these are getting thrown together. Urim and Thummim is the same as the interpreters and is the same as the divine spectacles. We've already gone over why that's probably not the case. Okay, an article called Mormonism in the Exeter, New Hampshire Christian Journal, May 28, 1835. Smith pretended that he was inspired to interpret the writing or the engraving by putting a plate in his hat, putting 2 smooth, flat stones, which he found in the box, in the hat, and putting his face therein. So there would be a plate in the hat, 2 smooth, flat stones in the hat, and he'd put his face in it. Okay, we have an interesting article regarding the Book of Abraham papyri. It's called Another Humbug, the Cleveland Whig, August 5th, 1835, so pretty early. We are credibly informed that the Mormons have purchased of Mr. Chandler 3 of the mummies which he recently exhibited in this village. Okay, same account, the Cleveland Whig. The prophet Joe has ascertained by examining the papyrus through his spectacles that they are the bodies of Joseph the son of Abraham and King Abimelech and his daughter. So these are the 3 mummies, right? That he was able to tell who these were, or who these mummies were, by examining the papyrus through the spectacles. Okay, an article called The Mormonites in the New Hampshire Patriot and State Gazette, 1835, August. With the manuscript was found a pair of spectacles, whether of wood or leather is immaterial, by the aid of which Joe was enabled to translate into Mother English the veritable ideas of the mysterious language. So, a pair of spectacles. Okay, a statement from Oliver Cowdery again in the introduction to the Patriarchal Blessing book, September 1835, Church History Library. The plates were translated by the gift and power of God. Okay, another statement from Oliver Cowdery, letter number 8 in the Messenger and Advocate, October 1835. The plates are to be translated by the gift and power of God. By them will the Lord work a great and marvelous work. Okay, a patriarchal blessing of Newell K. Whitney, an early member of the church, went on to become a bishop and some other things. But this is the patriarchal blessing of Newell K. Whitney by Joseph Smith Jr., so by the prophet Joseph, on October 7, 1835. You can see the source here, early patriarchal blessings of the church. The following blessing was given by President Joseph Smith Jr. through the Urim and Thummim, according to the spirit of prophecy and revelation. Weird. So Joseph Smith, I guess, is saying he's using the Urim and Thummim to give patriarchal blessings. Okay, Joseph Smith's journal, November 9, 1835, recorded by Warren Parrish, Joseph Smith Papers. I, Joseph, translated them into the English language, translated the golden plates, I guess, by the gift and power of God, and I have been preaching it ever since. Okay, Joseph Smith conversation with Robert Matthews, Joseph Smith Journal, sketchbook for the use of Joseph Smith Jr., November 9th through 11th, 1835, Joseph Smith Papers. Joseph Smith said that the Urim and Thummim was hid up with the record, and that God would give me power to translate it with the assistance of this instrument, the Urim and Thummim. Okay, New York Commercial Advertiser, July 26, 1836. The Smith family believed firmly in the appearance of ghosts, the power of witches, and the telling of fortunes. Okay, same source. From time to time, they, the Smiths, were engaged in conformity with dreams and other signs and wonders, in digging in solitary places for treasure, supposed to have been hidden up by Captain Kidd or the Spaniards. Okay, young Joseph became by degrees very much skilled in the arts of necromancy and juggling, or playing tricks. Okay, Joseph had the power of using the divining rod and of discovering wonders in a peepstone, and having had the address to collect about him a gang of idle and credulous young men, he employed them in digging for hidden treasure. Pictured above, we have a guy using a divining rod. Okay, the translation of the plates was commenced by the prophet himself, who was enabled to read the Reformed Egyptian by the aid of the peepstone. All right, this was done by putting the stone in a hat or a box, and then by applying his face, the prophet was enabled to read one word at a time, which he pronounced aloud to a scribe. So all this very similar to what's in Mormonism Unveiled. Okay, let's go to a different source here. Presbyterian minister Truman Coe, in a letter to the editor, Hudson, Ohio Observer, August 11, 1836. He, Joseph, was believed by the ignorant to possess the power of second sight by looking through a certain stone in his possession. Okay, Truman Coe. By putting his, Joseph's, finger on one of the characters on the golden plates and imploring divine aid, then looking through the Urim and Thummim, he would see the import written in plain English on a screen placed before him. Pictured above, we have the biblical Urim and Thummim. You got the, 12 stones in the breastplate, and then you got the black and white version. Never in spectacles, though. Okay, the Apostle Parley P. Pratt, he wrote an important book called A Voice of Warning in 1837, so very early on. Pratt does not mention the Seer Stone or the Urim and Thummim or the spectacles, I'll add in this important work. So is he covering anything up? I don't know. Okay, an account from Joseph Smith, Elder's Journal, July 1838. I, Joseph, obtained the plates and the Urim and Thummim with them, by the means of which I translated the plates, and thus came the Book of Mormon. Okay, and here's an interesting account of Joseph Smith being a money digger, basically admitting it here in this church newspaper, the Elder's Journal. Was not Joe Smith a money digger? Yes, but it was never a very profitable job to him, as he only got $14 a month for it, being the treasure seer. You know, if he could really find treasure, he wouldn't need that job, right? Okay, an account from the history of the church, the main history of the church, around 1838. This is volume 1, page 12. There were 2 stones in silver bows, and these stones fastened to a breastplate constituted what is called the Urim and Thummim, and that God had prepared them for the purpose of translating the book. So these 2 stones fastened to a breastplate, they always show them in spectacles or in glasses, but that's not what was fastened to the breastplate. There was 12 different stones right on the breastplate. They weren't in these silver bows things. Okay, an article called Mormonism in the Cincinnati Daily Gazette, December 3, 1838 now. Upon the upper plate lay a pair of spectacles made of freestone, save the mark, which the angel commanded Smith to place astride of his nose. So again, spectacles, I think this freestone is some kind of a sandstone, maybe kind of as pictured above. Okay, Joseph saw through the freestone, and the engraving on the golden plates became perfectly intelligible to him. Okay, Joseph Smith history, around 1839 to 1841, Joseph Smith papers. Moroni supposedly told Joseph to show the plates, the breastplate, and the Urim and Thummim only to those whom I should be commanded to show them. If I did, I should be destroyed. He's got to have complete control of these items, right? Okay, I copied a considerable number of the characters, and by means of the Urim and Thummim, I translated some of them. Okay, an account from John Corrill in a book called A Brief History of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints, 1839. John Corrill was a member of the legislature of Missouri. Joseph was commanded to translate the plates himself, which he did by the help of what he calls the Urim and Thummim, 2 stones set in a bow and furnished by an angel for that purpose. Okay, John Corrill continues. After finishing the translation, the plates and the stones of the Urim and Thummim were again taken and concealed by the angel for a wise purpose, and the translation published to the world. Okay, an account from James M. Chesney, Supplement to an Antidote to Mormonism, 1839. This translation was made by Joseph Smith, Jr. It is said, while this book was hid in the woods part of the time, where he could see as well to translate as if he had it by him. So he's saying some of the times the golden plates were out in the woods, and Joseph Smith didn't need them to translate. He did this by means of an enchanted stone placed in a hat put over his face, as we have been informed that he'd done formerly in fortune-telling, etc. Okay, a letter from Matthew L. Davis, political correspondent, February 6, 1840, can be found in History of the Church, Volume 4. The Mormon Bible, Joseph said, was communicated to him direct from heaven. If there was such a thing on earth as the author of it, then he, Smith, was the author. But the idea that he wished to impress was that he had penned it as dictated by God. You know, kind of a direct hotline to God. Okay, an account here from the Apostle Orson Pratt. An interesting account of several remarkable visions, 1840, Joseph Smith Papers. Orson Pratt says, with the records was found a curious instrument called by the ancients the Urim and Thummim, which consisted of two transparent stones, clear as crystal, set in the two rims of a bow. The Apostle Parley P. Pratt said basically the same thing in June of 1840 in the Millennial Star. Okay, the Apostle Orson Pratt continues. This was in use in ancient times by persons called seers, this Urim and Thummim. It was an instrument by the use of which they received revelation of things distant or of things past or future. Okay, moving on to a different account here. The Episcopal minister John A. Clark, in a letter to Dear Brethren, August 24th, 1840, in the Episcopal Recorder, Clark said that there were two transparent stones through which, as a sort of spectacles, he, Joseph, could read the Bible or the Book of Mormon. Okay, same account here, John A. Clark. He, Joseph, was already in possession of the two transparent stones laid up with the Golden Bible, by looking through which he was enabled to read the golden letters on the plates in the box. Two transparent stones. Okay, John A. Clark continues. Although in the same room a thick curtain or blanket was suspended between Joseph Smith and Martin Harris, and Smith, concealed behind the blanket, pretended to look through his spectacles or transparent stones. So yeah, with that curtain, he can pretend to do it whatever he wants, right? Nobody's watching him. Nobody's looking at him. He's kind of hiding. He says he pretended to look through spectacles. Okay, John A. Clark continues. Martin Harris was told that it would arouse the most terrible divine displeasure if he should attempt to draw near the sacred chest or look at Smith while engaged in the work of deciphering the mysterious characters. So yeah, if you look at the plates, maybe even if you look at the spectacles or the Urim and Thummim or the Seer Stone, you'd be struck down dead, or as he says, most terrible divine displeasure. Okay, an account from John W. Barber and Henry Howe, in a book called Historical Collections of the State of New York, 1841. Joseph placed a singular-looking stone in his hat and pretended by the light of it to make many wonderful discoveries of gold, silver, and other treasures deposited in the earth. Okay, an account from Brigham Young, Manuscript History of Brigham Young. I, Brigham Young, met with the 12 at Brother Joseph's, and this was in 1841. He showed us his Seer Stone. So Brigham knew about it. All the 12 knew about it. Okay, an account from Benjamin Winchester. He was a missionary and a friend of Joseph Smith. This is in the Gospel Reflector, March 15, 1841. Moroni was then commanded to deposit this record in the earth, together with the Urim and Thummim, or as the Nephites would have said, interpreters, which were instruments to assist in the work of the translation. Okay, the Journals and Personal History of Alfred Cordon, March 27, 1841, talking about a brother Mountford who was a saint in England. He had in his possession several glasses or crystals, as he called them. They are about the size of a goose's egg, made flat at each end. Okay, Alfred continues. When Mountford prayed to the spirits in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, anything that I want will come into the glass, such as knowledge of future events. You know, fortune telling, something Joseph Smith used to do. Okay, Alfred continues here in his journal. Apostle Wilford Woodruff made some observations on the subject of this glass looking, when it was moved and unanimously carried that no such magic work be allowed in the church. no glass looking, no fortune telling, stuff that Joseph Smith used to do. That kind of magic work would not be allowed in the church, I guess, starting here in March of 1841. And Wilford is pictured above. Okay, the Apostle Wilford Woodruff also talked about this event in his journal, March 27, 1841 entry. Among other business that was brought up at the council was the case of a brother Mountford who was engaged in the magic or black art of fortune-telling, etc. Okay, Wilford continues here. But as he persisted in his course, after being labored with, the council withdrew fellowship from him, got disfellowshipped, I guess. While the priesthood was upon him, he could not see in his magic glasses as before, until after he ceased to fill the priest's office and rejected our counsel. So when the priesthood was upon him, his magic glasses would not work. Kind of insinuating that these kind of glass-looking and magic glasses and etc. are kind of from the dark side of the force. Okay, Charles Anton letter to Thomas Winthrop Coit, April 3rd, 1841, in the church record. This same Anton, I guess, that Martin Harris brought some of the characters from the golden plates to analyze and look at. So Anton says, along with the golden book, there had been dug up a very large pair of spectacles! Exclamation. So large, in fact, that if a man were to hold them in front of his eyes, his two eyes would merely look through one of the glasses, and the remaining part of the spectacles would project a considerable distance sideways. So I wonder if Martin Harris told him that it was a pair of spectacles that were with the plates. And we had those two earlier accounts of Martin Harris saying that Joseph used spectacles. Okay, so Anton continues. These spectacles possessed, it seems, the very valuable property of enabling anyone who looked through them, or rather through one of the lenses, not only to decipher the characters on the plates, but also to comprehend their exact meaning and to be able to translate them! Exclamation. I wonder if Anton is buying into any of this. He's pictured above. Okay, Anton continues. A young man, it seems, had been placed in the garret of a farmhouse, it's Joseph Smith, with a curtain before him, and having fastened the spectacles to his head, had read several pages in the golden book and communicated their contents in writing to certain persons stationed on the outside of the curtain. Okay, an account from Josiah Jones in the Evangelist, June 1st, 1841. In the last part of October 1830, 4 men appeared here by the names of Oliver Cowdery, Parley P. Pratt, Peter Whitmer, and Ziba Peterson. They said that Joseph Smith had translated the Book of Mormon by looking into a stone or 2 stones. Pictured above is Parley P. Pratt. Okay, so Josiah continues. When they were put into a dark place, which stones, he said, were found in the box with the plates, they affirmed while he looked through the stone spectacles, another sat by and wrote what he told them, and thus the book was all written. So now he says these stones were stone spectacles. Okay, an account from Joseph Smith's brother William Smith, who was interviewed by a James Murdoch. Article called The Mormons and Their Prophet in the Hartford and New Haven, Connecticut Congressional Observer newspaper, July 3rd, 1841. Joseph Smith was supernaturally assisted to read and to understand the inscription, and he was directed to translate a great part of it with an assistant to correct his English. William Smith, pictured above. Okay, Apostle Wilford Woodruff, journal again, December 27, 1841, entry. The 12, or a part of them, spent the day with Joseph the seer, that's Joseph Smith. I had the privilege of seeing for the first time in my day the Urim and Thummim, probably talking about the Seer Stone here. Okay, an account from John Cook Bennett, pictured up here on the left. His book was The History of the Saints, an expose on Joseph Smith and the Mormons, or on Joseph Smith and Mormonism, 1842. So pretty early book here. He was assistant president of the church for a while, but then became an apostate, as they say, an enemy of the prophet. So he says, the prophet, which is Joseph Smith, gravely buries his face in his hat, in which lies his peepstone, and inquires of the Lord, what are his will and pleasure in the matter? And he's talking about assigning polygamous wives to husbands. John Cook Bennett is saying Joseph Smith used the peepstone to assign polygamous wives to husbands who would, I guess, would be suited to be together. Okay, an interview with Lucy Mack Smith, Joseph Smith's mother. Interview by Henry Caswall, The City of the Mormons, or 3 Days at Nauvoo, 1842. The angel showed Joseph also the Urim and Thummim, by which he might understand the meaning of the inscriptions on the plates. So, Lucy Mack Smith in this account saying that it's Urim and Thummim. Okay, Lucy continues. I, Lucy, have seen and felt also the Urim and Thummim. They resemble 2 large bright diamonds set in a bow like a pair of spectacles, but I think she felt them under a cloth. Okay, Lucy continues. She does say that these are like a pair of spectacles. My son Joseph puts these over his eyes when he reads an unknown language, and they enable him to interpret them in English. Okay, another account from Apostle Orson Hyde. A Cry Out of the Wilderness, 1842 extract, English translation, originally written in German, at the Joseph Smith Papers. 2 transparent stones, clear as crystal, were found with the records. They were called seers and were used by the ancients. The manner in which they were used is as follows. These 2 stones, called the Urim and Thummim, in diameter the size of an English crown, which is a coin, see picture above, but a little bit thicker, were placed where there was no light. Okay, Orson continues. Those using them then offered prayers unto the Lord, and the answer appeared written with letters of light on the Urim and Thummim, but disappeared again soon after. In this manner, these records were translated into English. Okay, the Apostle Orson Hyde continues. Joseph began to translate the records from the Reformed Egyptian under the direction of God, and with the help of the Urim and Thummim, which were described earlier. So it's basically saying Urim and Thummim here. Okay, another account from Apostle Wilford Woodruff in his journal, February 19, 1842 entry. The Lord is blessing Joseph with power to translate through the Urim and Thummim ancient records. Okay, an article in the Times and Seasons newspaper, March 1st, 1842. In his 1842 letter to Chicago Democrat editor John Wentworth, Joseph described his retrieval of the Nephite interpreters and the translation of the gold plates. Okay, Wentworth pictured above. All right, so here's the account from Joseph Smith. With the records was found a curious instrument, which the ancients called Urim and Thummim, which consisted of 2 transparent stones set in the rim of a bow fastened to a breastplate. Of course, Joseph didn't start calling it this until after August 1832. Okay, Joseph continues here in the Times and Seasons. Through the medium of the Urim and Thummim, I translated the record by the gift and power of God. Joseph makes it sound like the entire Book of Mormon was translated by this method, Urim and Thummim. Scholars, like I said before, now saying only the 116 pages were translated by the Urim and Thummim, and I'm questioning that. Okay, another account from the prophet Joseph Smith in a history that was in the Times and Seasons, May 16, 1842. While Martin Harris was gone with the writings of the 116 pages, I went to visit my father's family. This is Joseph visiting Joseph Smith Sr. and family. Immediately after my return home, behold, the heavenly messenger appeared and handed to me the Urim and Thummim again, for it had been taken from me in consequence of my having wearied the Lord in asking for the privilege of letting Martin Harris take the writings which he lost by transgression. So there's these accounts that are saying that Joseph had the Urim and Thummim, it was taken away and then given back, and I think that happened again too, according to Joseph here. Okay, so a couple weeks later, the prophet Joseph Smith gives another account in a history in the Times and Seasons. This one is June 1st, 1842. After I had obtained the above revelation, both the plates and the Urim and Thummim were taken from me again, but in a few days they were returned to me. So this was a second episode where Joseph lost the Urim and Thummim, and they were returned again. So sometimes he had them, sometimes they didn't. That's kind of convenient for him, right, in controlling the narrative. Okay, so let's go over some confusion that was brought up by a reorganized church historian, Delbert D. Smith, in a book that he did called How the Plates of the Book of Mormon Were Translated. It came out in 1966. He says that Joseph Smith specifically states that he used the Urim and Thummim both to translate the record of the golden plates and to receive revelations 7 through 15 of the D&C, which revelations were received during a period identical to that used in translating the Book of Mormon. That's not entirely true. These sections were supposedly received all in 1829, so not during the entire time of translating the Book of Mormon. You can see that the Book of Mormon was translated between October 1827 and June 30, 1829. You can look at the modern headings of the D&C. For instance, the online 2020 edition of the D&C. It says in there that Joseph received the following revelations by Urim and Thummim. D&C sections 6 through 8 were received in April 1829, section 11, May 1829, section 14 through 17 in June 1829. So it says that in there, and I think that's what Delbert is stating, that, yeah, these were received by the Urim and Thummim. But when was this term Urim and Thummim put into the D&C? When did they put that into the headings? And I'm telling you, it's way after 1829. Okay, so per the headings in the Book of Commandments, 1833, and the Doctrine and Covenants, 1835 edition, there is no mention of the Urim and Thummim being used to receive the following revelations, which we already went over. Urim and Thummim is not mentioned in the Book of Commandments, the first edition of D&C, not mentioned in the second edition, 1835. These headings were added in the 1921 edition. So not until way later. Where did these headings come from? These 1921 headings came from the History of the Church, Volume 1, which was based, in the Times and Seasons originally, the church newspaper, Times and Seasons 3, 1842. So all these sections, you can look and see the dates here, go back to 1842. That's where they got the idea that these sections were revealed through the Urim and Thummim. It does not go back to 1829 to the Book of Mormon times of translation. It does not go back but before August of 1832. These headings go back to 1842, so well after the translation period and well after what I've already gone over as the first time that the Urim and Thummim was ever mentioned in regards to the translation of the Book of Mormon, which was August 1832. Okay, there's also some conflicting information from David Whitmer in Address to All Believers in Christ, 1887 it came out. He says that the revelations in the Book of Commandments up to June of 1829 were given through the stone, in other words, the Seer Stone, through which the Book of Mormon was translated. So this first edition of the D&C up to June 1829, David Whitmer says that all that was received through the stone and not through the Seer Stone and not the Urim and Thummim. And the historian Michael H. Marquardt agrees with David Whitmer on this. In his book, The Rise of Mormonism, 2013, Marquardt says, it is probable that all the revelations during this period between July 1828 and June of 1829, basically the time period when the Book of Mormon was being translated, all these revelations were received through the stone, as David Whitmer states. He says that is probable, and not the Urim and Thummim. So maybe those headings shouldn't even be in the modern D&C, which started in 1921. Marquardt pictured above. Okay, a few more comments here about the cover-up. This is again from David Persuit, Joseph Smith and the Origins of the Book of Mormon, 1985, first edition, 2000, second edition. I have the second edition. He says, nowhere did Joseph make any mention of his using the peep stone to translate the Book of Mormon. That's true. Never mentioned it in relation to translating the Book of Mormon. Mentioned spectacles one time, 1832, I believe, and that's it. All the other times, he said gift and power of God or Urim and Thummim. Okay, some more information from Michael Marquardt, The Rise of Mormonism book. Joseph Smith's history leaves much to be desired since it leaves out events known from other sources. Okay, Marquardt continues here. For example, there is no mention of the use by Joseph Smith of a peep stone known as a seer stone placed in a hat. No mention of it in any official church publication, in any first-hand account from Joseph Smith. Never mentioned the seer stone in his hat. Mentioned the spectacles once, and like I said, in that 1832 history, which was not published to the church, I don't believe. Here's the latest history of the church, edited by Dan Vogel. He gives all the source documentation, for the 7-volume history of the church. I have this in PDF format, and I wish I had it physically, but it's quite expensive. Okay, Marquardt continues. There is no mention of the time spent helping others search for hidden treasures that were elusive. Yeah, so in Joseph Smith's history and official church docs, no mention of him participating in treasure digging. So this is all part of the cover-up. Okay, and David Persuit has another comment about this. After Joseph became the Mormon prophet, he tried to downplay anything that had a close connection with his former money-digging operations. Okay, David continues. Joseph therefore declared that the translation was all done through the medium of the Urim and Thummim, and most modern Mormons have no inkling to anything otherwise. Yeah, true. That's why it can be so disturbing to a TBM Mormon to say, hey, he used a seer stone, or hey, he used these spectacles. They've never heard of it before. All right, so here's an account from a Reverend George Moore in his diary, June 3rd, 1842, entry. Some Mormon scholars, like Mark L. McConkie, like this source. So let's read it here. It says, at Nauvoo, they have what is called a peepstone, quote unquote, and 2 boys who are believed to have the power of looking into the stone and seeing what people are doing at a distance. So 2 boys. But I hear that Joe Smith gives no countenance to this superstition. Joe doesn't use peepstones, right, according to George Moore. He gives no countenance to these peepstone superstitions. You can see the source for this diary entry here, and you can see the book by Mark L. McConkie, Remembering Joseph, 2003. I'll show a picture of it. Yeah, there's still some Orthodox Mormons that do not like the idea of Joseph Smith using a peepstone. All right, so here's that book compiled by Mark McConkie. It's put out by Deseret Book. Remembering Joseph, Personal Recollections of Those Who Knew the Prophet Joseph Smith. So this Deseret Book's the official press of the church, and you could say that they're at least this Mark McConkie author is trying to cover up the use of the peepstone by putting in accounts like we read on the last slide, and then probably failing to mention all the other accounts. Okay, so there are some sources that say that Joseph Smith translated the Book of Abraham papyri with his Seer Stone or with his Urim and Thummim. This is an account from Apostle Parley P. Pratt, Millennial Star, July 1st, 1842, church newspaper. The record of the Book of Abraham and the associated papyri is now in course of translation by the means of the Urim and Thummim. I'm not sure if he means Seer Stone or Urim and Thummim on that. Okay, an article in the Times and Seasons. The editor at this time was the Apostle John Taylor. See picture above. December 1st, 1842. James C. Brewster's father and some of our weak brethren may have had some confidence in the ridiculous stories that are propagated concerning Joseph Smith about money digging. So here you see it, the church covering up this money digging in their own newspaper, the Times and Seasons. These are ridiculous stories that are propagated about Joseph Smith's money digging. Okay, an account here from George Peck, Methodist Quarterly Review, January 1843. The principal actor in the Mormon imposture is Joe Smith. He was impelled by a money-digging mania, that of discovering secret treasures in the earth by peeping at a stone in a hat. Okay, so here's an account from James C. Brewster himself, which we mentioned on the previous slides. James Brewster, very important to the Mormon Money Diggers article, March 20, 1843. Not sure what the newspaper was for this. I probably didn't know what it was. They also told us concerning their digging for money in the state of New York, and that the plates where the treasures were deposited were discovered by means of the mineral rods and a seeing stone. Plates were discovered by mineral rods, see the picture above on the left, and a seeing stone. That's how he found the plates. Okay, kind of a tangent here in Joseph Smith's journals. April 2nd, 1843 entry. Joseph said that angels do not reside on a planet like the earth, but they dwell with God, and the planet where he swells is like crystal and like a sea of glass before the throne. Swells. Is he talking about like a crystal ocean or something? A sea of glass? This is the great Urim and Thummim, whereon all things are manifest, both things past, present, and future, and are continually before the Lord, like this giant crystal ball kind of a thing. This planet becomes some kind of a Urim and Thummim or a Seer Stone. Okay, a nice little cover-up statement here by Charlotte Haven. A letter dated May 2nd, 1843, can be found in the Overland Monthly, December 1890. Apparently this letter, though, goes back to 1843. It is said that Joseph read the golden plates by looking through the peepstone. Now he pretends not to believe in the peepstone. Okay, a history here in the Joseph Smith papers. May 20, 1843 entry. I, Joseph, through the grace of God, translated the Book of Mormon. The Lord and not man had to interpret. Okay, Prophet Joseph Smith letter to a James A. Bennett, November 13, 1843, in a history in the Joseph Smith papers. By the power of God, I, Joseph, translated the Book of Mormon from hieroglyphics. Power of God. Okay, another account from the Prophet Joseph Smith. An article called Latter-day Saints. It's in a book by I. Daniel Rupp. An original history of the religious denominations at present existing in the United States, Philadelphia, 1844. How's that for fast? Through the medium of the Urim and Thummim, I, Joseph, translated the record by the gift and power of God. Medium of Urim and Thummim and gift and power of God. Okay, an account from Lucy Mack Smith, the mother of Joseph, in her history, 1844 to 1845. You can find it in the Joseph Smith papers. She talks about taking a look at these old-fashioned spectacles, or maybe you could call it Urim and Thummim if you want to. But they were they had a covering of a silk handkerchief over them. So this is kind of weird. Did Joseph Smith make up some of these old-fashioned glasses and then have people fill them under handkerchiefs? Not sure what she's talking about here. Or is this just like a visionary experience? I don't know. But she says, I, Lucy, took the article in my hands and examined it. Doesn't sound like a vision, right? With no covering but a silk handkerchief. I found that it consisted of two smooth, three-cornered diamonds set in glass, and the glass was set in silver bows, connected with each other in the same way that old-fashioned spectacles are made. She says set in glass, and the glass was set in silver bows. And then she says stones connected with each other, but she crosses out stones here. So interesting. Okay, so here is Mormon historian D. Michael Quinn's opinion about the previous slide in his book Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview, 1987, first edition. Martin Harris verified that Lucy Mack Smith's phrase diamonds, quote unquote, was a localism for seer stones rather than a description of diamond-like crystals. So Quinn thinks she's talking about seer stones here, and notice how she crosses out that word stones. Okay, so let's continue on with Lucy Mack Smith's history here. She says, in the meantime, Joseph was 150 miles distant and knew naught of the matter except an intimation that was given through the Urim and Thummim to him. For as he one morning applied them to his eyes to look upon the record, instead of the words of the book being given him, he was commanded to write a letter to one David Whitmer. So it's interesting, he applied them to his eyes, like spectacles, right? Instead of the words of the book being given him, he was commanded to write a letter to one David Whitmer. So he's, whatever these are, Urim and Thummim, spectacles, they have more than one purpose. You can use them to get revelations, use them to write letters. Okay, Lucy Mack Smith History, 1845 edition. This is the finalized edition, not the rough draft, which I believe we've been reading from on the previous slides. Joseph Smith Papers again. So Lucy says, a man by the name of Josiah Stowell came from Shenango County, New York, to get Joseph to assist him in digging for a silver mine. Joseph didn't do any of the digging. He came for Joseph from having heard that he was in possession of a certain means by which he could discern things that could not be seen by the natural eyes. What was this certain means? Well, from other accounts, we know it's the Seer Stone. She says certain means. The words certain means were changed to certain keys in the 1853 edition. Not sure who did that, maybe Brigham Young. Okay, so Dan Vogel talks about this adventure that Joseph had with Josiah Stowell. This is from Vogel's book, Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, 2004. Besides not telling of his procurement of a seer stone from the Chase family in 1822, this is in Joseph Smith's official history that's in the Pearl of Great Price, I believe, Joseph Smith concealed the role that he played in Stowell's treasure-digging venture in Harmony, Pennsylvania, by portraying himself as a hired hand. Yeah, he wasn't. Okay, interesting account in the Messenger and Advocate, a church newspaper, October 1835. A gentleman named Josiah Stowell from the south part of the state, which was Shenango County, New York, employed our brother Joseph as a common laborer. This is what they're saying in the church newspaper, right? He wasn't. He was the village seer. He had the seer stone in his hat that would tell people where to dig. Okay, Marquardt and Walters talk about this in their book, Inventing Mormonism, 1994. In Joseph's official history, he downplayed his experience as a money digger and sought to cast this activity in the context of manual labor. Okay, so here's what it says in that history. This is canonized as the Joseph Smith history in the Pearl of Great Price. So this is a lie that has been canonized. After I, Joseph, went to live with him, Josiah stole, he took me along with the rest of his hands to dig for the silver mine. So he was just a hired hand to dig, right? Okay, President of the 12, Brigham Young, conference minutes, October 6, 1844, that were in the Times and Seasons. The president of the priests has a right to the Urim and Thummim, which gives revelation. Is he talking about Seer Stone? It could be. Okay, another first-hand account from the prophet Joseph Smith, Times and Seasons, November 15, 1844. This came out a few months after he died, but I guess it's a first-hand account from Joseph. The Book of Mormon was translated into our own language by the gift and power of God. Okay, back to Lucy Mack Smith's History, 1845. This is not the rough draft. Both of these drafts can be found at Joseph Smith Papers. And when I entered his, Joseph's, house, the first thing that attracted my attention was a red Morocco trunk that sat on Emma's bureau. Okay, Lucy continues. The trunk that Joseph shortly informed me about contained the Urim and Thummim and the plates. Always covered up, right? Always in a trunk. Okay, Lucy continues. I, Joseph, had sinned. I had sinned in delivering the manuscript into the hands of a wicked man. This was Martin Harris. I would of necessity have to suffer the consequences of his indiscretion and must now give up the Urim and Thummim into the hands of the angels. Okay, Lucy continues. On the 22nd of September, 1828, I had the joy and satisfaction of again receiving the Urim and Thummim and have commenced translating again, and Emma writes for me. The angel also seemed pleased with me when he gave me back the Urim and Thummim. So there's the story here that Joseph tells. He gets it taken away and given back, and then I think taken away and given back. Okay, an account from the Apostle Wilford Woodruff, Manchester General Conference. Millennial Star, January 1st, 1846. Again, Wilford putting forth this idea that now in 1846, these peepstones and seer stones are bad. Shouldn't be using them in the church anymore. Because some woman had got a peepstone and was picturing some great wonders, kind of like Joseph, let not the elders run after these things. Such things were not given for the government of the church. So now they're kind of changing, getting away from all this magic. Pictured above, we have Sally Chase with her green seer stone. This was an acquaintance of Joseph Smith in the early days. And I think Joseph actually looked through Sally's seer stone to find his own seer stone. Okay, the Apostle Wilford Woodruff continues. It is to your presiding elders and to your councils that you are to look for direction and guidance, and not these peepstones. Look to your priesthood elders, presiding elders, your councils. Don't look at these peepstones. In other words, don't be like Joseph Smith. Okay, an account from Joseph Knight Sr. It's untitled and undated. It could be anywhere from 1833 all the way to 1847 that the date on this is. I put it here at 1847 because I didn't really dare to treat it as an early source because we just don't know. This is what, a 14-year gap. Joseph Knight was a close friend and neighbor of the Smiths. And this is what he said. Now the way that he, Joseph, translated was he put the Urim and Thummim into his hat and darkened his eyes. Then he would take a sentence and it would appear in bright Roman letters. What does he mean by Urim and Thummim? Kind of hard to know. Okay, Joseph Knight Sr. continues. Then he, Joseph, would tell the writer and he would write it, the scribe. Then that would go away and the next sentence would come and so on. But if it was not spelled right, it would not go away until it was right. So we see that it was marvelous. Okay, another account from Oliver Cowdery. This was in the Journal of Reuben Miller, October 21st, 1848. I, Oliver Cowdery, wrote with my own pen the entire Book of Mormon, save a few pages, as it fell from the lips of the prophet as he translated it, by the gift and power of God, by means of the Urim and Thummim, or as it is called, by that holy book, holy interpreters. So, Cowdery pretty consistent. All right, same account here. I, Oliver, beheld with my own eyes and handled with my own hands the gold plates from which it was translated. Was it covered with something? Was this a visionary experience? I don't know. I also saw with my eyes and handled with my hands the holy interpreters. So you should have given a good description of them, right? Okay, so Dan Vogel talks about this 1848 account that we just went over on the last couple slides, with Oliver Cowdery saying that it was the Urim and Thummim for the entire Book of Mormon, basically. Dan Vogel thinks that Oliver is lying because he thinks it was done by the Seer Stone. This is in the John Whitmer Historical Association Journal in 2014 article that Vogel wrote. When Cowdery wanted to rejoin the Mormons in 1848, he spoke before a conference at Council Bluffs, Iowa, and not only reaffirmed his testimony of angelic ordination, but also repeated the false story of the Urim and Thummim. Okay, a statement from BYU professor Dennis L. Largy, the Book of Mormon Reference Companion, 2003, is pictured on the right. Neither Joseph Smith nor his principal scribe, Oliver Cowdery, mentioned a seer stone in the translation work. True. And only one time did they mention spectacles. But they repeatedly indicate the use of the Urim and Thummim. Yes. Now the church is saying it was seer stone. I'm saying it's probably the spectacles. And then the second best theory after that is seer stone. So yeah, this is a cover-up. Okay, Jonathan Neville confirms this as well in his book, A Man That Can Translate. Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery consistently taught that Joseph translated the plates with the Urim and Thummim that came with the plates. Okay, Jonathan continues. After the death of Joseph in 1844 and Oliver in 1850, LDS church leaders frequently reiterated their claims that only the Urim and Thummim was used. They reiterated these claims in General Conference and other venues. Yes, true. We have a picture of Carthage jail scene above. Okay, so this is some data I think that Jonathan Neville put together in his book regarding the translation of the Book of Mormon and how many times they use certain words or phrases in General Conference. So you can see they talk about the translation quite a bit, the blue part. They say it was done by the gift and power of God quite a bit, that kind of orange part. Urim and Thummim is pretty prominently mentioned in that red part. Golden plates, the yellow part. Reformed Egyptian, not mentioned that much. And interpreters, not mentioned that much. So, yeah, my research has basically confirmed this, that they usually use the terms gift and power of God and Urim and Thummim. Okay, so Jonathan summarizes the data here. He says, part of the transparency regarding the Seer Stone is association with how often it is mentioned, he's talking about in General Conference, relative to competitive narratives. Although the Urim and Thummim have been mentioned 195 times in General Conference, he says, there has not been a single mention of the Seer Stone with respect to the translation of the Book of Mormon. I believe that is true. I found 2 times where they mentioned Seer Stone, but they were not referring to the translation of the Book of Mormon, and they were saying that Seer Stones are bad. I've also done searches for the word spectacle or spectacles. Was not able to really find that in any General Conference talk either. So yeah, they're going to pretty much always say gift and power of God and Urim and Thummim. And that is a cover-up that goes even to this day of 2022. They're still having, nobody's still giving a speech saying, yeah, it was a Seer Stone or it was these spectacles. Maybe sometime in the future after they kind of inoculate the members. Okay, we have some information about a different seer stone that Joseph Smith was using apparently. The Belcher-Dibble seer stone, they call it. This is from an account from Philo Dibble, Millennial Star, January 1849. At the time of the martyrdom of Joseph, I guess Philo rescued a small seer stone at the Nauvoo mansion house from falling into the hands of the apostates. And it's pictured above here. Okay, Philo continues with the account. He brought the seer stone across the plains. Later, as a curator of church history, he showed the death masks, the seer stone, and other items of historical value on his lecture tours throughout the territory of Utah. And here's another image of it, kind of a 3D image. Okay, some more information about this seer stone. This information is given by Rick Grunder. He's a buyer and seller of Mormon documents and even seer stones, it says here. This was a seer stone of Joseph Smith handed down through private hands to the present day of 1991, apparently acquired by Joseph Smith in the 1820s before translating the Book of Mormon in Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania. So this stone, I guess he used before the translation of the Book of Mormon. It is grayish, ivory, colored stone of irregular oval shape, about 5 centimeters in length by 4 centimeters thick, marked with some irregular dark gray indentations and green deposits, with a large hole extending through the stone, terminating in 3 small apertures created by embedded stone particles. The apertures function like primitive lenses when held close to the eye. This Belcher-Dibble stone passed through various heirs, and in 1993 or 1994, it was sold for $75,000. I think that's a steal. I think this would go for way more now. Okay, so Rick Grunder has put together the provenance for this Belcher-Dibble stone. First, it was anonymously owned by somebody in Salina, New York. Then it was purchased by Jack Belcher of Gibson, Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, in the early 1820s, about. Then it was purchased by Joseph Smith Jr. in Harmony, Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, about 1825. We're not sure, I guess, of that date, but Joseph Smith Jr. purchased this around 1825, before he was translating the Book of Mormon. Probably used it in some treasure digs, I don't know. Then it was acquired at the Nauvoo Mansion House near the time of Joseph's death by Philo Dibble. We read his account. Then it was given to David Dibble, son of Philo Dibble, then to James Madison Pierce, brother-in-law to Lauren Dibble and son of Philo Dibble. He had it, I guess, from 1850 to 1934. Then it was given to Louis Workman Pierce, then Norman Clifford Pierce. Then what? They acquired the seer stone in 1936, this Norman Clifford Pierce. Then it was given to the children of Norman Clifford Pierce, then sold to a private collector in 1994 for $75,000, as we already mentioned. All right, a statement here from the Apostle John Taylor, 3 Nights Public Discussion Pamphlet, 1850. Taylor didn't like it when people would say that the translation was done with a peep stone in a hat or a seer stone in a hat. They're trying to get away from this magical worldview now, even as early as 1850. This was a discussion between some reverends and Apostle Taylor in France, and then this pamphlet came out. So Taylor says that a guy named Mr. Cater, I guess he was a reverend, Mr. Cater made himself very merry last night at the idea of the Urim and Thummim, which he called peeping through 2 pieces of a stone in a hat. Taylor then says that the translation was done with the biblical Urim and Thummim, because that's more respectable, right? It's in the Bible. He also called Cater's statement a mockery, a misquote, and a falsehood. So here Taylor, 1850, covering up this idea of having a peep stone in a hat. Okay, we have a different account now from Erasmus Turner. History of the Pioneer Settlement of Phelps and Gorham's Purchase, 1851. He says they said it was by looking at the stone in a hat the light excluded that Joseph discovered the plates. And we have other accounts saying that as well. This, it will be observed, differs materially from Joseph's story of the angel. Yeah. The official accounts, we don't see or hear about Joseph Smith finding the plates by looking at his stone in the hat. All right, Turner continues. It was the same stone that the Smiths had used in money digging and in some pretended discoveries of stolen property. Okay, and then Turner mentions these large spectacles. On the top of the box containing the plates, a pair of large spectacles were found, the stones or glass set in, which were opaque to all but the prophet. That these belonged to Mormon, the engraver of the plates, and without them the plates could not be read. So he used these large spectacles to read the plates. Okay, Turner continues here. Martin Harris assumed that himself and Oliver Cowdery were the chosen scribes, and that the prophet Joseph curtained from the world and from them with his spectacles, read from the gold plates what they committed to paper. So Joseph is behind this curtain. He can just be telling them that he's using spectacles. And that's how all these stories got, issued of spectacles. But if he's behind a curtain a lot of this times, you don't know what he's using, and he can make up whatever story he wants. All right, the prophet Brigham Young made a statement on April 17, 1853. This is in the Leonard J. Arrington Papers, Brigham Young collection. I, Brigham, have Joseph's first seer stone, which he had from Oliver Cowdery, the one found in the well, Willard Chase, I guess, by which he got the plates of the Book of Mormon. So even Brigham is saying that he used this stone somehow to find the plates. Joseph had 3 of these seer stones, which Emma has. So Emma has the 3, I guess. 2 small ones and 1 large one. So yeah, Prophet Brigham Young, well aware of these seer stones. Did he try to keep them from the church later on? Well, I don't think he ever really talked about them much in general conference or in other speeches to the members of the church. All right, so a few months later, the apostle and in the first presidency, Heber C. Kimball mentions that Brigham Young has got this seer stone. Journal of Discourses, August 13, 1853. The question is asked many times, has Brother Brigham Young got the Urim and Thummim? Yes, he has got everything. Do I know it? Yes, I know all about it. He was probably in that meeting, right, when Brigham was talking about it. He calls it the Urim and Thummim, but what he's talking about is the seer stone. Okay, an account from a Dr. Williams in a book called The Californian Caruso, or The Lost Treasure Found, A Tale of Mormonism, 1854, written by Robert Richards. That's a pseudonym, however. And Dr. Williams talks about Joseph Smith Sr. Saying that Joseph Smith had the power to look into the depths of the earth and to discover where money was concealed by means of a curious stone. Okay, Dr. Williams continues. Many credulous persons hired Joseph Smith to make excavations, but I never heard that anything really valuable was ever discovered by him. Okay, a statement from Thurlow Weed, his reminiscences. This was in the Albany Evening Journal in 1854. Thurlow Weed was a fairly prominent politician and also a newspaper editor, I believe. He had his own newspaper. So Thurlow says that Joe Smith pretended to read from a miraculous slate stone placed in his hat. What is slate? You can kind of see the picture above. Thurlow Weed pictured on the right here. Okay, an account here from the Apostle Parley P. Pratt. He wrote an important book of Mormonism called Key to the Science of Theology, 1855. Parley P. Pratt does not mention the Seer Stone at all in this important work. He also doesn't mention the spectacles. Okay, so Parley continues here. He does mention the Urim and Thummim, however. By the instructions of the angel and the use of the Urim and Thummim, the youthful Joseph, now a prophet and seer, was enabled to translate the abridgment from the plates. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Orson Pratt, a speech on the Temple Block in Salt Lake City. You can find this in the Journal of Discourses, speech February 18, 1855. He mentions the Urim and Thummim here in this speech. He mentioned it quite a bit in different speeches. I don't cover all of the speeches, and even all of the ones in General Conference. But Pratt says the Book of Mormon was translated by the Urim and Thummim. Okay, a speech from Jedediah M. Grant in the Salt Lake City Tabernacle. At this time, he was an apostle and also in the First Presidency. March 11, 1855, in the Journal of Discourses. He says the Book of Mormon was translated by the use of the Urim and Thummim. So that's kind of the official church line here. Okay, a statement from the prophet Brigham Young in the Leonard J. Arrington Papers, 1855. He says that Oliver Cowdery sent me Joseph Smith's first Seer Stone. Oliver always kept it until he sent it to me. So, again, Brigham Young is aware of these Seer Stones, not really talking about them to the church, however. Okay, the prophet Brigham Young continues. The second Seer Stone a Dr. Williams had. The third one was very large, and Joseph found two small ones on the beach in Nauvoo, a little bit larger than a black walnut without the shock on. So Joseph, he had multiple Seer Stones. Okay, and a statement here from Hosea Stout. He was a Mormon guy. I think one of Brigham Young's henchmen. He was chief of police, a lawyer, and a politician in Utah. We have his diaries. They're called On the Mormon Frontier, the Diary of Hosea Stout, a couple volumes. This is a February 25th, 1856 entry. President Brigham Young exhibited the Seer Stone with which the prophet Joseph discovered the plates of the Book of Mormon. He exhibited this Seer Stone to the Board of Regents of the University of Deseret this evening. So sometimes if you're in a special position, you could see these things. Okay, Hosea continues. The Seer Stone is said to be a silicious granite, dark color, almost black, with light-colored stripes, somewhat resembling petrified poplar or cottonwood bark. It was about the size, but not the shape, of a hen's egg. Okay, statement from the former member of the church, John Hyde. He was excommunicated, put out a book called Mormonism, Its Leaders and Designs. Second edition was 1857, so yeah, he's a critic of the church. He says, it was not at all a new thing for Joseph Smith, therefore, to pretend to the power of seeing where gold was by the use of a peepstone, nor did it surprise the inhabitants of that locality. Okay, we have a book here from the Apostle Franklin D. Richards, a compendium of the doctrines of the gospel, written in 1857. It's also called a compendium of the faith and doctrines of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In this book, he does not mention the Seer Stone at all. He doesn't mention the spectacles either. Okay, a statement from the Apostle and in the First Presidency, Heber C. Kimball, in a speech in the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, November 8, 1857, can be found in the Journal of Discourses, Volume 6. He says that Moroni said that I want you to go work and take the Urim and Thummim and translate this book and have it published that this nation may read it. Okay, a statement from Mary Ellen Kimball in her journal, May 8, 1858. I guess she's probably related to Heber C. Kimball somehow. She says, Miss Rushton visited with us today and brought a Seer Stone with her. Mr. Heber C. Kimball, who was an apostle and in the First Presidency at the time, Heber C. Kimball remarked that those were sacred things, these Seer Stones, and to be used only by the priesthood, and when used by others were often led astray. So yeah, Heber C. Kimball knows about this seer stone as well, but they're sacred. Maybe we don't really talk about them. They're only to be used by the priesthood. If other people use them, it could be, dark magic, or people could be led astray by it. Okay, a statement from Pomeroy Tucker. He was a journalist, also a politician. This is a reminiscence in the Wayne Democratic Press, May 26, 1858. Pomeroy says that the prophet Joe, who alone was enabled to read the hieroglyphics of the sacred plates by means of a wonderful stone and a magic spectacles that were found in the earth with the records. So he says Joseph used both, seer stone and magic spectacles. Okay, Pomeroy continues here. In the performance of this task, the chosen decipherer, Joseph, was always concealed in a dark room, and by special revelation, neither Oliver Cowdery or other persons than the said chosen was permitted to see the plates on penalty of instant death. So I guess he says Cowdery couldn't see the plates. Other persons who were not chosen could not see the plates. If they tried to, they would die. Kind of similar to, remember Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, when they opened up the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, we come to an account now by Martin Harris in an interview in Tiffany's Monthly, 1859. It's an account that a lot of historians like to use, but it's kind of late, 1859. Joel Tiffany, pictured above here. Joseph had a stone, this is Martin Harris speaking, he had a stone which was dug from the well of a mason chase. In this stone he could see many things to my certain knowledge. It was by means of this stone that he first discovered the plates. Okay, Martin Harris continues. We could not find a pin. I guess they were looking for a pin. I then took Joseph on surprise and said to him, I said, take your stone. I had never seen it and did not know that he had it with him. Okay, Martin continues. Joseph had the seer stone in his pocket. He took it and placed it in his hat, the old white hat, and placed his face in the hat. I watched him closely to see that he did not look one side. He reached out his hand beyond me on the right and moved a little stick, and there I saw the pin, which he picked up and gave to me. So Joseph here is pretending to find this pin with his seer stone. He could have easily planted that. Okay, Martin continues here in the Tiffany's Monthly, 1859. When Joseph found the stone, there was a company digging in Harmony, Pennsylvania. That was the Josiah Stoll party, etc. And they took Joseph to look in the stone for them, and he did so for a while. And then he told them that the enchantment was so strong that he could not see, and they gave it up. Pictured above, Harmony, Pennsylvania. I guess some of the old buildings still remaining there. Okay, Martin continues. Joseph had before this described the manner of his finding the plates. He found them by looking in the stone found in the well of Mason Chase. So we have several accounts here that Joseph supposedly looked in his seer stone to find out where the golden plates were. Okay, same account here. Beneath this was a little platform upon which the plates were laid, and the two stones set in a bow of silver, by means of which the plates were translated, were found underneath the plates. So here he says two stones set in a bow of silver. Okay, Martin continues. The two stones set in a bow of silver were about 2 inches in diameter, perfectly round, and about 5/8 of an inch thick at the center, but not so thick at the edges where they came into the bow. They were joined by a round bar of silver about 3/8 of an inch in diameter and about 4 inches long, which with the two stones would make 8 inches. So I don't know how he can describe this in such detail. Maybe he's having a visionary experience. Maybe Joseph made some of these, I guess they would call these spectacles, 2 stones set in a bow of silver. Maybe Joseph made something like that. Okay, same account here. The stones were white, like polished marble, with a few gray streaks. I never dared to look into them by placing them in the hat. Okay, another account from Martin Harris that he says the plates were translated by the gift and power of God. This is an interview with David B. Dill, Millennial Star, 1859. The interview supposedly took place in 1841. Martin just says, I know that the plates have been translated by the gift and power of God. Okay, a statement from the prophet Brigham Young, Deseret News, December 26, 1860. Young showed that the gift of seeing was a natural gift, that there are thousands in the world who are natural-born seers, thousands of people. But when the Lord selected Joseph Smith to be his vicegerent and mouthpiece upon the earth in this dispensation, he saw that he would be faithful and honor his calling. That's Joseph. There's a book called Natural Born Seer. Maybe he got the title from this speech. It's a book by Richard S. Van Wagner, Natural Born Seers or Natural Born Seer. Okay, another Martin Harris interview. He was interviewed by David H. Cannon in 1861, I guess. This can be found in Evans and Cannon book, The Cannon Family Historical Treasury, which came out in 1967. They say that the plates, or this is what Martin Harris says, the plates had been translated by the gift and power of God. All right, a statement from the Apostle John Taylor. This shows up in the Wilford Woodruff Journal, February 11, 1861. Brigham Young, in saying that he did not profess to be a prophet, seer, and revelator as Joseph Smith was speaking of men being born natural prophets and seers, kind of in that speech that we were reading that showed up in the Deseret News. I think this was kind of a strategy of Brigham Young. He didn't want to supersede or kind of pretend that he was above Joseph Smith. So, I think there was an account where they gave Brigham Young a seer stone and they asked if he could look in it, and he says, no, I can't, because I guess he's not a prophet, a seer, and revelator as Joseph Smith was. Okay, the Apostle John Taylor continues. Many have the gift of seeing through seer stones without the priesthood at all. People like Joseph Smith, because I guess he was using the seer stone before he had the priesthood, and I guess there's more people that can do that too than just Joseph. But Brigham Young, had not this gift of seeing through the seer stones naturally. He did not have it. Yet he was an apostle and the president of the church. Okay, a speech from the prophet Brigham Young, a speech in the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, June 4th, 1864. The Lord spoke to Joseph Smith, committed to him the plates on which the Book of Mormon was engraved, and gave him a Urim and Thummim to translate a portion of them. Okay, a different speech by the prophet Brigham Young, a speech in the Salt Lake City Bowery, November 6, 1864. I guess the Bowery is pictured above, if that's how you say that. Joseph would read the plates by the aid of the Urim and Thummim, and they, Martin Harris, and Oliver Cowdery would write. Okay, it looks like a letter here from Jesse Townsend to Phineas Stiles, December 24th, 1833. This is in Pomeroy Tucker's book, Origin, Rise, and Progress of Mormonism, which came out in 1867. So I guess Jesse Townsend says that Joseph has had a stone into which, when placed in a hat, he pretended to look and see chests of money buried in the earth. He was also a fortune teller, and he claimed to know where stolen goods went, probably too well. Okay, and an account from Pomeroy Tucker, the same book here, Origin, Rise, and Progress of Mormonism, 1867. The Urim and Thummim found with the records were two transparent crystals set in the rims of a bow in the form of spectacles of enormous size. Okay, Pomeroy continues. This constituted the seer's instrument whereby the records were to be translated and the mysteries of hidden things revealed, and it was to supersede the further use of the magic stone. Okay, a speech from the Apostle Orson Pratt in the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, February 24th, 1869. By the plate's side lay the Urim and Thummim, down in the hole, I guess. The Urim and Thummim was an instrument for its translation. The work of translation was done with the Urim and Thummim. Okay, we have an account from Elizabeth Ann Whitmer Cowdery in an affidavit. This was Oliver Cowdery's widow, quoted by William McClellan, February 1870, Community of Christ Library. Apparently Elizabeth was a translation witness, and she's pictured above. I, Elizabeth, was familiar with the manner of Joseph Smith's translating the Book of Mormon. He translated the most of it at my father's house. Okay, Elizabeth Ann Whitmer Cowdery affidavit continues. I often sat by and saw and heard them translate and write for hours together. Joseph never had a curtain drawn between him and his scribe while he was translating. So she says there never was a curtain. Okay, same account here. Joseph would place the director in his hat and then place his face in his hat so as to exclude the light, and then read to his scribe the words that he said as they appeared before him. Okay, let's go to an account from William E. McClellan in a letter to dear friends, February 1870. This can be found in the William E. McClellan Papers 2007 book. William was an early apostle in the church. He later broke with Joseph Smith and kind of went on his own. So William says, I am now looking for some man to rise with the interpreters or directors, those ancient eyes by which hidden treasures can and will come to light. William pictured above. Okay, William McClellan continues. Joseph Smith, in his History and all LDS-ism, call those interpreters the Urim and Thummim, but I prefer calling it by its proper name. It never was a Urim and Thummim, but LDS-ism nicknamed almost every holy thing which it touched. Okay, let's go to an account from Emma. This is Emma Smith Bideman, used to be married to Joseph Smith. This was in Nauvoo, Illinois. I guess a letter to Emma Pilgrim, March 27, 1870. Now the first that my husband translated was translated by the use of the Urim and Thummim, and that was the part that Martin Harris lost. After that, he used a small stone, not exactly black, but was rather a dark color. Okay, next we have an account from Fayette Lapham. Interview with the father of Joseph Smith, the Mormon prophet, 40 years ago. His account of finding of the sacred plates, Historical Magazine, May 1870. I guess he was a neighbor in Palmyra to the Smiths. He was a businessman in Palmyra. Joseph spent about 2 years looking into his stone, Fayette says. He was telling fortunes, where to find lost things, and where to dig for money and other hidden treasure. Okay, Fayette continues. Joseph went to the town of Harmony in the state of Pennsylvania at the request of someone who wanted the assistance of his divining rod and his stone in finding hidden treasure. Okay, an account from a Joseph Curtis, History of Joseph Curtis, son of Nahum and Millicent Curtis. This was about 1881, LDS Church Archives. He says that Joseph got the plates by the assistance of the Urim and Thummim, translated them by the gift and power of God. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Joseph F. Smith. This shows up in the Journal of Oliver B. Huntington, February 25th, 1881. Joseph F. Smith says, the prophet Joseph did not render the writing on the gold plates into the English language in his own style of language, as many people believe, but every word and every letter was given to him by the gift and power of God. If you look at the original manuscript, I don't think that's the case. Okay, an interview with Ezra Pierce. I guess he was interviewed by William H. Kelly. This shows up in a Reorganized Church paper, Saints Herald, June 1st, 1881. They dug for money sometimes, and young Joseph, he had a stone that he could look through and see where the money was. There were a good many others who dug with them, and Joe used to play all kinds of tricks upon them. Okay, we have another account from Martin Harris. saying that it was the Urim and Thummim. So he contradicts himself. This is in the Des Moines, Iowa State Register, August 28, 1870. So Martin says, there was also found in the chest with the plates the Urim and Thummim, that was in the chest, by means of which the writing upon the plates was translated. All right, and Martin continues here, and he equates the Urim and Thummim as being a pair of large spectacles. All right, so Martin says, by means of the Urim and Thummim, a pair of large spectacles, as Mr. Harris termed them, the translation was made. Okay, same source here. Mr. Harris claims to have written of the translations as they were given by Smith 116 solid pages of fool's cap paper. The remainder was written by others. So he's saying Martin Harris did, the first 116 pages. Okay, a statement from Edward Stevenson to the editor of the Deseret Evening News, December 13, 1881. Statement was apparently given in 1870. Martin Harris said that the prophet Joseph possessed a seer stone by which he was enabled to translate as well as from the Urim and Thummim, and for convenience he then used the seer stone. Okay, so Edward continues. By the aid of the seer stone, sentences would appear and were read by the prophet and written by Martin Harris, and when finished he would say written, and if correctly written, that sentence would disappear, I guess, from the surface of the seer stone. Okay, Edward continues. So there would be a sentence that would disappear, then another sentence would appear in its place, but if not written correctly, it remained until corrected. So if they didn't write it down right, then it would remain on the seer stone, so that the translation was just as it was engraven on the plates, precisely in the language then used. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Orson Pratt, again, speech in the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, March 19, 1871. The Lord commanded Joseph that he should translate the records, and that he should do it through the medium of the Urim and Thummim. Okay, another account from the former apostle William E. McClellan in a letter to Joseph Smith III, July 1872. Now all LDS-ism claims that Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon with the Urim and Thummim when he did not even have or retain the Nephite or Jaredite interpreters. Okay, William McClellan continues in a letter to Joseph Smith III, that's the son of Joseph Smith. Joseph translated the entire Book of Mormon by means of a small stone. Okay, an interview with Emma Smith Bideman, Joseph Smith's first wife. Interview with Julius Chambers in the summer of 1872. This can be found in the Register and Leader newspaper, a Des Moines, Iowa paper, which came out in 1907. So I asked if she, Emma, ever had seen those plates, or the miraculous pair of spectacles known in Mormon history as Urim and Thummim. She had not, but they veritably existed. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Parley P. Pratt in his autobiography, came out in 1874. Pratt says that Joseph said that the plates were translated by the gift and power of God. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Orson Pratt, a speech in the 14th Ward Assembly Rooms, November 15, 1874. Orson says that Joseph actually obtained the plates, and with them the Urim and Thummim, by which he translated them. And pictured above we have a younger picture of Orson. Okay, another statement by David Whitmer. He was a translation witness and one of the three witnesses to the golden plates. This statement comes from the Chicago Times in 1875. So David says that the plates were not before Joseph while he translated. Having placed the Urim and Thummim in his hat, Joseph placed the hat over his face and with prophetic eyes read the invisible symbols syllable by syllable and word by word, while Cowdery or Harris acted as recorders. Okay, about 4 days later, David Whitmer gives another statement in the Chicago Times, August 11, 1875. David Whitmer said that Joseph was utterly unable to pronounce many of the names which the magic power of the Urim and Thummim revealed, and therefore he spelled them out in syllables, and the more erudite scribe put them together. Okay, a statement by the Apostle Wilford Woodruff, a speech in the New Tabernacle, September 12, 1875, Salt Lake City, I guess. Have we faith in Joseph Smith, who by the aid of the Urim and Thummim translated the Book of Mormon? Okay, we have a statement here by Sidney Rigdon. This shows up in the Pittsburgh Telegraph in 1876. Rigdon says that Joseph used spectacles. Okay, a statement by W.D. Purple. He was a note taker for Judge Albert Neely during Joseph Smith's 1826 trial. This account is in the Shenango Union, May 3, 1877. Joseph Smith, by the aid of his luminous stone, found the Golden Bible, or the Book of Mormon, by the aid of his luminous stone. Okay, a statement from John H. Gilbert in an interview. Gilbert was the compositor of the 1830 Book of Mormon. This statement shows up in the Post and Tribune, a Detroit paper, December 3, 1877. Joseph was the discoverer of a magic stone which he used to carry around in his hat. Holding it carefully laid in the bottom of his hat, he would bring his eye to bear on it at an angle of about 45 degrees and forthwith discover the whereabouts of hidden treasure. So, yeah, Joseph Smith just being involved in treasure digging. Okay, Gilbert continues. By the aid of Joseph's wonderful stone, he found the golden plates. He translated them by means of a pair of magic spectacles, which the Lord delivered to him. But nobody but Joe himself ever saw the golden tablets or the far-seeing spectacles. He dictated the book concealed behind a curtain, and it was written down by Cowdery. Okay, another interview of David Whitmer. This is recorded in Edward Stevenson's journal, 1877. David said that the prophet translated first by the Urim and Thummim and then afterwards by a Seer Stone. Pictured above, a picture of Whitmer. Okay, another statement by Oliver Cowdery in the Millennial Star, 1878. He says that Joseph received revelations by a Seer Stone. Notice he doesn't say he translated the Book of Mormon with a Seer Stone, but he said that he received revelations by a Seer Stone. So Cowdery said, Joseph received several revelations to which I was witness by means of the Seer Stone, but he could receive also without any instrument. Okay, another interview with David Whitmer about April of 1878. He's being interviewed by P. Wilhelm Polson. Shows up in the Deseret Evening News. So Whitmer says that the Urim and Thummim were two white stones, each of them cased in as spectacles are, in a kind of a silver casing. But the bow between the stones was more heavy and longer apart between the stones than we usually find it in spectacles. Okay, statement by James R.B. Van Cleve in a letter to Joseph Smith III, September 29, 1878, Community of Christ Library. During Mr. Apostle Orson Pratt's visit, I inquired of him regarding his belief in the Seer Stone, and Pratt answered that he knew that they were of God. So Orson Pratt here, around 1878, he knows about Joseph's Seer Stone. Okay, a report of elders Orson Pratt and Joseph F. Smith in the Millennial Star, December 16, 1878. This quote also shows up in the History of the Church, Volume 5. It is the only time that the history of the church ever mentions Joseph's Seer Stone, and it's not in connection with the translation of the Book of Mormon. All right, so what does Pratt and Smith say? Well, what does Pratt say, first of all? The Apostle Orson Pratt declared that at such times Joseph used the Seer Stone when inquiring of the Lord and receiving revelation. He's using the Seer Stone to get revelation. But that he was so thoroughly endowed with the inspiration of the Almighty and the spirit of revelation that he often received them without any instrument or other means than the operation of the Spirit upon his mind. Okay, another interview with Emma Smith Bideman, Joseph Smith's wife. Interview with Joseph Smith III, February 1879, shows up in the Saints Herald newspaper in 1879. Sitting at the table close by him, he, Joseph, sitting with his face buried in his hat, with the stone in it, and dictating hour after hour with nothing between us. This is Emma's account. Okay, a statement by Thomas Wood Smith in the Fall River Herald newspaper, March 28, 1879. Wood Smith says that I personally heard him, that's David Whitmer, state that in January 1876, in his own house in Richmond, Ray County, Missouri, that he saw Joseph translate by the aid of the Urim and Thummim time and again. Okay, a statement by Hyle Lewis in the Amboy Journal, June 4th, 1879. Smith translated his Book of Mormon mostly with the same peepstone and a hat. This is probably saying the same that he did treasure digging with. He sitting in his house and the plates hid far away. Okay, Hyle Lewis continues. Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon by means of the same peepstone and under the same inspiration that directed his enchantments and dog sacrifices. It was all by the same spirit that he did the treasure digging with. Okay, a statement by Joseph Lewis in the Amboy Journal, June 11, 1879. Joe Smith never handled one shovel of earth in those diggings. He wasn't the digger like he claimed he was. He was the seer, right? Telling people where to dig. Okay, Joseph Lewis continues. All that Joseph Smith did was to peep with a stone and a hat and give directions where and how to dig and when and where the enchantment moved the treasure, right? Because these could be slippery treasures. You go down, you get to it, and then it moves and it's somewhere else. Okay, Joseph Lewis continues. That Joseph Smith said if he should work with his hands at digging there, he would lose the power to see with the stone. Joseph Smith had no interest in doing the heavy lifting. Okay, Joseph's brother-in-law, Michael Morse, gave a statement. It was recorded by a W.W. Blair. It was a letter to the editor, Saints Herald newspaper, June 15, 1879. The mode of procedure consisted in Joseph placing the seer stone in the crown of a hat, then putting his face into the hat so as to entirely cover his face, resting his elbows upon his knees, and then dictating word after word. Okay, J.L. Trauber Jr. gave or recorded the testimony of David Whitmer in the Saints Herald, November 15, 1879. I, too, have heard Father David Whitmer say that he was present many times while Joseph was translating, but I never heard him say that the translation was made by the aid of the Urim and Thummim. All right, so this account by David Whitmer continues, I guess recorded by J.L. Trauber. But in every case, and his testimony is always the same, he declared that Joseph first offered a prayer, then took a dark-colored opaque stone called a seer stone and placed it in the crown of his hat, then put his face into the hat and read the translation as it appeared before him. Okay, same account here. A spiritual light would shine forth, and parchment would appear before Joseph, upon which was a line of characters from the plates, and under it the translation in English, at least so Joseph said. Okay, a statement here in the same account. I think this is by J.L. Trauber Jr. I am aware of the fact that the Urim and Thummim story has long been foisted upon the world as the true account of the origin of the Book of Mormon, but the times demand and the interest of truth demands that the truth should be told. It wasn't the Urim and Thummim, according to him. Okay, so Trauber continues, we need not be afraid of truth, and I greatly doubt if anybody will be ultimately benefited by the perpetuation of a falsehood, which was invented for the purpose of gaining prestige in the minds of the people for ambitious leaders. Okay, same account here, J.L. Trauber, Jr. The proof is clear and positive that the story of Urim and Thummim translation does not date back for its origin further than 1833 or between that date and 1835, for it is not found in any printed document of the Church of Christ up to the latter part of the year 1833 or the year 1834. He's close here. Like we've said before, the first account was from Orson Hyde, August of 1832, but he's basically right here. Okay, Trauber continues. The Book of Commandments to the Church of Christ, published in Independence, Missouri in 1833, does not contain any allusion to the Urim and Thummim, though the term was inserted in some of the revelations in their reprint in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants in 1835. He is absolutely correct here, and we've gone over this before. There's no mention of the Urim and Thummim in the original Book of Commandments, which was the original Book of the Doctrine and Covenants. That does show up in 1835, though, in the first edition of the Doctrine and Covenants. Notice that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints used to be called the Church of Christ. There was a couple name changes. Okay, Trauber continues. The wife of Joseph Smith, who is Emma, who acted sometimes as his scribe, certainly is a competent witness, and her last testimony is entitled to a respectful consideration, and she says that Joseph translated by a stone placed in his hat. Okay, Trauber Jr. continues, same account. Why did not Miss Bideman, who is Emma, not say that Joseph translated by the aid of the Urim and Thummim? The reason is obvious in the light of the facts, because he translated with a stone, a seer stone, not two clear stones set in the rims of a bow. All right, another statement by William E. McClellan. Reasons why I am not a Mormon. This came out about 1880. I think it might be in this book called The Lost Manuscript. I have the other book of all of McClellan's papers, but I don't have this one. This is kind of a rare one, and the cheapest copy on Amazon is $80 right now. So I haven't got it yet. Anyway, McClellan says, I do not believe in pretending to translate with Urim and Thummim when only a small stone was used. Okay, McClellan continues here. Reasons why I am not a Mormon anymore, I guess, the former apostle. Joseph Smith found in 1827 in a little box with the plates the interpreters or directors with which he brought 116 pages of the Book of Mormon to light. Yeah, here's another book, The Journals of William E. McClellan. This was put out by BYU. I do have that one too. Okay, McClellan continues. Joseph would place the interpreter in his hat and then place his face in it so as to exclude the light. Then the appearance of a piece of parchment would come before his eyes. Okay, same account. With the interpreters, Joseph read the translation of 116 pages, which Martin Harris lost. He then used a small black or brown stone by which the entire book was brought to light and printed in 1830. Okay, William E. McClellan. Martin Harris lost the 116 pages entirely. In consequence, the plates were taken from Joseph. He also lost his interpreters. His guardian angel delivered the plates to him again, but not the sacred interpreters. He never possessed them again in his life. That kind of contradicts what Joseph Smith said. He said he got them back, I think once or even twice. Okay, going back to Lucy Mack Smith's History, 1844-1845, Joseph Smith Papers. I then continued, said Joseph, my supplications to God without cessation, that his mercy might again be exercised towards me after he lost the 116 pages. And on the 22nd of September, 1828, I had the joy and satisfaction of again receiving the Urim and Thummim into my possession. So he lost it, then he received it back again, according to his mother. Okay, McClellan continues. Reasons Why I Am Not a Mormon, about 1880, so very late. But the Lord gave Joseph light and power in a seer stone in his possession before he received the plates to finish the translation. Okay, so here's the full source for this statement. This is McClellan's Reasons Why I Am Not a Mormon, about 1880. This can be found in the William E. McClellan Papers book. You can see it pictured above. So I guess it's not in that lost manuscript book. Okay, a statement from Thomas Wood Smith again. A letter to the editor, Seer Stone or Urim and Thummim in the Saints Herald newspaper, January 1st, 1880. Unless my interview with David Whitmer in January of 1876 was only a dream, or that I failed to understand plain English, I believe then and since and now that he said that Joseph possessed and used the Urim and Thummim in the translation of the inscriptions referred to. Okay, Thomas Wood Smith continues, letter to the editor. I remember being much pleased with that statement, as I had heard of the seer stone being used, and unless I dreamed the interview or very soon after failed to recollect the occasion, he described the form and size of the said Urim and Thummim. That David Whitmer described it. Okay, another statement by Ari B. Mullen, a letter to the editor, Saints Herald, March 1st, 1880. Mr. David Whitmer told me in the year 1874 that Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim when he was translating. So it kind of goes back and forth, I guess, here. But at this stage of the game, David Whitmer is an old man. Okay, Ari B. Mullen continues. I, for my part, know that he said that Joseph had the instrument, the Urim and Thummim. Okay, Ari B. Mullen continues. I asked him, I guess David Whitmer, how they looked, and he said they looked like spectacles, and he, Joseph, would put them on and look in a hat, or put his face in the hat and read. Okay, a statement from Orlando Saunders, William Van Camp, and John H. Gilbert, interview with Frederick G. Mather. This showed up in Lippincott's magazine, August 1880. Joseph Jr. stood idly by with some of the chaste children when a stone resembling a child's foot was thrown from the well. Joe seized and retained it. Afterwards, for a series of years, he claimed that by the use of it, he was enabled to discover stolen property and to locate the place where treasure was buried. Okay, statement from the Patriarch Zebedee Coltrane, High Priest Record, Spanish Fork, 1880. I guess Coltrane is pictured above here. Zebedee asked what Joseph had done with the Urim and Thummim. Joseph said that he had no further need of it, and he had given it to the angel Moroni. I guess with the plates, ultimately. Okay, yet another interview with David Whitmer in the Kansas City Journal, June 5th, 1881. He gave a lot around this time period. I think I have most of them in here. But he, Joseph, this is according to Whitmer, had two small stones of a chocolate color, nearly egg-shaped and perfectly smooth but not transparent. They were called interpreters, which were given him with the plates. Okay, same interview here with David Whitmer. He, Joseph, did not use the plates in the translation, but he would hold the interpreters to his eyes and cover his face with a hat, excluding all light. And before his eyes would appear what seemed to be parchment, on which would appear the characters of the plates in a line at the top. Okay, David Whitmer continues. Immediately below would appear the translation in English, which Smith would read to his scribe, who wrote it down exactly as it fell from his lips. Okay, Whitmer continues. The scribe would then read the sentence written, and if any mistake had been made, the characters would remain visible to Smith until corrected, when they faded from sight to be replaced by another line. The translation at my father's house occupied about 1 month, that is from June 1st to July 1st, 1829. So that's how David Whitmer witnessed all this at his father's house. Okay, same account here. I, David Whitmer, have been imposed upon and misrepresented so many times by persons claiming to be honorable newspapermen. Okay, David continues here. It is my understanding that the Seer Stone referred to was furnished when he, Joseph, commenced translating again after losing the 116 pages. Then after that he used the Seer Stone. This comment was a later correction submitted by Whitmer on June 13, 1881. So I guess a correction in a Kansas City Journal that had occurred previously. Okay, David Whitmer interview continues. Again, this is another correction that was submitted by Whitmer to a previous article. My statement was and now is that in translating, he, Joseph, put the Seer Stone in his hat, and putting his face in his hat so as to exclude the light, and that then the light and characters appeared in the hat together with the interpretation which he uttered and was written by the scribe. Okay, David Whitmer made a few more corrections in a letter to the editor June 13, 1881, entitled A Few Corrections, Kansas City Daily Journal, June 19, 1881. A few more corrections. I did not say that Smith used 2 small stones as stated, nor did I call the stone interpreters. I stated that he used 1 stone, not 2, and he called it a sunstone. They probably mean Seer Stone here. Okay, Whitmer continues here with a few more corrections. The interpreters were, as I understood, taken from Smith and were not used by him after losing the first 116 pages as stated. Okay, new source here, John L. Trauber, letter to a dear friend, October 10, 1881, A.T. Schroeder collection. John C. Whitmer asked Apostle Orson Pratt how he first understood the Book of Mormon was translated, and Orson said that it was by the means of a seer stone. That contradicts what Orson Pratt would say in a lot of his speeches. He said it was Urim and Thummim. All right, so just to add to the confusion here, David Whitmer is now calling the Seer Stone a Urim and Thummim. This is David Whitmer, interviewed by the Chicago Times, October 17, 1881. Whitmer says that the tablets or plates were translated by Smith, who used a small oval kidney-shaped stone. See the picture above for kidney-shaped. This was an oval kidney-shaped stone called a Urim and Thummim that seemed endowed with the marvelous power of converting the characters on the plates, then used by Smith into English. Okay, same account here by David Whitmer. Mr. Whitmer emphatically asserts, as did Harris and Cowdery, that while Smith was dictating the translation, he had no manuscript notes or other means of knowledge save the Seer Stone and the characters as shown on the plates. And here's David Whitmer's gravestone. Okay, we have a book here by Charles W. Penrose, an influential book called Mormon Doctrine Plain and Simple, published in 1882. It does not mention the Seer Stone or the spectacles. Okay, we have another book here, Mediation and Atonement by the prophet John Taylor. It was written in 1882, soon after becoming the prophet. Of course, it doesn't mention the Seer Stone or the spectacles. Okay, a statement by the prophet John Taylor in a speech at the Assembly Hall, March 5th, 1882. In connection with the plates was the Urim and Thummim, by which sacred instrument Joseph was enabled to translate the ancient characters. So, prophet John Taylor says Urim and Thummim. Okay, an account from the Apostle Franklin D. Richards in his journal, LDS Church History Library, March 9, 1882 entry. Richards says that he had a pleasant visit with the prophet John Taylor. He saw the Seer Stone that Oliver Cowdery gave Phineas Young, and Phineas gave it to President Taylor. The pouch containing it was made by Emma. So the prophet John Taylor knows about the Seer Stone. He doesn't talk about it in general conference, however, or in his speeches. He just mentions the Urim and Thummim. Of course, he doesn't mention the spectacles in his speeches either. Richards is pictured above. Okay, a statement from Joseph F. Smith. He was an apostle and in the first presidency at this time. Letter to William E. McClellan, December 24th, 1882. This is in the Joseph F. Smith letterpress copybooks. So Joseph F. Smith says, the little seer stone that you refer to is in care or possession of the prophet John Taylor. So we know he knows about it. So that's the first three prophets that know about it, right? He having received it after the death of President Brigham Young, who had it in his possession. He having received it from Oliver Cowdery after he rejoined the church. Okay, we have the Mormon writer John Nicholson put out a book called The Preceptor. It was for young men, I think published for the church in 1883. Of course, it does not mention the seer stone or the spectacles. Okay, some information from the Mormon writer George Reynolds, The Myth of the Manuscript Found, 1883. He talks about the Spalding theory. The translation of the characters appeared on the Urim and Thummim sentence by sentence, and as soon as one was correctly transcribed, the next would appear. All right, some information from Miss Purcell, I guess, in this encyclopedia, looks like, New Schaff-Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, Volume 2, New York, 1883. In there it talks about a Peter G. Bridgman, who said that he, Joseph Smith, had a certain stone which he had occasionally looked at to determine where hidden treasures in the bowels of the earth were. That he professed to tell in this manner where gold mines were at distance underground. Okay, same account here in this encyclopedia. Joseph had looked for Mr. Stoll several times and informed him where he could find the treasures, and Mr. Stoll had been engaged in digging for them. Okay, same account here. At Palmyra, Joseph pretended to tell by looking at his stone where coin money was buried in Pennsylvania, and while at Palmyra he had frequently ascertained in that way where lost property was of various kinds. I think this is Joseph Smith or the Smith family home or cabin here in Palmyra. Okay, same account here. Joseph had occasionally been in the habit of looking through his stone to find lost property for 3 years, but of late had pretty much given it up on account of its injuring his health, especially his eyes, which made them sore. Okay, so according to Joseph, he did not solicit business of this kind and had always rather declined having anything to do with the business. So Joseph is lying, of course. Okay, so the account continues. Josiah Stoll sworn. So this is an account, I believe, of that 1826 trial. Says that prisoner had been at his house something like 5 months. He had been employed by him to work on the farm part of the time. That he, Joseph, pretended to have skill of telling where hidden treasures in the earth were by means of looking into a certain stone. Okay, so Josiah Stoll's testimony continues here, same source. He testifies that the prisoner Joseph had looked for him sometimes, once to tell him about money that was buried on Bend Mountain in Pennsylvania, and once for gold on Monument Hill, and once for a salt spring, and that he positively knew that the prisoner could tell and professed the art of seeing those valuable treasures through the medium of the said stone. Okay, so Stoll continues. That the prisoner Joseph had looked through the said stone for a deacon Attalon for a mine. Did not exactly find it, but he got a piece of ore which resembled gold. Was it fool's gold? I don't know. The prisoner Joseph had told by means of his stone where a Mr. Bacon had buried money. All right, so I guess this is Stoll's testimony continued here, same source. That he, Mr. Bacon, and the prisoner Joseph had been in search of it. That prisoner said that it was in a certain root of a stump 5 feet from the surface of the earth, and with it would be found a tail feather, which could be easily planted. Okay, so Stoll continues here, I guess. The said Stoll and the prisoner thereupon commenced digging, found a tail feather, but the money was gone. That he, Joseph, supposed that the money moved down, slippery treasure. That prisoner did offer his services, that he never deceived him. If this tail feather was down there with the supposed treasure, it would have long ago dissolved. All right, so Stoll continues in his testimony here. He says that the prisoner Joseph looked through a stone and described Josiah Stoll's house and outhouses while he was at Palmyra at Simpson Stoll's correctly. He described his house correctly. He may have had a description of it from somebody. Not a hard trick to perform. And apparently this is the house. Okay, so Stoll continues here. That he, Joseph, had told about a painted tree with a man's hand painted upon it by means of a said stone, that he had been in company with prisoner digging for gold, and had the most implicit faith in the prisoner's skill. So Josiah Stoll, a true believer in Joseph's supposed powers. All right, so we have another testimony here from a different person, a Horace Stoll, same encyclopedia here. Horace says that the prisoner, which was Joseph, looked into his hat through a stone, pretending to tell where a chest of dollars was buried in Windsor, a number of miles distant, marked out the size of the chest in the leaves on the ground. All right, so the trial continues here. The prisoner Joseph pretended to a guy named McMaster that he could discern objects at a distance by holding this white stone to the sun or a candle. Maybe the white stone looked as the picture above. That the prisoner rather declined looking into a hat at his dark-colored stone, as he said that it hurt his eyes. Okay, moving on to a new account. This is an account from William Smith. William was Joseph Smith's brother. He put out a book called William Smith on Mormonism, Lamoni, Iowa, 1883. So he says, the manner in which the translation was done was by looking into the Urim and Thummim, which was placed in a hat to exclude the light. Okay, William continues. The plates were lying nearby, covered up, and reading off the translation which appeared in the stone by the power of God. Okay, another source here by George Q. Cannon in his journal, February 27, 1884. Went on to become an apostle and in the first presidency. So Cannon says, in speaking of the translation, he, David Whitmer, said that Joseph had the stone in a hat from which all light was excluded. So Cannon here is aware of the stone in the hat. Okay, Cannon continues. In the stone the character appeared, and under that the translation in English, and they remained until the scribe had copied it correctly. And as far as I know, Cannon did not mention the spectacles in his journal. Okay, Cannon continues. If he made a mistake, the words would still remain and were not replaced by any other. Okay, another interview with David Whitmer by James H. Hart. This was in the Deseret Evening News, March 25th, 1884. So Whitmer says, Joseph would place the seer stone in a deep hat, and placing his face close to it, he would see not the stone, but what appeared like an oblong piece of parchment on which the hieroglyphics would appear, and also the translation in the English language, all appearing in bright, luminous letters. Okay, David Whitmer continues. When the seer stone was not placed in the hat, no characters or writing could be seen therein, but when the seer stone was so placed, then the hieroglyphics would appear as before described. All right, so this idea that David Whitmer puts forth here about Joseph using the seer stone in the hat, some of the more orthodox members of the church, some of the more orthodox BYU professors don't like this idea. They think that it was the Urim and Thummim. So this is from Joseph Fielding McConkie and Craig J. Osler in their book, Revelations of the Restoration, published by the church under the Deseret Book label in the year 2000. Both of these guys are BYU professors. So they say such an explanation that was given on the last two slides by David Whitmer is, in our judgment, simply fiction created for the purpose of demeaning Joseph Smith. All right, so here's a picture of them, Joseph Fielding McConkie and Craig J. Osler. They continue here. The testimony of David Whitmer, the one that we just read, was given in 1884, simply does not accord with the divine pattern. If Joseph Smith translated everything that is now in the Book of Mormon without using the gold plates, we are left to wonder why the plates were necessary in the first place. It's a good point. Okay, so McConkie and Osler continue here. What David Whitmer is asking us to believe is that the Lord had Moroni seal up the plates and the means by which they were to be translated hundreds of years before they would come into Joseph Smith's possession, and then decided to have the prophet use a seer stone found while digging a well so that none of these things would be necessary after all. Is this, we would ask, really a credible explanation of the way the heavens operate? So the means which was sealed up with the plates, they're going to say, is the Urim and Thummim. Yeah. Okay, another account from David Whitmer where he basically contradicts himself from the last few slides. This was an interview with E.C. Briggs and R. Etzenhauser, April 25th, 1884. David says that Joseph could not do a thing except he was humble and just right before the Lord. I said, why not? And David replied, the Urim and Thummim would look dark. He could not see a thing in them. So now he's calling it the Urim and Thummim. Okay, David continues, how did it appear in them? We asked, and David's answer was, the letters appeared on them in light and would not go off until they were written correctly by Oliver. Okay, a statement from Martin Harris in an interview with Simon Smith, a letter to the editor, April 30, 1884, in the Saints Herald. So Martin says, I also wrote for him, that's Joseph, about 1/3 of the first part of the translation of the plates as he interpreted them by the Urim and Thummim. So now Martin's contradicting himself as well. Okay, we have the Mormon writer George Reynolds here. History of the Book of Mormon article in The Contributor, a church magazine, July 1884. George says, we are given to understand that the translation through the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone was a most literal one. So he mentions both. That's interesting. Okay, another statement from David Whitmer in the Daily Missouri Republican, July 16, 1884. Again, he contradicts himself. Maybe he's getting senile, I don't know. David says, in translating from the plates, Joseph Smith looked through the Urim and Thummim, consisting of 2 transparent pebbles set in the rim of a bow, fastened to a breastplate. He dictated by looking through them to his scribes. Okay, a statement from Lorenzo Saunders. I believe he was a neighbor of Joseph Smith and the Smith family. Lorenzo is interviewed by William H. Kelly, September 17, 1884. So Lorenzo is asked the question, did you ever see Joe's peepstone? He answers, yes, it looked like a baby's foot. The old man and Joe came into the cooper shop one day when it was rainy, and I asked young Joe if he could not look into futurity, into the future. Joe said that he could not look into any holy thing. Okay, Lorenzo continues. Apparently Joe looks into his seer stone and sees a king from the Book of Mormon times, maybe a king of the Nephites or the Lamanites. So Lorenzo says young Joe could look into his peepstone and see a man sitting in a gold chair. Old Joe said that he was king, that is, the man in the chair, a king of one of the tribes who was shut in there in the time of one of their big battles. And he crosses out Nephites and Lamanites there. Okay, Lorenzo continues here. They ask him, there was a great raft of them digging for money. And then E.L. Kelly says, who was at the head? Lorenzo says, Joe Smith with his peepstone. He was the head of those digging for money. I never saw Joe Smith digging. Okay, Lorenzo continues. The old man, which was Joseph Sr., said that what Joe could see in his peepstone, what there was in that cave, and the old man said that Joseph could see. Okay, a statement from the apostle and in the First Presidency, George Q. Cannon in General Conference, December 14, 1884. He's going to talk negatively about magic, peepstones, etc. Now I have heard that there are men among us who are professing to cure witchcraft and other evils of that kind. I believe they call themselves astrologers. More injurious ideas and practices than these cannot be introduced among a people to lead them to destruction, and I wish to warn you before sitting down in regard to this. Okay, so George Q. Cannon continues. Do not seek for those who have peepstones, for soothsayers, and for those who profess to be able to counteract the influence of witchcraft. So I guess he would say, don't seek after Joseph Smith because he had a peepstone / seer stone. Don't seek after those kinds of people. So the only time that these peepstones or seer stones ever get mentioned in General Conference is when they talk about them negatively. I think it's 2 or 3 times. And also, they never talk about the magic spectacles either. Usually, if they're going to talk about anything like this, they talk about the Urim and Thummim. Okay, George Q. Cannon continues. They who say so seek to play upon your fears. They seek to take advantage of superstitious fears and seek to use them for their own advantage and bring those who will listen to them in bondage to an influence and spirit that is as foreign to the Spirit of God as hell is foreign to heaven. So you could probably say the same thing about Joseph Smith and his peepstone / seer stone, that he sought to take advantage of people's superstitious fears and seek to use them for their own advantage. Okay, Cannon continues. Any man who professes to have this authority, to have this power, and to use power outside of that which the priesthood authorizes is a man that should not be listened to. His claims are false, and his methods are from beneath and not from God. Well, Joseph claimed to have this power, right? He did fortune telling, palm reading, I think, seer stone / peepstone before he had the priesthood. Now here in 1884, the church wants to emphasize priesthood power, not these folk magical precepts and folk magic powers. Okay, another statement from Martin Harris. He was interviewed by an R.W. Alderman. This is in Naked Truths About Mormonism, which came out in 1888. In February of 1852, R.W. Alderman was snowbound in a hotel in Mentor, Ohio, all day. Martin Harris was there and in conversation told me that he saw Joe Smith translate the Book of Mormon with his peepstone in his hat. All right, an interview with David Whitmer by Zenas H. Gurley, Gurley collection in the Church History Library. This can also be found in Lyndon W. Cook's book, The David Whitmer Interviews, 1991. I didn't get that book because it was too expensive, but I believe I got most of the information from other sources. All right, so Zenas asks, David, did Joseph use his peepstone to finish up the translation, and if so, why? David answers, he used a stone called a Seer Stone, the interpreters having been taken away from him because of transgression. All right, David Whitmer continues. Question from Zenas. Were you present during any of the time of translation, and if so, state how it was done? David answers, the interpreters were taken from Joseph after he allowed Martin Harris to carry away the 116 pages of manuscript of the Book of Mormon as a punishment. So those interpreters were taken away. But he was allowed to go on and translate by the use of a seer stone, which he had, and which he placed into a hat, into which he buried his face, stating to me and others that the original character appeared upon parchment, and under it the translation in English, which enabled him to read it readily. All right, an affidavit by a K.E. Bell, Arthur B. Deming collection. My brother told me that he knew Joe Smith when he was digging near the Susquehanna River for Captain Kidd's money. Joe had a peepstone through which he claimed to see hidden or buried treasure. They never found any money. All right, another interview with David Whitmer in the Chicago Tribune, December 17, 1885. He goes back and says that the translation was done with the magical spectacles or glasses. So he kind of contradicts himself again. After affixing the magical spectacles to his eyes, Smith would take the plates and translate the characters one at a time. The graven characters would appear in succession to the seer, and directly under the character, when viewed through the glasses, would be the translation in English. Okay, David Whitmer continues. Joseph Smith's offense of tattling the secrets of the work among his neighbors was less readily condoned than Harris losing the 116 pages, and for a long time the work was suspended, the angel being in possession of the plates and the spectacles. All right, David Whitmer interview continues here, same source. Finally, when Joseph Smith had fully repented of his rash conduct, he was forgiven. The plates, however, were not returned, but instead Smith was given by the angel a Urim and Thummim of another pattern, it being shaped in oval or kidney form. So that kind of sounds like it's the Seer Stone, but David's calling it the Urim and Thummim, so it gets confusing. Okay, David continues. The Seer Stone, he was instructed to place in his hat, and on covering his face with the hat, the character and translation would appear on the stone. All right, the same source here. The translation was performed in the presence of not only the persons mentioned, but of the entire Whitmer household and several of Smith's relatives besides. So all of the Whitmer families watching this happen. Some other of the Joseph Smith relatives were watching. Pictured above, I believe, is the Whitmer home. I believe his father's name is Peter Whitmer. All right, David Whitmer continues here in the same account. In order to give privacy to the proceeding, a blanket which served as a portiere was stretched across the family living room to shelter the translators and the plates from the eyes of any who might call at the house while the work was in progress. He says it wasn't to shield like the Whitmer family, but it was to shield the eyes of any who might call at the house. So it kind of makes it sound like the Whitmer family could actually see what was going on. Okay, David Whitmer continues. This, Mr. David Whitmer says, was the only use made of the blanket, and it was not for the purpose of concealing the plates or the translator from the eyes of the scribe. So I guess the scribe could kind of see what was going on. Okay, David continues. In fact, Joseph Smith was at no time hidden from his collaborators. So I guess that the blanket was just for outsiders, so they couldn't see what was going on. Here we have a different angle of Peter Whitmer's home. Okay, a new account here from Martin Harris, interviewed by Edward Stevenson, Millennial Star, June 21st, 1886. Martin Harris also stated that the prophet translated a portion of the Book of Mormon with the Seer Stone in his possession. Okay, Martin Harris continues, same account. The stone was placed in a hat that was used for that purpose, and with the aid of his seer stone, the prophet would read sentence by sentence as Martin wrote, and if he made any mistake, the sentence would remain before the prophet until it was corrected when another sentence would appear. All right, another statement here from David Whitmer in an interview in the Des Moines Daily News, October 16, 1886. He says, with this seer stone, all of the present Book of Mormon was translated. Okay, another statement from David Whitmer in the Sunday Inter-Ocean, October 17, 1886. Much of the translation of the plates was accomplished at the house of Peter Whitmer, the father of David Whitmer, and the later witnessed demonstrations on more occasions than one of the prophet's manipulation of the stone spectacles. All right, David continues. At times, this peculiar instrument would refuse to perform its functions. On such occasions, and after a short season, he would return to his work to find that the Urim and Thummim reflected the words of the translation with its wanted power. So he's using the term spectacles, he's using the term Urim and Thummim. Okay, same account here. On one occasion, the prophet had indulged in a stormy quarrel with his wife, Emma. Without pacifying her or making any reparation for his brutal treatment, he returned to the room in the Whitmer residence to resume his work with the plates. The surface of the magic stone remained blank, and all his persistent efforts to bring out the coveted words proved abortive. All right, same account. The Urim and Thummim in this strange process of translation would reflect a number of words in pure English, which would remain on its face until the party acting as scribe had got it correctly written. All right, David continues. This unpardonable carelessness, the loss of the 116 pages, evoked the stormiest kind of chastisement from the Lord, who took from the prophet the Urim and Thummim. By fervent prayer and by otherwise humbling himself, the prophet, however, again found favor and was presented with a strange oval-shaped, chocolate-colored stone about the size of an egg, only more flat. Okay, same account here. Which seer stone it was promised should serve the same purpose as the missing Urim and Thummim. The latter was a pair of transparent stones set in a bow-shaped frame and very much resembled a pair of spectacles. Okay, David continues. With this stone, all of the present Book of Mormon was translated. Because the 116 pages was lost, he said that was the Urim and Thummim. The Seer Stone was basically used for all of the book that we have today. Here is one of the old covers of the Book of Mormon with like characters, supposed characters. I used to have one of these. These are, I think, are worth like 30 or 40 bucks now. Okay, moving on to another source, Romanthus M. Stalker, Centennial History of Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, 1887. A Joseph Fowler McCune boarded in this neighborhood while Joseph Smith was engaged in translating the Bible, aka the Book of Mormon, and was quite often in Smith's house. All right, Romanthus continues. Mr. McCune stated that Reuben Hale acted as a scribe a part of the time. He says that Joseph Smith's hat was a very large one and what is commonly called a stovepipe hat. So Reuben Hale might have been one of the other scribes for the early part of the Book of Mormon. We don't have too much information on him. Okay, Romanthus continues. The hat was on the table by the window, and the stone in the bottom, or rather in the top of the hat, Joseph Smith would bend over the hat with his face buried in it so that no light could enter it, and thus dictate to the scribe what he should write. All right, Mormon church historian Andrew Jensen, I believe, was aware of the Seer Stone. He gives an account from Martin Harris. This can be found in the historical record, number 6, May 1887. Andrew is pictured above. He says that Martin Harris said that the prophet possessed a seer stone by which he was enabled to translate as well as from the Urim and Thummim, and for convenience he then used the seer stone. So that's an account from Martin Harris that goes back in time that Andrew is citing here. Okay, Andrew Jensen continues here. Martin Harris explained the translation as follows: by the aid of the seer stone, sentences would appear and were read by the prophet and written by Martin. All right, same account here from Andrew Jensen, quoting Martin Harris. Martin said that further that the seer stones differed in appearance entirely from the Urim and Thummim obtained with the plates, which were two clear stones set in two rims, very much resembling spectacles, only they were larger. Okay, we now come to a very well-known account. It's an account that scholars like to quote a lot. That's from David Whitmer in his pamphlet Address to All Believers in Christ, which came out in 1887. So it's a very late account. But for some reason, a lot of Mormon scholars and even Mormon critics like to use it. Joseph Smith would put the seer stone into a hat and put his face in the hat, drawing it closely around his face to exclude the light, and in the darkness the spiritual light would shine. Okay, David Whitmer, Address to All Believers in Christ. A piece of something resembling parchment would appear, and on that appeared the writing. One character at a time would appear, and under it was the interpretation in English. Brother Joseph would read off the English to Oliver Cowdery, who was his principal scribe. And when it was written down and repeated to Brother Joseph to see if it was correct, then it would disappear and another character with the interpretation would appear. Okay, some information from Samuel Bateman in his diary, 1887 entry in his diary. He was a bodyguard to the prophet John Taylor, and he knew about the seer stone. He says the seer stone was a dark color, not round on one side. It was shaped like the top of a baby's shoe, one end like the toe of the shoe, in other words, square, and the other round. Okay, back to the Mormon writer George Reynolds, the story of the Book of Mormon book, 1888. George does not mention the seer stone. He does not mention the spectacles either. Okay, a statement from W.R. Hyde in Naked Truths About Mormonism, 1888. He says that Joseph had a very clear stone about the size and shape of a duck's egg, and claimed that he could see lost or hidden things through it. I believe the duck egg is the one in the middle here. The one on the left is a chicken, and the one on the right is a turkey, I believe. Okay, W.R. Hyde continues. He, Joseph Smith, claimed that he saw writing cut on the rocks in an unknown language, telling where Captain Kidd buried his treasure, and he translated it through his peepstone. Pictured above, we have the Rosetta Stone. This is one of the stones that help us figure out Egyptian. Okay, W.R. Hyde continues. I went to Badger's Tavern in Colesville, New York. See the picture above. And I saw Joe Smith sit by a table and put a handkerchief to his forehead and peek into his hat and call out a word to Cowdery, who sat at the same table and wrote it down. All right, a statement from Isaac Butts, also in Naked Truths About Mormonism. Young Joe had a forked witch hazel rod with which he claimed he could locate buried money or hidden things. See the picture above. Oliver Cowdery had one of these too. Later he had a peepstone which he put into his hat and looked into it. I have seen both. Okay, a statement by S.F. Anderick in Naked Truths About Mormonism. There was a Sally Chase who let me have it several times. let Andrick have her Seer Stone. I think it was a green one. But I never could see anything in or through it. I heard that Joe obtained it and called it a peepstone, which he used in the place of the witch hazel. I think Joe used Sally's stone to find his own stone. His uncle refused to let Joe dig on his farm. I have seen many holes where he dug on other people's farms. Okay, we have an interview with William Law in Shullsburg, Wisconsin, March 30, 1887. William Law used to be in the first presidency in the early days of the church till he broke off with Joseph Smith because of polygamy and some other things. William Law put out the Nauvoo Expositor, which got destroyed by Joseph. This interview is in the Daily Tribune, Salt Lake City, July 31st, 1887. William Law is interviewed by a Wilhelm Ritter von Wymetal. Wilhelm asks him, did you ever see the celebrated peepstone? No, I never saw it, says William Law. But Hiram told me once that Joseph in his younger years used to hunt for hidden treasures with a peepstone. All right, moving on to another source by the Apostle George Q. Cannon. He wrote a book that was for the church called The Life of Joseph Smith the Prophet, came out in 1888. Cannon admits that Joseph used the Seer Stone and the Urim and Thummim for the work of translation of the Book of Mormon. Doesn't really mention the spectacles. He says one of Joseph's aids in searching out the truths of the record was a peculiar pebble or rock which he called a Seer Stone, and which was sometimes used by him in lieu of the Urim and Thummim. Under divine guidance, they had brought it forth for use in the work of translation, that is, the Seer Stone. Okay, Cannon continues here. But because of Joseph's wearying applications to God, the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone were taken from him. Okay, another account from David Whitmer in the Richmond Democrat, January 26, 1888. Joseph Smith would put on the spectacles when a few words of the text of the Book of Mormon would appear on the lenses. All right, Whitmer continues here. When these were correctly transcribed by Cowdery, who acted as his scribe, these words would disappear and others would take their place. All right, David Whitmer continues. After the 116 pages were lost as a chastisement for his carelessness, the Urim and Thummim was taken from Smith, or Joseph Smith. All right, same source here. But by humbling himself, this is Joseph Smith, he again found favor with the Lord and was presented with a strange oval-shaped, chocolate-colored stone about the size of an egg, but more flat, which it was promised should answer the same purpose as the Urim and Thummim. All right, David continues. With this seer stone, all the present book was translated. The prophet would place the stone in a hat, then put his face in the hat, and read the words that appeared thereon. Pictured above, we have a Book of Mormon, first edition, 1830. Okay, we'll go to an account here from Wilford Woodruff in his journal. He was president of the Quorum of the 12 at the time. He would later go on to become the prophet of the church. This is a May 18, 1888 entry, and it shows that Wilford was also aware of Joseph Smith's Seer Stone, but really didn't talk about it in General Conference and other avenues. So Wilford says, before leaving, I consecrated upon the Manti Temple altar the Seer Stone that Joseph Smith found by revelation some 30 feet under the earth and carried by him throughout his life. All right, another statement from the church historian Andrew Jensen in the Historical Record, October 1888. He says, both the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone were returned to Joseph, and according to the best information obtainable, he used both in translating the Book of Mormon. That's interesting. So Andrew Jensen admits that Joseph used both Urim and Thummim and Seer Stone. Doesn't talk about the spectacles. Okay, another source here from William Hyde in an interview in the Chicago Times, October 14, 1888. William says that Joseph Sr. Said that the possession consisted of 2 stones called Urim and Thummim, which enabled the boy to seek treasures in the earth. Possession, I guess the golden plates. Okay, William Hyde continues. Joseph Smith Sr. told me of the stones that his son Joseph had found, and by means of which he could see hidden treasures and many wonderful things. All right, William continues. Martin Harris told me that the plates were sewed in a silk sack and were never opened at such occasions, see picture above, but lay on the table while young Joseph Smith placed the Urim and Thummim in his hat and then read the translation of the writing in the stones. So Urim and Thummim in a hat on this one. All right, so now in October 1889, Wilford Woodruff is the prophet, and what does he say in General Conference? Well, kind of conflicts with what's in his journal. He says, Joseph Smith brought forth the Book of Mormon, translating that record through the Urim and Thummim. All right, moving on to another account. This one is from Orson F. Whitney in History of Utah, 1890. He says, the following is the reputed method of translation. The prophet scanning through the Urim and Thummim, the golden pages, would see the strange characters engraved, their equivalent in English words. So, Orson F. Whitney, Urim and Thummim. Okay, Orson continues here. These he would repeat, and the scribe, separated from him by a veil or a curtain, would write them down until the writing was correct in every particular. The words last given would remain before the eyes of the translator and not disappear. Okay, but on the necessary correction being made, they would immediately pass away and be succeeded by others. All right, we have a book entitled The Book of Mormon Stories. This was illustrated for young children. Church book put out by George Buchanan and Sons in 1892. George Buchanan was an apostle in the first presidency at the time. But in this book, Book of Mormon Stories for Children, it says, with the Urim and Thummim or the interpreters, Joseph Smith translated or changed the writings on some of the plates into the English language. Okay, an account from John H. Gilbert, September 8, 1892, can be found in a document by Royal Skousen. You can look at that here and the picture above. But Gilbert supposedly says, also found with the plates was a large pair of spectacles, by putting which on his nose and looking at the plates, the spectacles turned the hieroglyphics into good English. The question might be asked here whether Joe or the spectacles was the translator. Okay, an interesting account from James E. Talmage in his journal, February 21st, 1893 entry. He says, while talking with the brethren, the matter of seer stones was discussed, and I expressed a desire to examine some of the such stones. Okay, Talmage continues here. As a result of the conversation, the president of the Salt Lake Stake, who was Angus M. Cannon, and I set out to the house of a Miss Russell, who claims a standing in the church, and also asserts her ability and right to discern great things through a seer stone or through seer stones that are in her possession. Angus, pictured above. All right, Talmage continues here in his journal, February 21st, 1893 entry. Having examined the stones, I, Talmage, questioned the lady very closely concerning the extent of her powers and as to her method of using the stones. So Talmage here kind of seems like maybe he's open to this idea of using these seer stones because he wants to question this lady very closely. All right, same source here. The woman claims to have found lost animals and stolen goods by the agency of the stone, and she confesses not to be above the taking of money for her divining. Who else tried to find lost objects and animals and stolen goods? Who else took money for their divining or finding treasure with seer stones? All right, so Talmage wanted some information about a mysterious accident where a lady named Zella Webb died. He prays to the Lord about it. He wonders if this lady with the seer stones could look into her stone and maybe figure out what happened to this poor lady who died. But he says he doesn't want to get information from priestcraft. Now, priestcraft is basically getting paid to do something in the church, right? Or to do something with these seer stones. This lady was getting paid to look in her stone to find things or to reveal mysteries. Basically the same kind of stuff that Joseph Smith was doing. But Talmage says, though I have prayed most diligently for light, if it be the Lord's will to give such, concerning that terrible occurrence. The occurrence was the mystery of a terrible accident which cost Zella Webb her life. But Talmage did not want or did not wish it, this information about this mystery, he did not wish it from the service of priestcraft. All right, Talmage continues here in his journal. I told Miss Russell, the lady with the seer stones, that I thought that her divining powers came from an evil source, for the priesthood is, as I understand it, the sole channel of communication in such matters. So here, around 1893, and even a little earlier, they're focusing on the power of and the authority of the priesthood, not the power and authority of folk magic or folk magic objects like peep stones, seer stones, divining rods, fortune telling, and that kind of stuff. All right, Talmage continues. President Angus M. Cannon reminded her, this Miss Russell, that she was acting in defiance of the priesthood, for the high council before whom she had been tried had forbidden her using the stone for such hidden purposes, except as she was directed by the priesthood. So it doesn't help that she's a woman here, can't have the priesthood, but they're telling her, you are forbidden from using this stone. So yeah, basically just the opposite of what Joseph Smith did. Okay, Talmage continues. February 21st, 1893 entry in his journal. After Talmage examined Miss Russell's stone, he examined another seer stone from Brother Edwin Rushton. Even though they appeared to be regular stones, Talmage said that there is still the possibility of them possessing unusual virtues. See, Talmage still kind of believing in this folk magic stuff here in 1893, and the meme I have above here is, so you're saying there's a chance that maybe these basic stones have unusual virtues. All right, James E. Talmage continues. This is before he's general authority. I believe that the Lord could endow a piece of brick with the properties of a seer stone. It doesn't have to be a seer stone, it could be a brick. And he could endow his chosen servants with power to use such. So yeah, you believe in the Bible, the Book of Mormon, you're basically believing in a certain kind of magic anyway. I must confess, however, that I see nothing in the way of proof as to the supernatural value of either of these stones. All right, James E. Talmage Journal, the next day now, February 22nd, 1893 entry. He goes and has a conversation with the prophet Wilford Woodruff about these seer stones. Being at the president's office early this morning, I had a conversation with the prophet Wilford Woodruff concerning the seer stone spoken of yesterday, and particularly of the stone that was owned by Brother Rushton, which later I showed to the president. Woodruff. Why is he more interested in the stone by Brother Rushton? Maybe because he has the priesthood. All right, so here is Woodruff's answer. He, Woodruff, attributes no importance at all to the stone, and he sustains me in my opinion concerning Miss Russell and her divinations. So Woodruff doesn't believe in these seer stones. He doesn't use a seer stone. None of the prophets after Joseph Smith ever used one. Okay, the prophet Wilford Woodruff says that he has but little encouragement to offer for the use of seer stones. Wonder if he ever tried it as a prophet. Wilford Woodruff, looking at that stone. Well, I can't see a dang thing. So he has little encouragement for their use. Okay, another statement from James E. Talmage. This is about a year later in a lecture on March 11, 1894. This information can be found in a church magazine called the Juvenile Instructor. So Talmage says, the details of the work of translation have not been recorded beyond the statement that the translator examined the engraved characters by means of the Urim and Thummim or the Seer Stone, which was sometimes used as an interpreter, and then dictated to the scribe the English sentences. So he does mention Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone here, which is interesting. He says the details have not been revealed of how the translation process went. Well, then what are all these statements that I'm reading? Okay, a letter from a Philana A. Foster to E.W. Taylor, July 16, 1895, Theodore A. Schroeder Papers in Wisconsin. He does not think that anyone besides Joe Smith ever saw the plates. At least Cowdery, who wrote the Book of Mormon from Smith's dictation, did not. He did not see the plates, nor did Martin Harris. Okay, an account here from Zina Young Card, Brigham Young's daughter, in a letter to the Apostle F.D. Richards, who was Zina's cousin. I guess Zina is pictured above. They are two seer stones. They are in the possession of President Woodruff now. So he had them, he knew about them, and very properly too. But I feel, dear cousin, that they should ever be the property of the president of the church and not of individuals. Okay, a speech from the Apostle Franklin D. Richards, Davis Stake Conference held in Farmington, Utah, September 6, 1896. The Lord has taught the boy prophet Joseph how to translate by the Urim and Thummim. Okay, a different speech by the Apostle Franklin D. Richards. This was in General Conference, October 1896. The Book of Mormon was translated word by word, sentence by sentence, line by line, page by page, through the Urim and Thummim. Okay, an account from a Lamoni Call. He put out a book called 2,000 Changes in the Book of Mormon, 1898. Maybe the Tanners used this book to do their book. Lamoni says, the only point of interest to me is that the stone was placed in Joseph's hat. Just where the plates were, I cannot tell, for if Joseph had the stone and his face buried in his hat, it is hardly probable that the plates could have been there too. Okay, Lamoni continues, if the plates were there, the light must have been excluded, so he could not view them with his natural eyes, and the work could not be read as we would read a work by the light of the sun. All right, statement here from the Apostle John W. Taylor in a Salt Lake Stake Conference. Talmage Journals again, September 11, 1898 entry. Apostle John W. Taylor gave timely instructions and counsel regarding the evil gifts after which men seek in place of the good gifts, and deplored the tendency of some among our people to run after those who use peepstones and other devices of the evil one. He deplored them, and these devices are devices of the evil one. Would he say the same thing about Joseph Smith? John W. Taylor, pictured above. Okay, another account here that shows up in the Washington County News, September 24th, 1898. Washington County, I believe that's down in the St. George area. The quarterly conference of the Stake of Zion was held in the Tabernacle Sunday, September 11. The principal discourse being delivered by Dr. James E. Talmage. Pictured above here we have the tabernacle. All right, so we're going to hear a little bit more about this speech by James E. Talmage. In the course of his remarks, Professor Talmage asserted that there was those among them who, as magicians, are using peepstones in imitation of the power given the priesthood. Don't use these peepstones anymore. Those are an imitation of the priesthood. All right, Talmage's speech continues here. Washington County News. The High Council, he said, had declared against such practices, but upon investigation it was learned that some are still practicing the black arts. Okay, one such woman had been visited. Was this the Miss Russell? He warned the guilty ones to beware, for the evil spirit would tell 20 truths in order to get in one falsehood. Okay, the evil one is no less vigilant now than ever to lead the Latter-day Saints into darkness. The church had been told that troublous times are near, but they stand ready to meet them. Okay, Dr. James E. Talmage's book, The Articles of Faith, was published in 1899. It does not mention Joseph Smith's Seer Stone, nor the spectacles. Okay, an account from a Frederick Kessler in his diary. Special collections at the Marriott Library in the University of Utah, February 1st, 1899 entry. I called on the prophet Lorenzo Snow. He showed me the Seer Stone that the prophet Joseph Smith had, by which he'd done some of the translating of the Book of Mormon with. Its color was mahogany, and it was very smooth. So now we have the fifth prophet of the church who also knows about this Seer Stone and is actually showing it to people. So first 5 prophets know about this Seer Stone. They just don't talk about it much. Okay, a reminiscence from an A.C. Buck in the Shortsville Enterprise, February 11, 1899. I guess that's in New York. Miss Walker said that he, Joseph, used to travel around the country telling the fortunes of people who were possessed of more credulity than sense. He would tell the fortunes by means of a magic stone that he looked at concealed in an old hat, which he carried around with him. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Matthias F. Cowley, General Conference, April 1899. The angel of the Lord delivered these plates into the hands of the prophet Joseph Smith, who translated them by the use of the Urim and Thummim, as he was led by the spirit of revelation from God. Okay, another account of peepstones being evil. This one comes from Susie Young Gates, an article about witchcraft in the Young Woman's Journal, Mormon paper, or a Mormon source, 1900, volume 11. Susie Young Gates was actually the daughter of Brigham Young. So she says, then come the peepstones. These occupy the same place exactly as other forms of witchcraft and fortune-telling. So, is that what Joseph Smith was involved in? Witchcraft and fortune-telling? Okay, Susie Young Gates continues. A righteous man or woman who had discovered in himself a gift, maybe to be a seer, and the accompanying stone for its exercise, would so instantly place the stone and the gift under the hands of the proper authority that no harm would accrue to himself or others through its use. So, yeah, turn over your stone to the priesthood authority, you should probably say. Susie Young Gates, pictured above. Okay, Susie Young Gates continues. A very good test to put to such a matter would be for the young man who hears that such a man or woman has a peepstone to inquire at once, does he or she use it under the direction and sanction and with the full knowledge and approval of the president of the church? So, priesthood becoming more and more important. If you're going to use this seer stone or peepstone, you need to have approval of the president. Notice how Susa just kind of bows down here to the patriarchy. Okay, statement from the Apostle Anthon H. Lund in General Conference, April 1900. Joseph translated by the power of God. The Urim and Thummim was in his possession, and with this instrument he was able to translate the characters that were engraven upon the plates. All right, statement from John A. Widsoe. He also poo-poos seer stones in an article called The Folly of Astrology in the Improvement Era, Church Magazine, February 1901. There are men among us holding the holy priesthood who in events of their lives would rather stare into a bit of flint glass that enterprising dealers name a seer stone for the solution of their troubles. They'd rather do that than go with the power and authority of their priesthood to the Almighty Father in prayer. So let's do away with folk magic, do away with seer stones that are shaped into a bit of flint glass, and let's rely on the priesthood and prayer. All right, an account here from Jane Manning James. She was a black woman who was a member of the church. She has an interesting story if you want to look that up online. This is from her autobiography from around 1902, which is in the Church History Library. I, Jane, went to Joseph Smith's mother's room, that's Lucy Mack. She said, "Good morning, bring me that bundle from my bureau and sit down here." Okay, so Jane's story continues. I did as she told me. She placed the bundle in my hands and said, "Handle this." And after I had done it, she said to sit down. So she's now visiting with Lucy Mack Smith. Okay, then Lucy Mack says, "Do you remember that I told you about the Urim and Thummim when I told you about the Book of Mormon?" I answered, "Yes, ma'am." Okay, Jane Manning James continues. She then told me that I had just handled it, that is the Urim and Thummim. You were not permitted to see it, but you have been permitted to handle it. So it's under some kind of a cloth. All right, interesting statement from William James. He actually mentions Joseph in his peepstones. He's a very famous Harvard professor, philosopher, historian, and psychologist. Famous book that he put out called The Varieties of Religious Experience in 1902 is where this quote is. Joseph Smith began his translation by the aid of the peepstones, which he found, or thought or said that he found, with the gold plates, apparently a case of crystal gazing. Okay, another statement from the Apostle John W. Taylor in General Conference, April 1902, a picture of him in his earlier days above. I want to advise the young ladies not to follow after peepstone women, fortune tellers, or those claiming to have a familiar spirit. So basically, don't follow after people like Joseph Smith. Okay, statement from the sixth president of the church, Joseph F. Smith. First five, all were very much aware of the peepstone and seer stones. Didn't mention it very much, however, especially in official church sources. So this is a statement from him in the Improvement Era, September 1902. No man or woman who enjoys the Spirit of God and the influence and power of the Holy Priesthood can believe in these superstitious notions, and he's going to tell us what those are. Okay, so the prophet Joseph F. Smith continues. These peepstone men and women are inspired by the devil and are the real witches, if any such there be. So I guess Joseph Smith was inspired by the devil and was a male witch, huh? Okay, an account from Charles W. Brown in the Shortsville Enterprise newspaper, March 11 and March 18 of 1904. The Smith family claimed to have in their possession a miraculous stone, which, although it was densely opaque to the ordinary eyes, was still luminous and transparent to the orbs or the eyes of Joseph Jr. Okay, Charles W. Brown continues. It was claimed that Joseph Jr., by placing the stone in a hat, could discover by looking into the hat the precise spot where the hidden treasure was buried. Okay, same account here. At one dig, Joseph joined the circle before the hearth, bearing with him the stone, carefully concealed in a well-worn and antiquated beaver hat. All right, Charles W. Brown continues. Seating himself, he, Joseph, placed his face where his head ought to have been, and after peering intently into the recesses thereof, Joseph made the encouraging announcement that he saw a pot full to overflowing with glittering shiners. See picture above. Okay, Joseph could lead the assembled party to the precise spot, and by a little diligent digging combined with a strict observation of all the conditions imposed, they could speedily exhume the same, all these shiners, and make a pro rata division of the contents thereof. Okay, some interpretation by the Mormon historian B.H. Roberts. This is in the Improvement Era, April 1904. It was the inspired mind of the prophet and not any quality in the Urim and Thummim or Seer Stone that wrought out the translation. So he's saying his mind was inspired, and I guess he'll explain what the other things are for. Okay, Roberts continues. The translation was thought out in the mind of the prophet and confirmed by the Holy Spirit, which in the work of translation, as in all things else of a divine nature, is God's witness for the truth. Thought it out in his mind, confirmed by the Holy Spirit. Now, why did he need the Seer Stone or the Urim and Thummim then? Okay, so Roberts continues here. The Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone possess the quality of reflecting the Nephite characters. I don't know what that means. And for the time, reflecting also the translation of them wrought out in the inspired mind of the prophet and held them before his vision until faithfully recorded. So it's hard to understand what he's saying here. All right, B.H. Roberts. And when this fragment of translation was dismissed from the mind of the prophet, it disappeared also from the Urim and Thummim. So maybe it's kind of trying to get away from folk magic and saying, well, it was really just done in Joseph Smith's mind and confirmed by the Holy Spirit. Okay, an account here from the BYU professor Nels A. Nelson. In the Mormon Point of View, a quarterly magazine, number 1, April 1st, 1904. I don't think I'd ever heard about this before. Kind of a rare quarterly magazine about Mormonism. So Nelson says, Joseph Smith did not look directly at the plates while translating. In fact, the plates, while they were in the possession of the prophet, were probably not immediately at hand with him during most of the translation. Okay, a statement by John Henry Evans. He put out a book called 100 Years of Mormonism in 1905. John was an instructor in church history at the LDS University, so kind of a seminary and institute teacher kind of. Now the prophet had a small stone which he called a seer stone, and which he and his brother Hiram had found at the bottom of a well. Okay, John Henry Evans. This stone Joseph sometimes employed instead of the Urim and Thummim to translate the language on the plates. Okay, John Henry Evans continues. Martin Harris speaks of the prophets employing the seer stone, and Oliver Cowdery mentions Joseph's use of the interpreters. I think Oliver Cowdery usually would say gift and power of God or Urim and Thummim. Okay, a statement from a mission president named Warren H. Lyon in the Millennial Star, June 15, 1905. It was only at such times as the Holy Spirit filled Joseph's very being that he could dictate revelations. The same conditions controlled his power to translate. So, kind of getting away from these physical objects and saying he got the translation through the Holy Spirit. Okay, Warren H. Lyon continues. Joseph Smith's mind, when he was richly inspired, wrought out translations which were reflected mirror-like in the Seer Stone, or the Urim and Thummim until they were correctly written. So Holy Spirit in his mind, that gives you the translations, kind of similar to what B.H. Roberts was saying. And then it was reflected like in a mirror in the Seer Stone or Urim and Thummim. Well, why were they even necessary if he just got it in his mind? All right, moving on to another source. Reverend Daniel S. Tuttle, he put out a book called Reminiscences of a Missionary Bishop, 1906. He says that Joseph Smith was up more than once when he was a youth before justices of the peace in central New York for getting money under false pretenses by looking with his peepstone. Okay, back to B.H. Roberts, Mormon historian, put out a number of books. This one is called Defense of the Faith and the Saints, Volume 1, 1907. He says, I care very little comparatively for what Mr. David Whitmer and Martin Harris have said about the subject of seer stones and the translation process of the Book of Mormon. He cares very little about it because Roberts came up with his own theories. Okay, Roberts continues, I wish that they, David Whitmer and Martin Harris, and those who have worked out theories based upon their statements, had left the whole matter where the prophet Joseph left it, but this they failed to do. Okay, B.H. Roberts again, in a different book, different source. He was also a 70, as well as being the historian. This is the 70s course in theology, first year, 1907. So Robert says, in addition to these interpreters, the prophet Joseph had a seer stone possessed of similar qualities to the Urim and Thummim, that the prophet sometimes used one and sometimes the other of these sacred instruments in the work of translation. Okay, moving on to another source. This is from the Mormon missionary Samuel W. Richards. In an 1848 conversation with Oliver Cowdery, but wasn't published till 1907, I guess. So he says that Oliver represents Joseph as sitting by a table with the plates before him, kind of as pictured above, and he reading the record with the Urim and Thummim. Okay, Samuel continues here. This is done by holding the translators over the words of the written record, or the hieroglyphs, and the translation appears distinctly in the instrument. All right, I'm going to give some information about the Correlation Committee. This was formally organized in 1908, according to Wikipedia. Some Mormon apologists like to say that all the artwork depicting the translation process was not correlated. A lot of the statements, etc., in General Conference and in other sources are not correlated. Well, this Correlation Committee started correlating all of the church's curriculum in 1908, and it kind of got stricter over time. Okay, going back to John A. Widtsoe, put out a book called Joseph Smith as Scientist, 1908. I don't think Joseph was a very good scientist. So Widtsoe says the Book of Mormon was translated by such aids, the Urim and Thummim. When the actual work of translation began, the Urim and Thummim were found indispensable. Okay, a statement from Nathan A. Tanner Jr. to Nathan A. Tanner, I guess his father, February 17, 1909, in the Church Archives. David Whitmer said that Joseph had the Urim and Thummim and a chocolate-colored stone, which he used alternately as suited his convenience. Okay, statement by the Apostle Anthony W. Ivins in General Conference, April 1909. It was a truth that this book was translated by the gift and power of God through the medium of the Urim and Thummim. It was done by the gift and power of God. That is sufficient for me. It was done by means of the Urim and Thummim, not a new method either of learning the will of the Lord, for the ancients had it. What does he mean by not a new method? Well, maybe the seer stone, maybe the spectacles. Okay, another speech in General Conference. This from J. Golden Kimball. Kind of a funny guy, I understand. He was a 70, April 1910. Joseph received communications through the Urim and Thummim, for by that means he translated the Book of Mormon. Okay, statement from the Apostle George F. Richards in General Conference, April 1912. He also says it was done by the Urim and Thummim. Joseph tells us of his receiving the golden plates from which the Book of Mormon was translated, and with those plates the Urim and Thummim, or the Holy Interpreters, so he calls them by both names, by the use of which and by the help of the Lord through his Spirit, Joseph was able to interpret the engravings upon the plates. All right, a letter from Lorenzo Saunders to Thomas Gregg, January 28, 1885. This can be found in Charles A. Shook's book, The True Origin of the Book of Mormon, 1914. I believe Lorenzo was a neighbor of the Smiths. Joseph had a peepstone that he pretended to see in. He could see all the hidden treasures in the ground and all the stolen property. But that was all a lie. He couldn't see nothing. He was an imposter. Okay, a statement from a TWB editorial concerning the Urim and Thummim in the Millennial Star, August 27, 1914. Critics who say the Book of Mormon is an imposture also mock the claim that Joseph Smith had seer stones by calling them wonderful spectacles, peepstones, etc., kind of insinuating that he didn't use those things. All right, TWB goes on to say that the Urim and Thummim was used in the translation. Okay, the non-Mormon apologist Robert C. Webb, I think he was a paid apologist by the church, something I don't think they really did ever again. They use their own people now, BYU professors, etc. But he put out a book called The Case Against Mormonism in 1915. I've used it in many videos. Webb says, even the peepstone performances, I don't know what he means by performance, like maybe it wasn't real, which as we learn, he, Joseph, practiced at intervals from 1820 to 1827, have never been offered as evidence that he profited largely by the credulity of his neighbors. Well, maybe he didn't profit largely. Well, he was still profiting. Okay, Robert C. Webb. How Joseph used or professed to use these instruments, and he calls it a Urim and Thummim. How he used them, we have no clear statements in any of his writings. All right, so Webb goes on to say that David Whitmer is uninformed about the translation process, and others, probably Martin Harris, etc., those who said that Joseph used a peepstone. So Webb says, nor need we accord an authority greater than the surmise of uninformed associates to the assertions of Whitmer and others that they were used after the manner of the peepstones or magic crystals, so familiar in the magical and divining procedures of all ages. So these accounts are uninformed associates. All right. The Apostle James E. Talmage did not mention the Seer Stone in his influential book, Jesus the Christ, which was published in 1915. He doesn't mention the spectacles either. Okay, statement from Orson F. Whitney. He's now an apostle. Put out a pamphlet called The Strength of the Mormon Position in 1917. He says, the angel showed to Joseph where a record of the Nephites had been deposited, and subsequently delivered it unto his hands, with the interpreters Urim and Thummim, by means of which the youth translated the record into English. So Joseph used the Urim and Thummim. Okay, moving on to another source. This is Heber Benyon in Gospel Problems book, 1920. He was a Mormon writer, and he talks about Martin Harris substituting a bogus stone for the true Seer Stone. Okay, back to B.H. Roberts, New Witnesses for God, Volume 2, 1920. Joseph and Oliver both say that the translation was done by means of the Urim and Thummim, that's true, and also the gift and power of God. The Urim and Thummim is described by Joseph as being two transparent stones set in a rim of a bow fastened to a breastplate. Okay, and Roberts also mentions that David Whitmer says that the translation was made by means of a seer stone. All right, Roberts continues, the seer stone referred to here was a chocolate-colored, somewhat egg-shaped stone which the prophet found while digging a well in company with his brother Hiram. Okay, Roberts continues, in addition to these interpreters, the prophet Joseph had a seer stone, which to him was a Urim and Thummim. So kind of muddy in the waters here. Seer stone and Urim and Thummim, same thing. Well, not really. That the prophet sometimes used one and sometimes the other of these sacred instruments in the work of translation. Okay, that whether the interpreters or the seer stone was used, the Nephite characters with the English interpretation appeared in the sacred instrument, whether it was the interpreters or the seer stone. All right, another source from the Apostle Orson F. Whitney. I don't think I was aware of this book before I made this. It's called Saturday Night Thoughts, a series of dissertations on spiritual, historical, and philosophic themes, 1921. So Whitney says that David Whitmer also found fault with the prophet Joseph for receiving revelations without the aid of a seer stone, previously used by him, but laid aside after he had fully mastered his gift. Okay, Whitney continues here. David seems to have regarded the gift of revelation in the prophet as of less consequence than the stone, which was no longer needed. So, kind of doing a little apologetics here on the stone. Joseph Smith could just as easily get it through these kind of things through revelation. All right, statement from the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith, Essentials in Church History, 1922. Went through a whole bunch of editions. So he says, every scheme and invention which the powers of darkness could devise were used to get the golden plates. Conjurers, diviners with peepstones, and other means were employed. So he kind of uses that term peepstone in a negative way. Also in the book, he says that the Urim and Thummim was used. He doesn't say anything about spectacles. Okay, some more information from Heber Benyon, Supplement to Gospel Problems, 1922. Some Mormons say that these witnesses, and he's talking about Lucy Mack Smith, Oliver Cowdery, and Martin Harris, etc. Some say that they are discreditable because they say that Joseph put the seer stone in a hat while he was translating, while they think it should be put directly over or on the characters to be translated. All right, the Mormon writer Heber Benyon continues, can any Latter-day Saint believe that God could not translate the characters with a hat intervening? And then I put in my own words, Heber thinks that the stone in the hat theory is true. Okay, then he continues, why should the stone be too sacred to be in a hat? So we shouldn't think the hat's funny or weird. We should just accept it as a normal way to translate documents. Heber also seems to use the word Urim and Thummim and seer stone interchangeably, as some of these leaders did. Okay, speech, I guess, from the former apostle Matthias F. Cowley. I think he had to go through some church discipline for something. I guess this was at the University of Chicago, October 4th, 1925. Once when I went to visit President Woodruff on his farm in his declining years, he showed me the seer stone, through which the prophet Joseph Smith received revelations from the Lord. Okay, another source here from Jan Hodal. I had to look up how to say that. Introduction to the Study of the Book of Mormon. One of the early guys, Mormon writers studying the Book of Mormon, 1927. Jan doesn't mention the seer stone in this book. He quotes Joseph Smith's Wentworth letter, which states that the Urim and Thummim was used. Okay, back to Roberts, B.H. Roberts, Comprehensive History of the Church, Volume 1, 1930. The seer stone referred to here was a chocolate-colored, somewhat egg-shaped stone which the prophet Joseph found while digging a well for Mr. Clark Chase. All right, Roberts continues, the seer stone possessed the qualities of Urim and Thummim, kind of muddy in the waters, since by means of it, as well as by means of the interpreters found with the Nephite record, Joseph was able to translate the characters engraven on the plates. Okay, Roberts again. This is volume 6. This is the very seer stone that the prophet used part of the time when translating the Book of Mormon. Okay, B.H. Roberts continues. The writer, which is Roberts, knows that the seer stone was in the possession of the church as a matter of conversation between President Smith and himself. I'm not sure who the President Smith is here, between him and Roberts. And he has reason for knowing that it is now in the possession of the church, and this is the year of 1930. So a lot of people had seen this. Okay, B.H. Roberts' letter to C.M. Dewsnup, March 30, 1933, at the Harold B. Lee Library. Joseph Smith gave the seer stone to Oliver Cowdery, who gave it to Lorenzo Young, who gave it to the prophet Brigham Young, who retained it throughout his life. Okay, same letter here to C.M. Dewsnup. Brigham Young gave the seer stone to the prophet John Taylor. Taylor gave it to the prophet Wilford Woodruff, and Woodruff gave it to the prophet Joseph F. Smith, but the prophet Heber J. Grant did not have it. We also know that Lorenzo Snow had it and showed it to people as well. So, at least the first 6 prophets. Okay, B.H. Roberts' letter to C.M. Dewsnup. He continues here. Inquiring of representative members of the Smith family, I was informed that they were still in possession of the seer stone, and it was brought to my office by one of them, and President and Apostle Anthony W. Ivins was present. So we know that Robert saw this. The Apostle Anthony W. Ivins saw it. Other apostles saw it. All right, same account here. We both examined the seer stone for some time and wondered about it. It is a small stone of chocolate color with milkish white strata running through it, and apparently specks of gold here and there. Okay, another source that I didn't know about, the Sial organ of the Sunday schools of the church, February 1934. Number 2, they say the Urim and Thummim and the seer stone were used for revelations as well as for translation. Okay, the Apostle Charles A. Callis, General Conference, October 1934. I was unaware of him before this video. He's pictured above here. The contents of this record were translated by the prophet Joseph Smith by the power of God and the aid of the Urim and Thummim. And the Book of Mormon is the fruit of this translation. Okay, another account of the prophet Lorenzo Snow showing the seer stone to other people. This is in an article or a document called The History of a Nephite Coin, a personal experience of Elder Richard M. Robinson of Grantsville, Utah, recorded December 30, 1934. Pictured above is Snow. President Snow went and got the seer stone and said, "This is the seer stone that the prophet Joseph Smith used. There are very few worthy to view this, but you are." He was worthy. So it's not like something they shared with the rest of the members of the church. Okay, same account here by Richard M. Robinson. The prophet Lorenzo Snow handed the seer stone to me, and I couldn't express the joy that came to me and took that stone in my hands. So he's pretty excited to see it. These Nephite coins, of course, turned out not to be Nephite coins. I can't remember what they were. They were from some other country. Okay, same account here from Robinson. The seer stone was the shape of an egg, though not quite so large. It was of a gray cast, something like granite, but with white stripes running around it. It was transparent but had no holes. Sounds like he might be talking about Joseph Smith's white seer stone as pictured above here. All right, another account here from the Mormon Francis W. Kirkham. He had a PhD, one of the early people to study the Book of Mormon. And there was an article that he wrote called The Manner of Translating the Book of Mormon, which showed up in the Improvement Era, October 1939. Kirkham quotes David Whitmer's 1887 and Martin Harris's 1870 accounts, I guess, which mentioned the Seer Stones, right? David was around 82 years old and Martin was about 87 years old. All right, so Dr. Francis W. Kirkham continues here. When both of these men were past 80 years of age and about 50 years after the event, they undertook to describe the manner of translation. All right, Kirkham continues. Elder B.H. Roberts has clearly shown that David and Martin's accounts are not in harmony with the manner indicated in Section 8 of the Doctrine and Covenants, and I'll let you read that on your own. Okay, Kirkham continues here in this article, the manner of translating the Book of Mormon. Moreover, David and Martin refer to the use of a seer stone by the prophet, but no publication during his life contains such a statement. That's not true. We've shown quite a few different statements, mostly secondhand, but yeah, there's quite a few different publications that said that Joseph did use a seer stone. All right, so it seems that Kirkham is uncomfortable with the use of the prophet Joseph Smith and his seer stone. He says, in the opinion of the writer, that's Kirkham, the prophet used no seer stone in translating the Book of Mormon, neither did he translate in the manner described by David Whitmer and Martin Harris. And of course, he doesn't talk about the spectacles. All right, so we're kind of getting into the apologetics now. This is from a Mormon historian and seminary teacher, E. Cecil McGavin, in this book called Comora's Gold Bible, published by the Deseret News Press. That's a church press, 1940. Joseph Smith never spent a moment seeking for treasure, bold-faced lie, nor did he have a peepstone of any kind until the gold plates had been revealed to him. And then he's probably talking about the Urim and Thummim. That is also a bold-faced lie. Okay, McGavin continues here. Moreover, Joseph was successful in finding a treasure of great value while all others failed in their efforts. So he's talking about the golden plates, which he wouldn't show to people. All right, another account from Andrew Jensen, Encyclopedic History of the Church, 1941. Jensen does not mention the seer stone at all in this work. I doubt that he mentions the spectacles either. All right, let's go to Preston Nibley, another Mormon writer. He put out the book Joseph Smith the Prophet, 1944. Preston quotes from Pomeroy Tucker's Origin, Rise, and Progress of Mormonism, 1867, which mentioned Joseph's curious stone, which he pretended to see where there were hidden treasures. So at least Nibley quotes that. Okay, same source here, Preston Nibley. He continues the quote or paraphrase of Pomeroy Tucker. So in this book it says, by the spring of 1820, Joseph had gathered contributions enough to defray the expense of digging for buried treasure, the precise hiding place of which he had discovered by the aid of the stone in his hat. So at least Preston is quoting Pomeroy Tucker. Okay, same source here. Preston Nibley, Joseph Smith the Prophet, 1944. This is the only place in the 572-page book where Preston mentions the seer stone, and the seer stone is not mentioned in the index. Also, the spectacles are not mentioned, and I guess pictured above is Preston. Okay, Preston says that Tucker's account is a sample of the stories about Joseph, which were soon circulated in Palmyra. Preston calls Tucker's book a purported history, or basically an alleged history. So he doesn't really like this idea of the seer stone either, I don't think. And yeah, they're starting to do some apologetics here in the 1930s. All right, so starting in about 1944, the Correlation Committee is really tightening the control over all the curriculum. artwork, magazines, books, you name it, translation process of the Book of Mormon, Seer Stones, all that kind of stuff started to become very correlated. Don't believe the apologists on that. So Tina Hatch, who wrote this article in Dialogue in the fall of 2004, says, starting in 1944, the Church Publications Committee approved the content and wording of the lesson materials from each of the auxiliaries, making sure that everything that was published conformed to official church doctrine. Okay, let's go to Fawn Brodie. She wrote in a very important book called No Man Knows My History in 1945. One of the best historians on Joseph Smith, in my opinion. She says Joseph Smith's assumption of the role of a religious prophet was an evolutionary process that he began as a bucolic scryer. A scryer is to discover or view from a distance with a seer stone, one definition anyway. Using the primitive techniques of the folklore of magic common to his area, most of which he discarded as he evolved into a preacher prophet. Yep, I agree with all that. Okay, Brodie continues. When translating the Book of Mormon, he, Joseph Smith, sometimes used what he called the sacred Urim and Thummim and sometimes the mundane Seer Stone, used both for translating. Often he had a curtain separating himself from his secretary. We do have some accounts stating that. All right, Brodie continues. I believe she's talking about Emma Smith here. Mystified by his ability to translate the characters without even unwrapping the plates, merely by staring into his stone or stones, for she, Emma, said later that he used the Urim and Thummim for the first 116 pages and the little dark seer stone for the remainder. She began to take down his dictation. Yeah, she said that later, like way, way, way later. Okay, Brodie continues. Brodie says that Joseph's stature as a religious leader had been enhanced by his discarding the seer stones in favor of the revelation. So he wanted to become this religious leader instead of this like a folk magic practitioner. Okay, moving on to another account here. This is from an instructor at the Latter-day Saints College, John Henry Evans. He put out a book called Joseph Smith, an American Prophet in 1946. He says, the threadbare story of the peepstone in an old hat is so stupidly silly that one wonders how it ever managed to get itself accepted by anyone who thinks at all. So he's denying the peepstone in the hat. He doesn't mention the spectacles in this book either. Okay, a statement from the BYU professor Hugh Nibley. No, ma'am, that's not history, 1946. This is in response to Fawn Brodie's book. Nibley says, or Nibley criticizes Fawn Brodie for accepting stories emphasizing seer stones, ghosts, magic incantations, and nocturnal excavations. So Nibley here criticizing Brodie for, mentioning that Joseph Smith used seer stones, basically. Okay, an article in the Deseret News, May 11, 1946. This is by an Albert E. Bowen. Review of No Man Knows My History in the church section. In this article, it says that the Deseret News said that the 1826 court case was patently a fabrication of unknown authorship and never in the court records at all. So this is kind of the stance of the church at the time, right? We don't have the records, it's probably false accusations. We don't have court records, etc. Well, we have them now. They're all in the Joseph Smith Papers Project. You can see pictured above here. This really was a real case. Okay, the Apostle John A. Widsoe denies that Joseph was a peepstone user. Improvement era, August 1946. Probably in response to some of the stuff Brodie was putting out, right? No credence can be placed upon the charge that Joseph Smith was a peepstone user. Widsoe basically saying he wasn't. Okay, where do these ideas come from? According to Widsoe, they come from the anti-Mormons, of course. He says anti-Mormon writers are prone to suggest that the prophet spent his time in leading people into many a fruitless chase for lost money, supposed to be revealed by peepstones, which is all true. Before he was prophet, actually. Okay, the Apostle John A. Widsoe continues. Joseph Smith was not a money digger, nor did he deceive people with peepstone claims. He's either ignorant about this or he's just out and out lying. Okay, back to a statement from the Mormon writer Dr. Francis W. Kirkham. He did an article in the Improvement Era in March of 1947. Kirkham says, if any evidence had been in existence that Joseph Smith had used a seer stone for fraud and deception, and especially had he made this confession in a court of law as early as 1826, or 4 years before the Book of Mormon was printed, and this confession was in a court record, which we know it was, it would have been impossible for him, Joseph, to have organized the restored church. Okay, Kirkham continues here in this Improvement Era article in 1947. No record exists, and there is no evidence to prove one was ever made in which he, Joseph, confessed in a justice of the peace court that he had used a seer stone to find hidden treasures for purposes of fraud and deception. Well, that record does exist now. Maybe they hadn't quite found it yet at this time, so Kirkham was wrong. Okay, presiding bishop and future apostle LeGrand Richards, they put out a book entitled A Marvelous Work and a Wonder. It came out in 1950. As pictured above, LeGrand Richards here on the right. It was through the use of the Urim and Thummim that Joseph Smith was able to translate into English from the gold plates the Book of Mormon. So, Urim and Thummim. Seer Stone and spectacles are not mentioned in this book. All right, let's go back to the Apostle John A. Widsoe. He put out a book called Joseph Smith, Seeker After Truth, Prophet of God, 1951. He says that the charges that Joseph Smith was a peepstone gazer and a digger for money, etc., are unfounded. So Widsoe says, unfounded charges against the prophet were bandied about. He was said to be a crystal or peepstone gazer, a digger for lost treasure, and a devotee of the black arts. But, of course, these are all unfounded charges. All right, the Apostle Widsoe continues. The charge of crystal gazing came, of course, from Joseph Smith's use of the seer stone, though there is no evidence that he used the seer stone in sacred work, in other words, translating the plates, and that is not true. There's quite a bit of evidence that he did use it. All right, Widsoe makes another statement here, and he seems to contradict himself. Before Joseph received the Urim and Thummim, he had a stone. This stone, through the blessing of the Lord, became a seer stone, which was used frequently by him in his spiritual work. And also, Widsoe does not mention the spectacles in this book. Okay, Widsoe continues. There are spurious peepstones and crystal globes everywhere, which usually mislead the people, but I guess not in Joseph Smith's case. Okay, Widsoe continues. He says that it is the enemies of the church who say that Joseph Smith was using this peepstone to find lost treasure. So he says, enemies have suggested and widely circulated the suggestion that Josiah Stoll employed Joseph because he was said to have a peepstone by which lost treasure could be located. But this is enemies of the church, right? And they're only a suggestion. All right, Widsoe continues. In one of these supposed records, known as the Tuttle record, I think we've quoted from that, Joseph Smith is made to confess to all of his errors, including treasure hunting, peepstone practices, etc. Widsoe goes on to say that the document is probably fake. Okay, let's go on to another book here. It's called The Contents, Structure, and Authorship of the Book of Mormon, 1954. This is a Mormon teacher at Carbon College. His name is J.N. Washburn. Washburn mentions the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone as possible translation devices. He doesn't mention the spectacles. All right, but some of the old timers, like the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith, denied that Joseph Smith ever used a seer stone in the translation of the Book of Mormon. Here's a statement in Doctrines of Salvation, Volume 3, 1954. While the statement has been made by some writers, for example, B.H. Roberts is one I think he's referring to, but also now we have it in the manuals of the church, which are written by the church, right? So the statement has been made in current church manuals and by B.H. Roberts that the prophet Joseph Smith used a seer stone part of the time in his translating of the record or plates, and information points to the fact that he did have in his possession such a stone, yet there is no authentic statement in the history of the church which states that the use of such a stone was made in that translation. So they used to deny this because they used to think it was pretty embarrassing, and I think it is still embarrassing. Joseph Fielding Smith, there is no authentic statement in the history of the church which states that the use of such a seer stone was ever made or was ever used in the translation of the Book of Mormon. And it's interesting, he says that he knew that Joseph Smith did have in his possession a seer stone. Of course, Joseph Fielding Smith, he was a church historian, put that away in his own private vault or his own private safe. And the church didn't admit that they had this stone until a long time later. And people like LeGrand Richards denied that they had the stone. So it's, again, a bunch of lies from the past. Okay, so the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith continues here in the same account. The information that Joseph Smith used this seer stone is all hearsay. And personally, I do not believe that this stone was used for this purpose. In other words, translating the plates. The Urim and Thummim were preserved for this very purpose of translating the record. That's been the traditional narrative, and you see Joseph Smith with the Urim and Thummim in all the previous artwork, or you see him just kind of running his hand along the golden plates, translating it somehow. But now they've been forced by historians to change this artwork and have the white hat and the stone, etc. Okay, the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith in the Doctrines of Salvation, Volume 3, page 225. This volume came out in 1956. The statement has been made that the Urim and Thummim was on the altar in the Manti Temple when that building was dedicated. The Urim and Thummim so spoken of, however, was the seer stone, which was in the possession of the prophet Joseph Smith in the early days. This seer stone is now in the possession of the church. So Smith does mention the seer stone. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Hugh B. Brown, BYU Devotional in 1955. He's going to poo-poo these folk magic kinds of things, or magic, clairvoyance, etc. Brown says, any man so claiming would be a dignified man with a dignified message. No table jumping, no whisperings from the dead, no clairvoyance, but an intelligent statement of truth. Okay, another statement from the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith, this time in Answers to Gospel Questions, Volume 1, 1957. The Urim and Thummim, which were hid up by Moroni to come forth in the last days, were a means by which the ancient record might be translated. So he's saying it's the Urim and Thummim. Okay, the non-Mormon sociologist Thomas F. Odea, in his book The Mormons, 1957, he says Joseph Smith used a peepstone in which he claimed that he saw where treasure was hid, and he led his associates to it, that is the treasure. Okay, Odea continues. Joseph Smith later used his peepstone in the translation of the Book of Mormon. Okay, statement from Bruce R. McConkie. He was a 70 as a general authority at this time. He put out the book Mormon Doctrine in 1958. Of course, he became an apostle later. Basically saying those who use peepstones are getting information from the devil. So is this true for Joseph? McConkie says peepstones. That's the category or the article here. See the devil. You want to learn about peepstones? Read about the devil. Also see Revelation and Urim and Thummim. In imitation of the true order of heaven, whereby seers receive revelations from God through a Urim and Thummim, the devil gives his own revelations to some of his followers through peepstones or crystal balls. All right, and then McConkie says that Joseph used the Urim and Thummim for the translation. He does not mention the spectacles at all. Joseph Smith, the great seer, translated the Book of Mormon by means of the Urim and Thummim. Okay, the popular 70 Milton R. Hunter in General Conference, October 1958, also says that it was done through the Urim and Thummim. Through the gift and power of God and the Urim and Thummim, Joseph translated the Book of Mormon. Okay, a brand new book just came out. It's called Lighthouse. Gerald and Sandra Tanner, Despised and Beloved Critics of Mormonism, 2022. Gerald is pictured above. The author of this is Ronald V. Huggins. So Huggins says that in 1960, one of Gerald Tanner's first major doubts in the church was Joseph Smith's use of the same seer stone in his treasure digging to also translate the Book of Mormon. Okay, the popular Mormon writer Hiram Andrus, Joseph Smith, The Man and the Seer book, 1960. Andrus quotes here from the 1887 David Whitmer account. However, he says in other places that Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim for the translation. He does not mention the spectacles. All right, statement from the Mormon writer Melvin R. Brooks, LDS Reference Encyclopedia, Seer Stone article, 1960. The Seer Stone possessed some of the characteristics of the Urim and Thummim, and Joseph used it, that is the Seer Stone, in the translation of the plates. So that's interesting. All right, Brooks also says that Joseph used the Urim and Thummim. The golden plates were translated through the Urim and Thummim. He does not talk about the spectacles. Okay, statement from Jim Whitefield in his book, The Mormon Delusion, Volume 4. The missionaries who taught me and my mother in 1960 explained that Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon using the Urim and Thummim, two seer stones which were provided with the plates. Okay, Carter E. Grant did an article in the Improvement Era, May 1960, talking about some money digging, etc. The prophet writes that they dug for the silver mine for nearly a month, although the prophet really wasn't digging, without success in our undertaking, and finally I, Joseph, prevailed with the old gentleman to cease digging after it. So it's like Joseph didn't want to do it, he wanted to stop it, and then he was prevailing with the old man to stop it. I guess this is Stoll. Okay, Carter E. Grant continues. This is quite different from the reports of enemies of the church a few years later, claiming that Joseph Smith on his own accord entered the Harmony district with his peepstone, deluding the farmers and obtaining money under false pretenses. But remember, people, these are the enemies of the church saying this. Okay, Carter continues. The truth is, it was almost a year after Joseph Smith's marriage before he received the Urim and Thummim. All right, Hugh Nibley didn't seem to be too fond of the peepstone story. He basically says in this statement that the use of these peepstones is probably fabrication. This in the book The Mythmakers, 1961. Okay, some information from D.J. Gonzalez in his book, The Wide Divide, 2017. He says that in Hugh Nibley's book, The Mythmakers, he boldly debunked assertions that Joseph Smith had committed or been arrested for the crime of glass looking. So he's debunking that, Nibley. All right, Mormon writer William E. Barrett, I think he was in the CES system, put out a book, popular book in the church called The Restored Church, 1961. Barrett never mentions the Seer Stone and says that the translation was done with the Urim and Thummim. He also does not mention the spectacles. Okay, a statement from Dan Vogel here. He's the editor, I guess, of this book, The Word of God. In the early 1960s, the stone in the hat method of translation was disconcerting to most traditional RLDS members, reorganized church there. It was also disconcerting to a lot of regular, in the mainline church members. All right, the scientific instruments of the Liahona and the Urim and Thummim, better than telescopes, better than radar, or better than radio or television. This is from the Apostle Spencer W. Kimball in General Conference, April 1962. Astronomers have developed powerful telescopes through which they have seen much, but prophets and seers have had clearer vision at greater distances with precision instruments such as the Liahona and the Urim and Thummim, which have far exceeded the most advanced radar, radio, television, or telescopic equipment. These items, Liahona and Urim and Thummim, far exceed regular science of humans. All right, Kimball continues here in his speech in General Conference. Most of us can but imagine how the great truths have been transmitted through the ages. Exactly how this precious instrument, the Urim and Thummim, operates, we can only surmise, but it seems to be infinitely superior to any mechanism ever dreamed of yet by researchers. And of course, he doesn't mention the Seer Stone or the spectacles. Okay, Kimball continues here. It would seem to be a receiving set or instrument, that is this Urim and Thummim. For a set to receive pictures and programs, there must be a broadcasting set. The scriptures have quoted in D&C 130 indicated that the abode of God is a master Urim and Thummim, and the synchronization of transmitting and receiving apparatus of this kind could have no limitations. Okay, Kimball continues. God, with great purpose, has developed precision instruments operated through his omnipotent knowledge. Things such as the TV. Okay, Kimball continues here in General Conference in 1962. It is difficult to believe that the Urim and Thummim carried down through the ages by the prophets, even in the hands of our own modern-day prophet, could be that precision instrument which would transmit messages from God Himself, to His supreme creation, man. Is that difficult to believe? Question mark. Okay, another statement from the Apostle LeGrand Richards, General Conference, October 1963. Which record was recorded on gold plates, the Book of Mormon, I guess. It was delivered by Moroni to the prophet Joseph Smith with the Urim and Thummim, or interpreters, by use of which he was able to translate these records, which we now have as the Book of Mormon. So it was the Urim and Thummim. Okay, the Mormon researcher Sidney B. Sperry, The Problems of the Book of Mormon book, 1964. Sperry quotes David Whitmer's 1887 account, which says that the Seer Stone was used in the translation, but Sidney B. Sperry does not like this account. Okay, Sidney B. Sperry continues. When David Whitmer issued his statement, he was not even a member of the church. The statement was issued in 1887, which was about 57 years after the appearance of the first edition of the Book of Mormon. So yeah, that was a very late account. Sperry does not talk about the spectacles. Okay, Sperry continues. The Mormon people do not accept as true David Whitmer's views of a mechanical translation of the Book of Mormon. Okay, Sperry continues. If Hiram Smith was not permitted to know all the particulars of the translation, why should we believe that David Whitmer or anybody else was in possession of them? That is, the particulars of the translation. All right, then Sperry goes on to say that the Urim and Thummim was used in the translation and not the Seer Stones. Okay, so it seems that Hugh B. Brown knew about the Seer Stone, and he showed it to his daughter, Mary Brown Firmage. This is a Mary Brown Firmage interview by Richard S. Van Wagner in 1986. They're talking about the 1960s, however, when Hugh B. Brown, who was a member of the First Presidency, showed the Seer Stone to his daughter, Mary Brown Firmage. She described it as a 3 to 4 inches long, 2 inches wide, and it had a hump in the middle, which made it perhaps 2 inches thick at the thickest point. So yeah, Hugh B. Brown knowing about this, not really talking about it to the church though. Okay, same interview here with Mary Brown Firmage. In addition, she said that it had 3 black concentric circles on the top 1/2 inch. Below the circles were many small black circles. So it sounds like the typical Seer Stone that we see in the translation. Van Wagner's pictured above. Okay, a speech from Grant Palmer. I think it's at the ex-Mormon conference. My aha moments while researching Mormon history. It's on YouTube now. November 22, 2012 is when it came out. Go to the 21-minute mark. He says that in 1965, Grant Palmer was led to the First Presidency's vaults by the assistant church historian Earl Olson. See the picture above. Olson brought out 3 seer stones that belonged to Joseph Smith. Yeah, so these are in the First Presidency's vaults. So presumably, David O. McKay would have known about these vaults and known about these 3 seer stones because he was the prophet at the time. Okay, so Grant Palmer continues here. One of these seer stones was a small white stone shaped like a baby's foot. Another was a milk chocolate colored stone, was about the size of a softball. It had a handle for carrying, so you can see the softball here. Okay, so Palmer continues here. His aha moments. The 3rd stone was the one that Joseph used for the translation of the Book of Mormon. This stone was almost black with white streaks, bigger than a chicken's egg but smaller than a turkey egg. Okay, Mormon writer John J. Stewart, Joseph Smith, the Mormon Prophet, 1966. One of the most persistent stories circulated about young Joseph Smith was that he was a peep stone gazer and a money digger. These are persistent stories. Okay, Stewart continues. Whether Joseph Smith ever did any peepstone gazing as any youth might remains a matter of speculation, nor is it important. It's not speculation. We know that he did. All right, another book by Sidney B. Sperry, The Book of Mormon Compendium, 1968. Sperry does not mention the Seer Stone and says that the Book of Mormon was translated with the Urim and Thummim. Okay, a statement by BYU professor Marvin S. Hill. The Role of Christian Primitivism, a PhD dissertation, 1968. He talks about a Robert Kent Fielding, who was a recent writer who assumes that because Joseph Smith employed a seer stone to search for hidden treasures, this demonstrates a money-digging origin of Mormonism. Okay, Marvin S. Hill continues. The total religious experience of the Mormons from 1830 to the present suggests that money digging could hardly have provided a fundamental starting point. Okay, the church put out a video in 1968 called Joseph Smith, the Prophet of the Latter Days. think this is the first video that we're going to talk about. Shows the traditional method with golden plates on the table, a finger kind of running along the characters on the plates, writing with his feather. Okay, a different picture here, but basically showing the same thing, the traditional view, golden plates with finger running along the plates. This was the Improvement Era magazine cover of November 1968. I believe this, the artist for this picture is Harold T. Kilborn. Okay, so how did Joseph Smith translate the Book of Abraham? There's a guy named J.M. Todd put out a book called The Saga of the Book of Abraham in 1969. Todd was the assistant managing editor of the Improvement Era. Also, it is interesting to observe, he says, that apparently as far as the lay members of the church are concerned, the prophet made his translations through the Urim and Thummim. Okay, Todd continues, and it seems clear that if it were the Seer Stone, which the prophet used to translate the Book of Abraham, as Brigham Young says, and not the Urim and Thummim, it was not common knowledge among members of the church. All right, Todd continues. But the truth undoubtedly is that most members of the church, if they knew about the existence of the two different tools at all, they fused everything in their mind with the Urim and Thummim, the tool provided for the translation of the Book of Mormon. Why did they get that in their mind? Because that's always what the church leaders said in General Conference and in a lot of other sources. Okay, Richard Lloyd Anderson, I believe he's a BYU scholar, professor. He did a BYU Studies article in 1970. He says, there is no solid evidence of Joseph Smith as the prime mover in any treasure-seeking project. So trying to do some apologetics on that. Joseph Smith was never the prime mover in these treasure digs, trying to kind of remove Joseph somewhat from that idea. Perhaps the supernaturalism of receiving revelations through the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone, quote unquote, after 1827 resembles generally the peaking practices of that time. All right, and here's where I'm going to say that Anderson is lying. Same article here in BYU Studies. That the Smiths were digging for money as a general practice evidently rests on hearsay. No, it doesn't. I got the sources to back it up. What remains unclear is a definite association of the Smiths with money digging. That's just an out-and-out lie. Okay, some more bad apologetics. Richard Lloyd Anderson. Isaac Butts also says that Joseph Smith used a divining rod and later a peepstone for locating buried or lost objects. It's not just Isaac Butts. Although claiming to have seen both, he specifically does not claim observation of Joseph Smith in these practices, a point seriously in doubt because of Butts' indiscriminate use of hearsay. So these ideas that he's using the peepstone and digging for money, they rely on the testimony of people using hearsay. All right, statement from David C. Martin of the Reorganized Church, Restoration Reporter, 1971. He talks about a Dean Hooper who was in a conversation with Joseph Anderson. Anderson was the assistant to the Council of the 12 in the Utah Church. A conversation at a Chicago Stake Conference, January 1971. He quotes Anderson as saying, all right, so he quotes him as saying that the seer stone that Joseph Smith used in the early days of the church is in the possession of the church and is kept in a safe in Joseph Fielding Smith's office. So Joseph Fielding Smith, he knew about it. Didn't like to talk about it to members of the church, however. All right, same source here by Martin. Anderson has seen it, the seer stone, a number of times there in Joseph Fielding Smith's safe. It's slightly smaller than a chicken egg, oval, chocolate in color. All right, it seems that the prophet Harold B. Lee knew about these seer stones as well. This is from the Diaries of Leonard J. Arrington. August 8, 1972 entry by Arrington. He says that the prophet Harold B. Lee then said, "There are some things that have been kept in our vault for more than 100 years, and perhaps they should always remain there. For example, the seer stone. It should remain in the vault. We shouldn't show it to the church, shouldn't put it in the ensign, etc." Okay, moving on to another source. This is the Church History Library online summary for Earl E. Olson's journals. We don't have, you can't read the journals, but you can read their summary. In September 1972, after the prophet Joseph Fielding Smith's death on July 2nd, 1972, Earl E. Olson, who we mentioned before, was present at the opening of the safe that Joseph Fielding Smith had kept. It contained the seer stones and the first printings of some early books. Okay, BYU professor Ivan J. Barrett, he was also a CES teacher, put out a book called Joseph Smith and the Restoration in 1973. He does not mention the seer stone in this book or the spectacles, and he says that Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Boyd K. Packer in General Conference, April 1974. We speak of translation through the use of the Urim and Thummim of records prepared by ancient prophets. So, Urim and Thummim. All right, source that some of the apologists, like at Fair Mormon, like to use, saying, we've been open about this all along, is this article, I guess, from an anonymous person. It's called A Peaceful Heart. Shows up in the Friend magazine, church magazine for children, September 1974. See picture above, I guess. Joseph Smith also used an egg-shaped brown rock for translating called a seer stone. They also mentioned that he used the Urim and Thummim as well. All right, let's talk about the book, The Story of the Latter-day Saints. Talks about the Urim and Thummim being used. It also equates the spectacles with the Urim and Thummim in one spot in the book, where spectacles are only mentioned once. But this book is by James B. Allen and Glenn M. Leonard, published by Deseret Book in 1976, so church publication. It is silent on Joseph Smith's seer stone, but does mention the Urim and Thummim account. All right, so here's an account showing that the Apostle Bruce R. McConkie was aware of the seer stone. And we've read passages from McConkie disparaging the use of the seer stone. This is from Einar Erickson, a Dead Sea Scroll lecture, December 7, 1976, audio and printed copy in private family possession. Not sure where I first heard about this. So the Apostle Bruce R. McConkie and some other people, got the letter from the First Presidency, opened up the safe, and there was the seer stone and a number of other various secret things. So Bruce R. McConkie knows about this seer stone too, and has probably seen it. All right, let's go to Donna Hill. I think she's a non-Mormon writer. Her book is Joseph Smith, the First Mormon, 1977. Not a big fan. Didn't really add much at all to what Fawn Brody did. She says, Donna Hill says, Emma Smith later said that her husband translated the first part of the Book of Mormon with the Urim and Thummim, but afterwards used a small stone, which she described as not exactly black, but rather a dark color. And we'll get to those accounts. They're late accounts. All right, Donna Hill continues. Emma Smith said that she wrote for her husband hour after hour as he dictated, sitting with his face buried in his hat, which had the stone in it. And we'll get to that account. Okay, so a fairly honest statement here from a BYU professor, Thomas F. Rogers. This is in the book By Study and also by Faith, volume number 2. We can no longer deny that prior to discovering the golden plates and the Urim and Thummim, Joseph Smith was several times hired to seek buried treasure by means of a so-called peepstone. Okay, let's go to a book by the Mormon writer Francis M. Gibbons. He's wrote a ton of books. I think he's written a book on like every Mormon prophet, pretty much. I'm not a big fan. Very faith-promoting stuff. This one is called Joseph Smith, Martyr, Prophet of God, 1977. Gibbons says that the Urim and Thummim was used. Okay, Gibbons also says that the idea of Joseph using a seer stone to find where gold mines were a distance underground is a falsehood. Joseph Smith using the seer stone to find gold mines, that is a falsehood. Gibbons pictured above. Okay, so early in 1977, a United Presbyterian Church pastor named Wesley P. Walters actually found some of the 1826 trial records that are now in the Joseph Smith papers. He says that the 1826 trial records now make it impossible for Mormon scholars to dismiss the numerous affidavits testifying that young Joseph Smith, prior to founding the Mormon faith, had earned part of his livelihood using a peepstone to hunt for buried treasures. The peepstone story can no longer be set aside as a vicious story circulated by those who wish to persecute the budding prophet. So this was a big find. Okay, let's go to a different source here. Richard S. Marshall, The New Mormon History, a senior's honors project in partial fulfillment of a BA degree in the University of Utah, May 1st, 1977, so not a graduate degree. He says, recently this writer, that's Marshall, had a question concerning a statement made by David Whitmer in his pamphlet, An Address to All Believers in Christ, which came out in 1887. Okay, Marshall continues. The question had to do with Whitmer's description of the method of translation of the Book of Mormon by Joseph Smith using the Seer Stone. Okay, this statement by Whitmer contradicted what several modern church leaders have said. All right, so Marshall asked one of his teachers at the LDS Institute of Religion at the University of Utah, the guy's name was Dr. Frank Gonzalez. He asked him about Whitmer's statement. This writer was informed, this is Marshall, was informed that what he had said could not be taken seriously because he was an apostate. So this Gonzalez guy doesn't believe in the Seer Stone being used for the translation, I guess. Okay, so by 1977, the Mormon researcher or scholar Richard Lloyd Anderson had changed his mind about the Seer Stone. This was in an article by the Gift and Power of God, Ensign, September 1977. Richard Anderson mentions in this article that the Seer Stone and the Urim and Thummim were probably used in the translation. All right, so what did the Apostle Mark E. Peterson say was the translation method in General Conference, October 1977? But let us consider for a moment the actual translation of the record. Joseph Smith says that he did it by the gift and power of God through the use of the Urim and Thummim. All right, let's get to some of the artwork. This is Joseph Smith translating the Golden Plates by Harold T. Kilbourne. We had mentioned him before, but this is a painting from 1978. Traditional method here, plates on the table, running his finger along the plates with a feather in his right hand, writing things down. As far as the Ensign magazine goes, I think there was only one picture of them ever using the Urim and Thummim, and I'm not sure what that picture looks like, whether it shows spectacles or not. My guess is that it doesn't show spectacles, it just shows the Urim and Thummim. But as far as I know, that's the only time that they showed the Urim and Thummim being used. So although leaders of the church like to mention the biblical Urim and Thummim in General Conference, they still kind of thought it a little hokey because they didn't like to picture it in art. So that's part of the cover-up here. All these pictures, all these videos that I'll go over, they don't show him using the Seer Stone. They don't show him using spectacles. Okay, an interesting interview of the Apostle LeGrand Richards in the Deseret News, June 9, 1978. Richard, he was interviewed by a man named Walters. That might be Wesley P. Walters, I'm not sure, and also a guy named Velachos. So Walters asks Richards, I thought that somebody said that Joseph Fielding Smith had Joseph Smith's Seer Stone. Yep, and we've read those records. Richards says, no, we don't have that. We don't have the Seer Stone. I don't know if he's deliberately lying or he just doesn't know. Walters then says, you don't have that? And Richards says, no. Velachos asks, is the Seer Stone in the historical department? Richards says, we don't have a Seer Stone. That went back with the plates when blah, 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 unintelligible. Walters asks, oh, okay, I hadn't heard that. I see. I thought that somebody said that it was still out there somewhere. Velachos asks, do you know what it looked like? And Richards says, what? Velachos says, do you know what the stone looked like? Richards said, no, I've never seen it, and I don't think there is any living man who has seen it. That's completely wrong. Almost all of the prophets up to this point had seen it. Maybe Richards didn't know that. I don't know. Okay, moving on to another source here, the Diaries of Leonard Arrington, December 1st, 1978 entry. In there he says, also wanted to record what Earl Olson had told me earlier, that there are 2 seer stones in the Joseph Fielding Smith safe, which is in the vault of the First Presidency. So we got multiple sources confirming this, that Joseph Fielding Smith had at least 2, maybe 3 seer stones in his safe. This is in the First Presidency vault. So Spencer W. Kimball, who was the prophet at the time, probably had access to that vault, and he may have known what was in there as well. Okay, so Arrington continues. Earl Olson is not certain about these seer stones. He thinks that one of them belonged to Hiram Page, and one of them may very well have belonged to the prophet Joseph Smith. Okay, Arrington continues. Earl Olson says that one is kind of a clear geode, see the picture above, and the other is a chocolate color with specks. I have a vague memory that he said that they were about the size of a hen's egg. Okay, moving on to another source, The Mormon Experience, 1979. Written by Leonard J. Arrington and Davis Byton. A combination of rumors concerning the first vision, the visits from Moroni, and the use of a seer stone very probably attracted Josiah Stoll to the Smith farm in Palmyra. Okay, same book here, The Mormon Experience. Use of these stones in divining was not uncommon for that time. As late as 1841, Joseph Smith displayed a seer stone in Nauvoo, Illinois. They don't say how he used it on this slide. He just displayed it. Okay, same source here. Although Joseph Smith's attachment to such things, aka seer stones, had become qualified in 2 directions, he readily said that every person was entitled to such a stone, and his own revelations and translations had long since ceased to require such physical aid. So then I put a note in there. So they admit that at one point Joseph Smith's translations did require such physical aids, such as the seer stone, and they don't mention the spectacles. Pictured above, I believe, is Davis Byton. Okay, moving on to Dean Jesse, a Mormon historian. I did an article in the Ensign, Joseph Smith's Reputation, September 1979. It's interesting to note that this article has been taken down from the church's website for some reason. He says Cole sought to defame Joseph Smith and his work. He might be talking about Abner Cole. He described the prophet in degrading terms and explained the Book of Mormon was a deception growing out of the family's use of peepstones to dig for hidden treasure guarded by evil spirits. So he's kind of poo-pooing this idea. All right, let's look at a seminary and institute manual Book of Mormon Student Manual, Religion 121122, came out in 1981. The Seer Stone is not mentioned in this manual. The spectacles are not mentioned either. All right, moving on to another source, the Mormon writer Noel B. Reynolds, Book of Mormon authorship, the New Light on Ancient Origins, 1982. Noel does not mention the Seer Stone at all. He says the Urim and Thummim was used. He also does not mention the spectacles. Okay, a pamphlet called The Greatest Message of Our Time, 1982. They say on April 7, 1829, after the 116 pages were lost, the two men commenced the work of translation again, Joseph using the Urim and Thummim and Oliver acting as scribe. All right, Tim Slover, 7th East Press, June 10, 1982, kind of an alternative BYU newspaper. They say that a play was depicting LDS prophet Joseph Smith as a money digger. This play has been dropped from consideration for the BYU Drama Department's 1982-1983 season. So question is, why did they drop it? Well, money digging is not going to go over too well here at BYU in 1982. All right, Tim Slover continues. According to the play, young Joseph Smith used to divine the location of buried treasure by looking into a peepstone placed in his hat. That would have been a pretty interesting play. All right, some good historians in dialogue. Richard Van Wagner and Steve Walker. They did an article called Joseph Smith, The Gift of Seeing, summer of 1982. They say that the concept of a single seer stone is another problem area, for we have been taught since the prophet's day that the Urim and Thummim were used in the translation. So kind of talking about the cover up here. Okay, same source here. A mental picture of the young Joseph, face buried in a hat, gazing into a seer stone, plates out of sight, has not been a generally held view since the early days of the church. And I'd say also this idea of the spectacles was a generally held view in the early days. Okay, Van Wagner and Walker continue. Though we seldom hear the Chase seer stone mentioned in the church today, it remains in the possession of the First Presidency, which we've talked about. They call it the Chase seer stone because they found it in his well. Okay, same source here in Dialogue, 1982. Consensus holds that the translation process was accomplished through a single seer stone from the time of the loss of the 116 pages until the completion of the book. And maybe this video will break up some of that consensus and show the case for the spectacles, and by spectacles not meaning the Urim and Thummim. Okay, BYU professor Milton V. Backman Jr. put out a book called Eyewitness Accounts of the Restoration, 1983. Backman quotes from the 1870 Martin Harris account, as well as the 1881 David Whitmer account, so two late accounts, both of which state that the seer stone was used in the translation, so at least they're quoting from that. Okay, article in the Ensign, The Coming Forth of the Book of Mormon, December 1983. This article mentions the Urim and Thummim and by the gift and power of God as methods of translation, I guess. There's no mention of the seer stone. There's no mention of the spectacles. Okay, a little bit of apologetics here by Mormon historian Richard L. Bushman. His first book on Joseph Smith, which is called Joseph Smith and the Beginnings of Mormonism, 1984. The record of Joseph Smith's 1826 trial is equally explicit that Joseph did not like treasure hunting. Joseph Smith didn't like it. All right, Bushman continues. W.D. Purple has Joseph Smith conclude his testimony by saying that he did not solicit business of this kind and had always rather declined having anything to do with this business. Of course, that's not true, and you can look at all the sources in this video. All right, so you can see that this is not true if you just look at an article by Dan Vogel in Dialogue in the fall of 1994. In this study, or in this article, Vogel has identified 18 locations of Joseph Smith's early treasure quests. This is chart number 1. It's kind of hard to read on here, but yeah, he participated in 18 different ones, so that's quite a bit. Okay, Bushman does mention the Seer Stone. He calls them interpreters. That just kind of muddies the waters. In connection with the Book of Mormon, Bushman wrote, Joseph looked in the Seer Stone or the interpreters, and the plates lay on the table. He does not talk about the spectacles. All right, Richard Lloyd Anderson, again, kind of changing his tune from his earlier statements, which we went over. He was a BYU professor, put out an article in the BYU Studies, October 1st, 1984. It should pose no religious difficulty that Joseph's Seer Stone of his youth was later applied to the higher use of inspired translation of the Book of Mormon. Okay, Anderson continues, there is even a claim that Joseph discovered the plates through the stone, the Seer Stone, though his own vision accounts do not hint at this. Okay, let's move on to an account from Ronald W. Walker. I think he's a Mormon historian in BYU Studies, October 1st, 1984. Joseph found lost articles, predicted future events, or prophesied the classic labor of an Old Testament-oriented village seer. All right, Walker continues, moreover, by using divining rods and seer stones, he employed the adept's common techniques. All right, statement by the Apostle Bruce R. McConkie in General Conference, October 1984, a talk called The Caravan Moves On. This was right around the time when the news was talking about the Salamander letter, which was a forgery by Mark Hoffman. And different people were writing about it, giving interviews in newspapers, etc. So McConkie says, no Latter-day Saint who is true and faithful in all things will ever pursue a course or espouse a cause or publish an article or a book that weakens or destroys faith. They'll never do it. There is, in fact, no such thing as neutrality where the gospel is concerned. So just do not publish books critical of the church or critical of treasure digging, etc. Okay, moving on to another source. This is BYU Professor Bruce A. Van Orden. I did a chapter in a book by Millett and Jackson. The book is called Studies in Scripture, Volume 2, The Pearl of Great Price, 1985. So Van Orden says that according to Martin Harris, Joseph used the Seer Stone in addition to the Urim and Thummim to translate the Book of Mormon. So, at least he quotes Martin Harris. Okay, Van Orden continues, but until Joseph learned to channel his seeric gifts, he also believed that he could use the stone to locate buried treasure. So at least he mentions that until he learned to channel his seeric gifts, he was using the stone, I guess. He believed that he could use the stone to locate buried treasure. He believed it. Doesn't talk about him doing it yet. Van Orden pictured above. Okay, Van Orden continues. This propensity, that is, a believing that he could use the Seer Stone in treasure digging, just believing, this propensity may be in part what he meant, that Joseph Smith meant, when he described his teenage years. And Joseph said, I frequently fell into many foolish errors and displayed the weakness of youth and the foibles of human nature, which I am sorry to say, led me into divers temptations, offensive in the sight of God. All right, now Van Orden is going to do some apologetics. Digging for money was neither uncommon nor disreputable. Yes, it was disreputable. It was illegal to take money and tell people where to dig. The difficulty for Joseph Smith was his inability as a teenager to distinguish the correct use of the special gifts that he recognized the Lord had given him. The difficulty was his inability to distinguish between his special gifts, etc. This book put out by Robert L. Millett and Kent P. Jackson as pictured above. Okay, David Persuit again, Joseph Smith and the Origins of the Book of Mormon book, 1985, second edition, 2000. He says Mormons have usually denied that Joseph ever searched for buried treasures in such a manner, and we've shown a lot of examples of that. Okay, David continues. The stories of Joseph using a peepstone, they have frequently said, were simply fabrications designed to malign the prophet and to discredit their religion. Okay, some more art in the Book of Mormon Reader. I believe this is for children. This was published by the church in 1985. Shows a picture of Joseph Smith with the golden plates and his fingers on the plates. You know, so the traditional story, I guess. It just says, God helped Joseph Smith know what was written on the gold plates. Joseph Smith told friends what to write down. All right, we're getting into the Mark Hoffman era, and I have a lot of information about that because a lot of the documents that Mark Hoffman produced involve treasure digging, seer stones, things like that. So there's a guy named Don Tracy, I think it's a guy, who did a bunch of articles in the Salt Lake Tribune. We'll go over some of them. This one is called Symposium Examines Smith's Involvement in Magic. August 24th, 1985, as pictured above. It shows what I think is a magic parchment. They call it a document here, pictured above, owned by Joseph Smith's brother Hiram. It has astrological symbols and connects the Smith family to beliefs in magic. So he says, relics and documents linking Mormon church founder Joseph Smith and his family to magic and the occult that run counter to official church history won't go away. So he's acknowledging this cover-up, you know, the official church history compared to what happened here in 1985. Okay, so Don Tracy continues. One such relic, a common stone used by Mr. Smith to translate Mormon sacred scripture, is locked in a vault accessible only to the first presidency of the church. Okay, one high LDS official said that the relics will remain locked up. It's kind of a cover-up, right? Keep them locked up. Don't let anybody see them up until 1985. Okay, Don Tracy continues. A church source who saw the stone recently said that the relic is larger than an egg, smooth and slightly pointed, and pocketed in a pigskin pouch, as pictured above here, which this picture was released by the church. I think Emma made this pigskin pouch. All right, Don Tracy continues. A little bit of a cover-up here by LDS Church spokesman Jerry Cahill, pictured above. Cahill said that he can neither confirm nor deny the report that they have the Seer Stone in the safe. We have other sources to confirm it. He said that the church stands by Joseph Smith's own accounts of the translation of the Book of Mormon. How did Joseph Smith say he did it? Gift and power of God and Urim and Thummim, right? Not by the Seer Stones. Okay, Joseph Smith was a prophet, said Mr. Cahill. Another picture of him above. That means visions and revelations, and that is not magic. Joseph Smith didn't do anything with magic, right? It's consistent with the work of God in dealing with his prophets. All right, so here is that magic parchment or document, and also a magic dagger. Don Tracy continues here. A magic parchment and a dagger owned by the Smith family are now owned by Eldred G. Smith, an LDS Emeritus Patriarch, who is a direct descendant of Hiram Smith. So Eldred G. Smith, he has these things, or had these things. I don't think he wanted to show them to people, though. All right, so Eldred G. Smith, the general patriarch of the whole church, over the entire church, from 1947 to 1979. I think they did away with that position. In the early days, that was a very high position, and then, the 12 later on, I guess here sometime after 1979, got rid of the position, and Eldred is pictured above. All right, so Eldred G. Smith really didn't want people to know that he had these things. Mr. Eldred G. Smith said that a Dr. D. Michael Quinn, who made public announcements of the relics, he said this public announcement is in poor taste, it is improper, and without permission. He's holding on tightly to these things, trying to keep them secret, basically. Eldred, another picture above. Okay, and I guess Eldred did not want Michael Quinn talking about them. He even says so here in this article. Symposium examines Smith's involvement in magic. 1985 here. Quinn's pictured above. He says, I, Eldred, object to Michael Quinn talking about it. He doesn't even own them, said Mr. Smith. So he didn't want people to know about them, didn't want people to talk about them. All right, so Eldred continues to be angry here. No one knows what they are, and they certainly have nothing to do with the founding of the church. That's a lie. I think Quinn figured out a lot about what they were. And they do have something to do with the founding of the church, because Joseph Smith was involved in a lot of this kind of magic stuff. They are locked up and will not be available to anybody. Probably what the church wanted him to do with them, too. All right, so what about some other magic items? Well, Don Tracy's going to tell us, same article here. Mr. Cahill said that he is unaware of a Jupiter talisman, a dagger, or a magic parchments. He's unaware of these things. Is he lying? I don't know. The Jupiter talisman is pictured above. Joseph Smith wore this Jupiter talisman at the time of his assassination, which is interesting. The talisman is now owned by descendants of Wilford Wood in Banffle, Utah. Okay, here's a replica of the Jupiter talisman, and you can see what's on it quite a bit better here. All right, so the very next day, the church goes into damage control. They didn't want this kind of stuff shown or talked about. This is another article by Don Tracy. Did Smith use magic relics? The debate continues. Salt Lake Tribune, August 25th, 1985. And the church leans on this Orem attorney named Robert Fillerup, who said that evidence is circumstantial, that the Smith family owned parchments and a dagger containing magic symbols. It is not circumstantial. Or that Mr. Smith wore a Jupiter talisman at the time of his assassination in 1844. I don't think that's circumstantial either, but I'd have to look into that a little bit more. Okay, so Fillerup continues here, doing damage control. Fillerup said that there's no evidence that the Smiths used the magic artifacts and magic rites. I'd have to look into that more. You can see D. Michael Quinn's book. I think they did use them from time to time. Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview would be the place to look. There is no evidence that Joseph or Hiram Smith owned or used the relics. Okay, we're going to cover some more about the Mark Hoffman case. This is a really good book. Stephen Naif, not sure how you say that, and Gregory W. Smith put out the book The Mormon Murders in 1988. It's a great book. Even if you want to just know about the church, it's a great book to read, and especially if you want to know what happened with the Mark Hoffman case. They take all the primary documents and kind of turn them into a story or kind of into a novel, and they don't even really give the sources for that. But you can, if you know enough, you can kind of figure out what the sources were that they used. So they say on October 16, 1984, he, Christensen, hand-delivered a letter to Hinckley's office, President Hinckley, starred and underlined at the top of the 3-page letter were the words personal and confidential. So what was in that letter? All right, so what was in this letter from Steve Christensen to Hinckley? First, he reassured Hinckley, the church's PR genius, of his discretion. That's Christensen's discretion. During this whole period, I have been extremely unfriendly to the media. Not talking about things. This was in regards to Hoffman's salamander letter. All right, same source, same book here, The Mormon Murders, 1988. I, Christensen, see the picture above, am still not eager to thrust the document in the hands of the media, salamander letter, but they would get it. Personally, I would like to stay as low profile as is possible. Kind of a cover-up, right? If the church would like it, it is yours for the asking. Just tell me when. So he's being a good little Mormon boy. All right, same source here. The next day, October 17th, at a United Way luncheon, Christensen was surprised to find himself seated next to Hinckley. Probably not an accident, right? Hinckley turned to him and said in a low voice, "We would like to see the letter come to the church." What, so they could hide it? This salamander letter. Hinckley pictured above. All right, so the church wanted to keep all this kind of quiet. Same source here. There's Peggy Fletcher Stack, who also worked for the Tribune, who wanted to print a story about the salamander letter. She's pictured above. Steve Christensen says, I can't let you do that. He said, I am under a lot of pressure. This is Christensen. Stack asks, from whom? Fletcher had heard the rumors that the church was pressuring Steve to keep the whole thing quiet. He wouldn't say who. Yeah, Steve Christensen saying, I can't let you know about this letter to another reporter for the Tribune. Okay, so there was all these leaks about the salamander letter. On April 28, 1985, more than a year after the first leaks, the church officially released the salamander letter to the public. So it took them a year, and that was only because they had to. All right, same source here. President Hinckley said, it is, however, an interesting document of the times. Actually, the letter has nothing to do with the authenticity of the church. I don't really buy that. I think it does have to do with the authenticity. Talking about magic, seer stones, treasure digging, all that kind of stuff. Okay, some more information about this salamander letter by Robert A. Jones. He did an article in the Los Angeles Times called The White Salamander Murders. This is March 29, 1987. Jones says that there was no press conferences about the salamander letter, no articles in the church magazine like they did with other faith-promoting documents. This is one they wanted to hide. No press conferences, nothing in the church magazines about it. 2 years later, a reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune, acting on a rumor, called the church press office and inquired about its existence. The press officer denied knowledge of the letter. And Robert pictured above. Okay, Robert continues. Documents that were deemed to be faith-promoting would be snapped up by the church or Mormon collectors and widely celebrated, and they had done that in the past. Threatening documents would be purchased quietly and hidden away. Okay, so let's move on to another article by Don Tracy. LDS Church publishes controversial 1830 letter. This is the salamander letter, which was a Mark Hoffman forgery. So Don Tracy says, Mr. Harris, that's Martin Harris, wrote that Mr. Smith found some giant silver spectacles with the plates. He puts them in an old hat and in the darkness reads the words, and in this way it is all translated and written down. Giant spectacles in a hat. And I'm sure we talked about that account. All right, so here is the salamander letter, the Mark Hoffman forgery. Okay, same article here, April 28, 1985. George Smith, president of Signature Books, said that the letter demonstrates that the history of the church, as officially portrayed, does not hold water. I agree with him. Okay, let's move on to another Hoffman forgery. This was another controversial letter that the church bought from Hoffman, probably to try to hide them. This was the Josiah Stone letter regarding treasure digging. Okay, so first article about this Josiah Stone letter is from Don Tracy as well. A Smith letter seems to have disappeared from view. Salt Lake Tribune, April 29, 1985. Research historian Brent Metcalf said that he knows from a very reliable first-hand source that the letter from Joseph Smith to Josiah Stone exists, and the Mormon Church has possession of it. Metcalf pictured above. All right, same article here. Church spokesman Jerry Cahill, pictured above, denied the claim. The church does not have the letter, said Mr. Cahill. It's not in the church archives or the First Presidency's vault. Okay, and then a statement from BYU professor Marvin Hill in the same article in the Tribune. Basically admits that they were covering up money digging activities. In terms of traditional history that we've written, we cannot account for the money digging activities. There's not much in there, I guess, right? Hill is pictured above. But about a week later, Jerry Cahill admits, yes, the church does have it. My Jerry Cahill's statement, however, was in error, for which I apologize and for which I alone am responsible. Who is behind him, I don't know. The purported letter was indeed acquired by the church. This Josiah Stone letter. It is stored in the First Presidency's archives. Okay, moving on to another article by Marjorie Heyer. Mormon Church is stirred by Founder's Letter, Washington Post, May 11, 1985. The Mormon Church yesterday released copies of an 1825 letter by church founder Joseph Smith that portrays him as a practitioner of magic who used the occult to seek buried treasure. And I guess Marjorie's pictured above. All right, and then Marjorie quotes Jan Ships, pictured above, a non-Mormon historian. Ships says that Joseph Smith did not tell the whole story. In the accepted church documents, she's right. The educated Mormons who have managed to hold off their questions of the truth of their church's origins will have to face the fact that Joseph Smith did not tell the whole story in the accepted church documents, said Ships, who is not a Mormon. Okay, let's go to another source here. This is in Time magazine, an article by Richard Ostling. And he gives a quote here from Klaus Hansen, a Mormon historian that has a couple books out. Hansen wrote the books Quest for Empire, 1967, see the picture above, which was about the Council of 50. He also wrote the book Mormonism and the American Experience, 1981. So I think he's a pretty good Mormon scholar. Klaus Hansen says it is the Stowell and Salamander letters are an incredible crisis of faith for me, said the Mormon Klaus Hansen, who teaches at Queen's College in Ontario. So I guess he's a professor. It means our historical foundation becomes a nice story that has no connection to reality. Okay, back to the article here from Richard Ostling, Time Magazine, May 20, 1985. The Salamander letter, discovered in 1983 and donated to the church last month by a Utah businessman, depicts Joseph Smith as a man influenced by folk magic and occultism. This appears to contradict the official church position, which regards Mormonism as a uniquely pure restoration of Christianity. Okay, Ostling continues here in Time Magazine. He put out a pretty good book with his wife called Mormon America. I would recommend reading that one. And he is pictured above here. Non-Mormon historian Jan Ships, author of Mormonism, The Story of a New Religious Tradition, says that the Salamander letter forces the church hierarchy and the Mormon in the street to confront the fact that the Mormon story as they believe it is not the way that it was. So the Mormon in the street is not going to know about all this magic stuff. All right, another account here from the Orem, Utah attorney Robert Fillerup. He was kind of called upon by the church, I think, to do some damage control here about these Mark Hoffman letters. Robert Fillerup reported having investigated the artifacts in question, see the picture above, and others, since 1973, when they were believed to be Masonic materials. And the source for this is the Mormon History Association newsletter. All right, Fillerup noted that there is no contemporary evidence, but only family tradition to link the Jupiter Talisman, the magic dagger, and the magic parchments to the Smiths. I don't think that's really true. Look at Quinn's book, Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. Okay, Fillerup did, however, state his belief that the involvement of the Smith family in ritual magic is clear, but that there is insufficient evidence to permit any certainty as to the degree of that involvement. That's totally not true. Again, we have a replica of Joseph Smith's Jupiter Talisman pictured above here. All right, let's go to a different source here. Richard P. Lindsay in the Salt Lake Tribune, October 27, 1985. And then when Hoffman seemed to be questioning whether we should tell them about the McClellan collection, I, Dallin H. Oakes, said, look, that's been handled on a confidential basis, which is probably how the church would have wanted it to be, but there's too many leaks. All right, let's go to a different source here. Peter H. King and Robert A. Jones in the Los Angeles Times, November 8, 1985. Since 1980, Mark Hoffman sold or traded more than 40 historical documents with President Hinckley, the church's chief operating officer. Some made their way into the public domain, but most did not. So they'd buy up these documents and kind of put them away, and people couldn't see them. I've seen in other sources that the number of documents traded between Hoffman and Hinckley and other church leaders, I guess, is a lot higher than 40. It may be up to 400 documents. Okay, about 20 days later, Dallin H. Oakes has another comment in the Salt Lake Tribune. Oakes said that the church is going to cooperate fully, and it has absolutely nothing to hide. Sometimes there are some confidential transactions, but this is a murder investigation. All right, Dallin H. Oakes, am not going to talk to the newspapers. I'm not going to. The less said to the newspapers, the better, he advised. Let's keep it on the down low as much as we can. Okay, Gerald Tanner talks about the cover-up of these letters. In his book, Tracking the White Salamander, 3rd edition, 1987. The Hoffman documents, which were not unfavorable to the Mormon Church, were proudly displayed in church publications like the Ensign, those that were not unfavorable. On the other hand, the unfavorable documents, which the public were not aware of, were buried in the church's vaults. Okay, they talk about this vault in the Mormon Murders book. Church spokesman, of course, denied everything, like Jerry Cahill. At first, they even denied that there was such a vault. Then they denied that it contained anything. Then that it contained anything sensitive. Then that they ever bothered to go inside. Okay, Robert Lindsay did an article in the New York Times Magazine, January 12th, 1986. See the picture above. Hinckley said at a press conference that starting in 1980, he had purchased about 40 documents from Hoffman. Only a few of them have been made public. Others are in a church vault. Okay, an article by Mike Carter in the Salt Lake Tribune, February 6, 1986. Sources close to the investigation have said that the church apparently did little to authenticate many of these documents. They just wanted them off the streets, the source said. Get them off the streets. Okay, getting back to the translation briefly here. Statement by Apostle Neil A. Maxwell, BYU Devotional, March 30, 1986. So right when all this Hoffman stuff was going on. We naturally would like to know about the process of translation. Since Joseph, who knew the particulars, chose not to describe them in detail, we cannot presently be definitive about methodology. We can make some good guesses, though. My best guess is spectacles. All right, another church video that came out in 1987 is called the Book of Mormon, A Record for Us. Shows the golden plates, his hand on them. So basically, the traditional method here. Okay, getting back to the Hoffman documents, another article by Robert Lindsay in the New York Times, February 11, 1987. According to investigators, the church leaders purchased from Mr. Hoffman and then hid in a vault a number of 19th century letters and other documents that cast doubt on the church's official version of its history. Okay, a really interesting source here called the Mark Hoffman Interviews. This is volume 2. Interview conducted on April 7, 1987. These are transcripts of a Salt Lake County prosecutor's interview with Mark Hoffman. Starts out with a guy named Mr. Biggs. He says, or he asked the question, what did President Hinckley tell you, Mark Hoffman, relative to this document? And he's talking about the Stoll letter. Hoffman answers and he says, he told me that for the time being, that the Council of the 12 and the First Presidency and Elder Durham would be the only ones to know about this document, this Stoll letter that we've talked about. Hoffman also said that Hinckley's secretary, Francis Gibbons, would also know about it. But basically they wanted it off the street and kind of kept hidden. Okay, Biggs asked the question, did Hinckley say that no one would ever know about this document other than those people? Hoffman says no. Biggs asked, did he ask you some other questions about who else knew about the document? And Hoffman said yes. All right, Biggs asked the question, and did Hinckley ask you about your wife knowing about the document? And Hoffman says yes. Biggs says, what did you say? And Hoffman said no, that his wife didn't know. Biggs asks, did he ask you? Did he say who else knows about the document? And Hoffman says yes. All right, what did you say? Asks Biggs. Hoffman says, I told him that no one else within the church knew about it. So Hinckley definitely wanted to know who knew about it, to basically to control the leaks, right? And then Biggs asks, did he ask you who else outside of the church might have had it? And Hoffman says not at that time. Okay, the interview continues. Biggs asks, did he at a later time? Hoffman says, at a later time we discussed. At a later time he asked me if Charles Hamilton was the source, and I did not confirm or deny that possibility. Source of the letter, I guess. Hoffman also told Hinckley that he obtained a letter of authenticity from this Charles Hamilton. And then Mr. Stott asks another guy, another prosecutor, I guess, do you know what he did with the letter? Hoffman says, I left it with him, that's Hinckley, and he told me at a later time that he handed it to Francis Gibbons with instructions to put it in the vault. Okay, then another guy, Mr. Yengich, asks a question. Did you keep a Xerox copy of the letter? Hoffman says, yes, I did, although I told Hinckley that I didn't. Mr. Stott asks, who did you tell and what did you tell, basically about this letter? Hoffman says, I mentioned the document to Lynn Jacobs, Brent Metcalf, and Dean Jesse. Okay, so here's a key point. Mr. Stott asks the question here, was this letter something that you were not supposed to talk about once you sold it to Hinckley? Was it an agreement that you weren't going to talk to anybody else, or did you feel free to go ahead and talk about it? Hoffman says, yes, that was the agreement that I would not talk about it. So they wanted to keep this secret. Stott asked, but you went ahead anyway and told other people. Hoffman says, yes. Okay, back to the Mormon Murders book. After the purchase of the Stoll letter, there was no press conference, no picture with the prophet, no headlines, no articles, no interviews. They're definitely trying to keep it secret. Okay, same source. When Mark Hoffman came out of the First Presidency building and rendezvoused with Lynn Jacobs across the street in the Crossroads Mall, he was smiling. Lynn Jacobs pictured up here on the left. Okay, Hoffman told Jacobs that Hinckley's parting words were, this is one document that will never see the light of day. Okay, getting back to the Mark Hoffman interviews, we're now in Volume 3. Interview conducted on April 30th, 1987. Hoffman says, that same afternoon in a meeting with Don Schmidt, he was the archivist, he told me that he had talked with G. Homer Durham, who was a Mormon historian, and I believe higher up, and that they would make that purchase, the Salamander letter. I told Don Schmidt that I believe that it could be handled confidentially and that Lynn could be sworn to secrecy. You can see what they're trying to do here. If the church was afraid of the publicity of the document, now that Lynn knew about it and possibly others, that we could arrange to have it sold to a faithful member who we thought would keep it quiet or handle it the way the church thought would be appropriate, but yet not having the church officially making decisions. So this was all to keep this document quiet, but they couldn't do it. Okay, the interview continues. Mr. Stott asks a question. Was your agreement with Steve Christensen and semi with the church something to the effect that it was going to be the contents or even the idea that there was a letter would remain private with them? And Hoffman says yes. Stott asks, but nevertheless, you were still talking to people like Michael Marquardt about the letter. Hoffman says, I can't remember when I talked to Marquardt, so it's hard for me to say if I talked to him after agreeing to not talk about it or not. Okay, Hoffman continues. I am quite certain now, thinking about it, that Mike Marquardt had made a partial transcript of the Salamander letter before it was shown to or purchased by Steve Christensen. I covered myself in that regard by telling him that people had seen it, although I did not mention Mike Marquardt's name, but that Xeroxes of it were not available and that full transcripts were not available. Okay, Mr. Stott. Was there an idea here conveyed that the McClellan collection would then be sold to the church or donated to the church? Hoffman says the idea was to prevent it, the McClellan collection, from falling into the enemy's hands. Hoffman says that Hinckley's interest wasn't so much in having the church obtain it as having it go someplace else, where in fact I would almost say he almost didn't want the church to obtain it. He just wanted to make sure that it did not fall into the enemy's hands. Okay, let's go to another article by Don Tracy in the Salt Lake Tribune, August 7th, 1987. He talks about this symposium, I guess held at BYU. So speaking at the BYU symposium, Mormon historian Ronald K. Esplin from the Smith Institute, I'm not sure if that still exists, at BYU, he said that it will take 10 years for historians and others to put Joseph Smith's involvement with folk magic into perspective. And who knew more about this folk magic than anybody? D. Michael Quinn. But the church was mad at him, and so he was not invited to this symposium. And you can see the sources here. Okay, same article here. Esplin is going to do some apologetics. He's pictured above, and he was pictured on the last slide. Ultimately, Esplin said that Mormons will view folk magic as only one element in Smith's life, and certainly not the most important. Okay, same article. Elder Oakes refuted media accusations that church leaders had suppressed Hoffman's forged documents, which of course they did, and we've gone through a lot of the evidence. Famous picture above here with Mark Hoffman and the prophet Spencer W. Kimball examining one of his forgeries. Of course, Spencer W. Kimball has no clue, no power of discernment that these are forgeries, and they buy them up from Hoffman anyway. Okay, same source. Oakes had said that church officials released the so-called Salamander letter and Joseph Smith's treasure hunting letter many months before the bombings triggered the intense public interest in this subject. Okay, Mike Carter had also read those Mark Hoffman interviews. Talks about him in an article in the Salt Lake Tribune, August 7th, 1987. While the church has insisted that it never hid any of Hoffman's finds, Hoffman says in his interviews that on several occasions it was understood that he was selling the documents to the church to keep them out of enemies' hands, and we've actually read from that source. Okay, some more information that they were trying to keep the Josiah Stoll letter hidden. This comes from Linda Silito and Alan Roberts Salamander, The Story of the Mormon Forgery Murders book, 1988. First edition, second edition, 2006. By February 1984, when Dean Jesse's The Personal Writings of Joseph Smith appeared, important book, all that's now in the Joseph Smith Papers, many members of the Mormon historical community knew that at least one Joseph Smith document, a letter to Josiah Stoll, was missing. So why didn't they put it in there, right? It's right in this time frame, 1984. Okay, same source. You can see the cover of the book here. This is probably my least favorite book on Hoffman. Unfortunately, nothing could be done about it since no historian had seen the original, and church officials would not confirm its existence. So even historians couldn't access it. All right, same source here. I believe that is Linda Silito, pictured above. I'm not sure how you say that. Everybody knew that the church restricted certain materials from public use and kept other materials totally unavailable, but now the whispers were growing that the church had something to hide. Yeah, they've always had something to hide. Okay, pictured above, Alan Roberts, I believe. Same source. The Josiah Stoll letter was by now an open secret in the historical community. Recently, a church spokesman, I guess that was Cahill, had been quoted in the Salt Lake Tribune denying that the church had such a letter. All right, Brent Ashworth, pictured above, had known personally for 2 years that President Hinckley had bought the letter from Hoffman. Okay, another article by Mike Carter, Salt Lake Tribune, August 7th, 1987. The 1825 Joseph Smith to Josiah Stoll money-digging letter sold to President Gordon B. Hinckley for $15,000 was not announced to the press until almost 2 years after it was obtained. They had it for 2 years trying to hide it. He, Alan D. Roberts, said, and then only when the so-called Salamander letter was made public. Hinckley, pictured above. All right, back to the Mormon Murders book. As for the accusations that the church was hiding documents, Hinckley claimed that he personally had made the decision to make sensitive documents public. Okay, same source. Hinckley cited two in particular, the Salamander letter and the Josiah Stoll letter, that he had voluntarily released to the press. Okay, same source. There was no mention of the fact that both documents were made public only after they had leaked, or that one had been kept secret from the church's own archivist for 2 years. All right, back to the Salamander book, the story of the Mormon forgery murders. In there they say, although the church denied procuring and hiding controversial documents, they denied it, it nevertheless had done so on occasion. Okay, back to the Mormon Murders book. It was remarkable to both Mark and myself that Elder Pinnock was willing to assist to his fullest extent possible with only a brief explanation. Pinnock pictured above. Okay, same source here. I guess they got this information from Steve Christensen's journal. It was as though he sensed completely the potential damage this material would cause in the hands of the enemies of the church. Okay, same book here, The Mormon Murders. 70 Hugh W. Pinnock went to Steve Christensen's house the day after the bombings. He told Terry that he had come to collect Steve's confidential papers on the McClellan collection. After all, the transaction was a private matter, quote unquote, and therefore all materials relating to it should be kept under church control. All right, back to the regular flow of the video here about treasure digging. Source from Richard L. Bushman and Sunstone, September 1987. The sources made it clear that not just the Smith family, but many people in the neighborhood were invoking spells and rituals to find buried treasure while still claiming to be believing Christians. Okay, Bushman continues. This realization transformed my thinking about the prophet. Before this time, I had been aware of the evidence of treasure seeking without taking it seriously. That would be a mistake. All right, so here is where Bushman admits basically that growing up in the church, he never really learned much about treasure digging. It seemed so entirely incongruous with everything that I knew of Joseph, because he wasn't taught this stuff, like asking me to believe that my grandmother was a lifelong member of the mafia. Okay, Bushman continues, whatever the evidence, it was too far-fetched to be believable. Okay, let's move on to D. Michael Quinn, Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview book, 1987. He thinks that the translation was done with the Seer Stone. The actual translation process was strikingly similar to the way that Joseph Smith used the same stone for treasure hunting. Okay, Quinn continues, not simply a crisis in Joseph Smith's personal life, the loss of the 116 pages changed the instrument that he used for translation, so changing from the Urim and Thummim to the Seer Stone, according to Quinn. All right, Quinn continues. David Whitmer explained that as a punishment, Moroni never returned to Smith the original Urim and Thummim found with the plates. I think we have other accounts that disagree with this statement. Okay, instead, the angel allowed him to translate with the brown stone that he already possessed. Okay, moving on to a source by Apostle Dallin H. Oaks, speech at BYU on August 6, 1987, that shows up in the Ensign later. It should be recognized that such tools as the Urim and Thummim, the Liahona, Seer Stones, and other articles have been used appropriately in biblical, Book of Mormon, and modern times by those who have the gift and authority to obtain revelation from God in connection with their use. So you have to have the gift and authority to use these things, according to Oaks. Okay, Oaks continues. Some sources close to Joseph Smith claim that in his youth, during his spiritual immaturity, prior to his being entrusted with the Book of Mormon plates, he sometimes used a stone in seeking for treasure. So, yeah, that's a good admission for Apostle Oaks. All right, so Oaks says this, and then he kind of doubts what he says, or puts a little bit of doubt on it. Whether this is so or not, we need to remember that no prophet is free from human frailties. Well, we know that it is so. So we don't need to question this. We have so many sources that say, yes, Joseph Smith participated in this treasure digging. No prophet is free from human frailties, especially before he is called to devote his life to the Lord's work. Okay, moving on to a different apostle, and in the First Presidency, Gordon B. Hinckley, General Conference, October 1987. There has now arisen another phenomenon. It is described as the writing of a new history of the church as distinguished from the old history. I think, Arrington and others were involved in that. Okay, Hinckley continues. The new history, represents, among other things, an effort to ferret out every element of folk magic and the occult in the environment in which Joseph Smith lived to explain what he did and why. Well, it wasn't just in the environment. Joseph Smith was actively participating in this stuff. All right, and now Hinckley is going to express some doubt that Joseph Smith was really participating that much in this kind of stuff, and that it really had much influence on the church at all. So he says, I have no doubt that there was folk magic practiced in those days. Yes, in the environment, but he doesn't like to think of Joseph Smith doing it. Without question, there were superstitions and the superstitious. Similarly, the fact that there were superstitions among the people in the days of Joseph Smith is no evidence whatever that the church came of such superstition. So he likes to talk about it in the environment, but kind of doesn't want to admit that Joseph and the church were influenced by it. Okay, moving on to another source, BYU professor and apologist Stephen E. Robinson. Really don't like his apologetics much. He's pictured above. He gives a review of Chapter 2 of Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview in BYU Studies in the fall of 1987. So Robinson says, clearly use of these objects, and he's talking about seer stones and divining rods, was a part of early Mormonism, but the vital question is, did these practices have their origin in magic? Well, yeah, they did. Okay, and then Robinson is going to go on to say that divining rods and seer stones are part of biblical precedents. I really don't think there is divining rods or seer stones in the Bible. I could be wrong, but he says, since there are clear biblical precedents of the use of rods and seer stones, or at the very least, since Joseph believed there were, at the very least, Joseph believed that there was, and since there is an ocean of evidence that Joseph Smith was influenced by the Bible, is it not more economical to suppose the origin of these practices to be biblical? No, he's wrong here. Read the book, Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. Okay, statement from Bushman again. This is in the book. I guess he did a chapter 1 in the book Prophet Joseph, or The Prophet Joseph, Essays on the Life and Mission of Joseph Smith by Deseret Book, 1988. So Bushman says, with it, and he's talking about the seer stone, because of Joseph's gifts, he was able to find lost objects. He really didn't find anything. It is not entirely clear that he, Joseph, favored treasure seeking. That's a total lie. We had a slide with it. He did it like 18 times. He was the treasure seer telling people where to dig. 18 different digs. All right, Bushman continues. By 1826, Joseph may have been an unwilling participant in his father's treasure-seeking enterprises. Yeah, I think that's nonsense. Okay, the Apostle Neal A. Maxwell is going to do some apologetics in his book, Not My Will But Thine, 1988. Jacob, in the Book of Mormon, censured the stiff-necked Jews. He censored the stiff-necked Jews for looking beyond the mark. We are looking beyond the mark today, for example, if we are more interested in the physical dimensions of the cross than in what Jesus achieved thereon. So, yeah, don't pay too much attention to these physical instruments. He's going to kind of make the argument. Okay, Maxwell continues. We look beyond the mark when we neglect Alma's words on faith, because we are too fascinated by the light shielding hat reportedly used by Joseph Smith during some of the translation of the Book of Mormon. So don't focus on this hat, especially because it's weird, right? Let's not focus on the hat. Let's not focus on the Seer Stone. Let's focus on the more important stuff, maybe the content of the Book of Mormon, right? To neglect substance while focusing on process, don't focus on the process about how he did it, is another form of unsubmissively looking beyond the mark. Don't look too closely here. All right, statement here from the Mormon writer Kenneth W. Godfrey, pictured above, Ensign, January 1988. He does admit the Seer Stone was used, but there was other things too that we should focus on during this process. The scriptures indicate that translation involves sight. You had to use his sight. Power, gift and power, right? Transcription of the characters, the Urim and Thummim, or a Seer Stone, study, and prayer. So it's all these things, not just the Seer Stone that allowed him to do it, right? Or the Urim and Thummim. It's sight, it's study, it's prayer. So that's a clever apologetic there. Okay, same source here by Godfrey. He is going to admit that Joseph Smith used the Seer Stone. Once Martin found a rock closely resembling the Seer Stone that Joseph sometimes used in place of the interpreters, and he substituted it without the prophet's knowledge. So, yeah, he says sometimes Joseph Smith used the Seer Stone, and this is in the Ensign. Okay, a really good source here about the cover-up of all these magical practices. This is from the University of Utah professor Sterling M. McMurran, Utah Historical Quarterly, spring 1988. McMurran is pictured above on the right. He talks about D. Michael Quinn's book on magic, which we've talked about. He says that it clearly establishes, through the corroboration of divergent sources, that in this matter, the traditional historians of the church have to some degree either been uninformed or have engaged in a conscious cover-up to protect the Mormon image. I suspect that it has been both of these, uninformed and a conscious cover-up. And I would say, yeah, the Seer Stone, the spectacles, all the magic practices. Okay, Sterling M. McMurran continues. Seer stones, which in Quinn's account were not uncommon among early church members, have been kept at a bare minimum by the official histories of the church. Yes, kept at a bare minimum. Never mentioned in general conference in a positive light. All right, I'm going to show this image a few times in this video. It's called The Translation of the Book of Mormon by Gary E. Smith. He is the artist. This shows up in the Ensign magazine, November 1988. It's based on an earlier painting that he did, I think all the way back to 1978 or 1979. But in this one, he changed a few things on it. As you can see, Joseph Smith is wearing a breastplate if you blow it up. And in his right hand, he's holding some spectacles. The entire image is on the right, and it's very hard to see this unless you blow it up like I have on the left. So when you're looking in the Ensign magazine, you can barely tell that he is wearing a breastplate and holding spectacles, and he's got the plates out in front of him. So this is the only known image that we have in a church published source, church manual or church magazine. The only time that you ever see Joseph Smith holding spectacles and wearing a breastplate, and it's very hard to see if you look at this right picture here. Okay, moving on to another source, BYU professor William G. Hartley, Ensign, January 1989. The Knight families knew that Joseph Smith in the early days. They knew him. When he was accused of gold digging and using peepstones. Accused of it. But now he's going to kind of say, or at least cast doubt on the fact that Joseph Smith was a gold digger and a seer stone user. Hartley continues, if Joseph Smith were a charlatan or disreputable money grubber, as detractors charged, the large Knight clan would not have felt such deep trust in him. Okay, the Apostle Hinckley again, General Conference, April 1989. He's going to say it's the Urim and Thummim. Hinckley quotes from Oliver Cowdery's account in the Journal of Reuben Miller that Joseph translated the Book of Mormon by the power and gift of God by the means of the Urim and Thummim. Okay, source here from Royal Skousen in BYU Studies, winter of 1990. He's going to talk about the seer stone in a hat, a couple of the accounts that we have. In these more scholarly materials, they're not as shy about talking about the seer stone, but in the Ensign and the New Era and that kind of stuff, they don't mention it much at all. Royal includes accounts from Emma Smith, her 1879 account, and from David Whitmer, his 1887 account, both very late, stating that Joseph used a stone in a hat for the translation of the Book of Mormon, and Royal's pictured above. All right, let's look at a source from Joseph F. McConkie and Robert L. Millett. They're more Orthodox Mormons. They're more Orthodox. This is an audio book called Great Doctrines of the Book of Mormon, 1991. We have accounts by David Whitmer written some 50 years after the event, which say that Joseph buried his head in a hat and read the translation from a seer stone. It just could not have been. So they're basically saying this is not how it was done. This could not have been. It does not accord with any revelation that we have or the testimony of the prophet. Yeah, I think that's right. The last part there. Okay, a BYU professor, Victor L. Ludlow, Principles and Practices of the Restored Gospel, 1992. Joseph Smith recovered Moroni's Urim and Thummim with the gold plates, used it to translate the Book of Mormon, and then returned it with the plates. So Ludlow says Urim and Thummim. All right, Ludlow continues in the same book here. Joseph also possessed another seer stone with which he may have worked on his translation or inspired version of the Bible. Yeah, I would say spectacles and then seer stone as the backup option. All right, a statement or a source here, Richard E. Turley, Jr., Seer Stone's article in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism, 1992. He basically just muddies the waters here by calling the Seer Stones interpreters, Urim and Thummim, and all these different names. Turley says Joseph used these interpreters and other seer stones plural, that he found in various ways, occasionally referred to by the biblical term Urim and Thummim for several purposes. So then he confuses seer stones with Urim and Thummim, primarily in translating the Book of Mormon and receiving revelations. Okay, Turley continues and does some apologetics. Little is said authoritatively about their operation, these seer stones. Well, we have quite a bit in this video, don't we? While useful in translating and receiving revelations, seer stones are not essential to those processes. It's kind of casting doubt on these seer stones and saying, Joseph could have done it in another way. Joseph later progressed to the point that he no longer needed the instrument. So it's kind of like Turley's embarrassed about these seer stones, but happy that he progressed to the point where he didn't need it. Okay, there's another place in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism that talks about seer stone. This is from Lance D. Chase. The article in their Spalding manuscript, 1992, is when this encyclopedia came out. Character in the novel below, and we'll mention it, possessed a seer stone similar to objects used by Joseph Smith. Similar to objects. So he kind of doesn't want to say the word seer stone, that Joseph Smith just had a seer stone, or that he had spectacles. This novel is written by Solomon Spaulding. It's called the Oberlin Manuscript, or the Manuscript Story Conneaut Creek. Spaulding worked on this book from 1809 to 1812. Some say that Spaulding wrote a different book that the Book of Mormon was based on. You can watch my video on that, Solomon Spaulding and Sidney Rigdon video. Okay, another article in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism by Tim Rathbone and John W. Welch. Book of Mormon translation by Joseph Smith. Most reports state that throughout the project, Joseph used the Nephite interpreters, or for convenience, he would use a seer stone. So that's pretty direct. Pictured above, we have John Welch. Tim Rathbone, I know. He's left the church. I'm friends with him on Facebook. Okay, same source here by Rathbone and Welch. Rathbone pictured above. Picture I got with his permission from Facebook. Both instruments were sometimes called by others the Urim and Thummim. So they like to muddy the waters, right? Throw out all these names, and it's kind of hard to figure out what's what. Other late reports mention a variety of further details, but they cannot be historically confirmed or denied. Well, we have more data now, though. All right, a statement here from the Apostle Russell M. Nelson. Seminar for New Mission Presidents in the MTC, June 25th, 1992, speech that was adapted for the July 1993 Ensign magazine. The Apostle Russell M. Nelson quotes David Whitmer's account from the pamphlet addressed to all believers in Christ, which came out in 1887, and which says that the seer stone was used in the translation of the Book of Mormon. So at least he quotes from that account. However, Nelson also states that the details of this miraculous method of translation are still not fully known. So again, he mentions it, but then casts doubt on it as well, like a lot of others. Okay, the Mormon writer Stephen D. Ricks, I think he's a Mormon guy. Journal of Book of Mormon Studies, 1993. So yeah, it's a faith-promoting book, or a journal, I think. Stephen includes accounts from Martin Harris in 1870 and David Whitmer in 1887, stating that Joseph used a stone and a hat for the translation of the Book of Mormon. So, yeah, I guess that's good. Although I would say it's spectacles, right? Okay, Ricks continues. The accounts of the three witnesses speak of words appearing on the seer stone or translators. Okay, another account from Edward H. Ashmont. This is chapter 9 in a book called New Approaches to the Book of Mormon, edited by Brentley Metcalf. Joseph Smith, using his seer stone, claimed to possess the supernatural means that the Book of Mormon declared would be necessary to interpret this unique document. Okay, Ashmont continues. Joseph Smith saw these characters along with their direct English equivalents in his seer stone, which he placed in a hat so he could see the spiritual light more clearly. And, you know, I don't believe in seer stones. I don't believe they work. So I don't believe in any characters showing up on a stone. Okay, moving on to another source, Joseph Smith, the Prophet, the Man, 1993. Susan Easton Black and Charles D. Tate Jr. Editors. This book says that the Urim and Thummim was used in the translation. It also says that Joseph was accused of digging for gold and using peepstones. Only accused, I guess. And the seer stone may have been used in the Book of Abraham translation. So that's interesting. All right, another source from the Apostle Neil A. Maxwell, Lord, Increase Our Faith, 1994. Martin Harris related of the seer stone that sentences would appear and were read by the prophet and written by Martin. Joseph Knight reported similar descriptions of the process, but of course, in this video I have Way, way more accounts than just those. And that's a problem that a lot of these writers fall into. They get 2 or 3 or even 8 accounts. Not enough to really tell what's going on. All right, Maxwell continues. The translation process itself may have varied as Joseph's capabilities grew. May have varied. Alternately involving the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone, so he mentions both, with perhaps less reliance upon such instrumentalities in Joseph's later work of translation. So they always like to mention that he eventually gave it up, you know. Okay, let's go to another book by Gerald and Sandra Tanner, Answering Mormon Scholars, 1994, Volume 1. Present leaders of the Mormon Church usually shy away from mentioning the fact that Joseph Smith used a seer stone in a hat. Yeah, oftentimes they do. And they usually like to say Urim and Thummim, especially in General Conference and official church histories, etc. All right, Robert L. Millett and Joseph Fielding McConkie again in another book, Joseph Smith, The Choice Seer, Deseret Book, 1996. The authors do not mention the seer stone, and they say that Joseph used the Urim and Thummim. They're pretty orthodox members. Okay, a statement from the BYU professor Dennis A. Wright. Chapter 7 in this Doctrine and Covenants book. You can see the whole source here. Wright talks about Hiram Page. Page knew that Joseph possessed a seer stone, and he used it in his prophetic calling. So he kind of mentions it here. Wright then recommends Doctrines of Salvation by Joseph Fielding Smith as a source for more information on the seer stone, and we've had some quotes and passages from that. All right, Mormon apologist Gary F. Novak here in the Farms Review of Books in 1996, some classical apologetics, talking about the historian Dale Morgan, who's done a lot of work on Mormonism. They say that Morgan uncritically accepted Willard Chase's and William Stafford's tales of seer stones and money digging. These are only tales, right? All right, so the apologist Novak continues. When Joseph's own history did not match these wild stories, these are just wild stories. Joseph Smith's history didn't match, so he's admitting right there's a cover-up. Morgan complained that in the autobiography of any but a prophet of God, the experiences Joseph thus lightly passes over, which is seer stones and money digging, would provide one of its most fascinating chapters. Yes, definitely. Joseph really should have mentioned this a lot more in his official histories. Okay, let's go to a Seminaries and Institute manual, Book of Mormon Student Manual, Religion 121, 122, 1996. The seer stone is not mentioned in this manual, neither are the spectacles. Okay, the Church Manual R Heritage, see pictured above, published in 1996, is silent on seer stones and spectacles, and says that the Urim and Thummim was used. All right, Dan Vogel in the Early Mormon Documents, Volume 1 book, 1996, says that the biblical terms Urim and Thummim refer to Smith's spectacles, which he received along with the plates. I would say most certainly this is not the case up until August of 1832, because the term Urim and Thummim had never been used up until August of 1832. So that can't be the case. And then after that, kind of hard to make direct links from specific accounts that directly say that the Urim and Thummim is the spectacles, or vice versa. A lot of inference going on in there, and I don't think there's a lot to back it up. Okay, Dan Vogel also says that the terms Urim and Thummim also came to be associated with his seer stone. This was much later, I think, which eventually replaced the first instrument in the translation work. All right, Vogel continues here. Urim and Thummim gradually came to replace the earlier term, perhaps to displace charges of Smith's early involvement as a treasure seer. Yeah, that's probably true. All right, Vogel, another Vogel statement, Volume 2, Early Mormon Documents. It is generally believed that Smith used only the Seer Stone after Harris lost the translation manuscript. Yeah, generally believed. But, you have my thoughts. All right, another statement from Vogel here, Volume 5, Early Mormon Documents. And a footnote, footnote number 15, this came out in 1996. Joseph Smith was never seen wearing the spectacles with the plates before him. Initially, a blanket concealed him from his scribe, but this method was quickly abandoned, and I'll let you kind of go over the accounts that I have in this video. You can make up your own mind about that whole blanket concealing him. Thereafter, he translated in full view, placing the Seer Stone in a hat and dictating without use of the plates. Okay, statement from BYU professor Noel B. Reynolds. Book of Mormon authorship revisited, 1997. Also was in a BYU speech. Joseph did not write the book. Rather, he read it as it was given to him through interpretive instruments such as the Seer Stone, much like we today would read material off of a computer screen. Okay, Noel B. Reynolds continues, pictured above. Joseph dictated without reference to any notes, papers, or even the plates themselves. He relied wholly upon the Urim and Thummim and the Seer Stone. What did he do for those big, long Bible passages that are exact copies from the King James Version of the Bible? Was Joseph able to memorize those passages, or did he have a Bible in front of him? Probably the latter, unless he had a super good memory, and some people said that he did. All right, Book of Mormon Stories, publication for children, published by the church in 1997. In there it says, scribes helped Joseph by writing the words as he translated them from the gold plates. It's a pretty traditional looking picture with Joseph Smith and the golden plates on the desk and his hand on the plates. All right, back to Bushman in the Book of Mormon Authorship Revisited book, 1997. Bushman says Joseph had found a seer stone and became adept at finding lost objects. No, he didn't. He never found anything, except maybe some stuff that he planted, like a pin or a feather. Never found gold or silver. All right, Royal Skousen here, same source, Book of Mormon Authorship Revisited, 1997. During the translation process, the witnesses were able to observe in an open setting the following. So, no curtain, I guess. Joseph Smith placed the interpreters, either the Urim and Thummim or the Seer Stone, in a hat and placing his face into the hat. So again, kind of mixing words up here. Is it the interpreters? Is it the Urim and Thummim? Is it the Seer Stone? Oh, they're all the same thing, right? All right, Lewis C. Midgley. Same source here, Book of Mormon Authorship Revisited. Kind of a curmudgeon, I hear, Lewis Midgley. Joseph apparently employed a seer stone early on for these money-digging operations and perhaps other purposes. Apparently employed a seer stone. Midgley calls this operation mining. They weren't money-digging per se, I guess. They were just mining for gold and silver, which is kind of a different operation. Okay, another picture of the translation process. The artist for this one is Del Parson, translating the Book of Mormon, 1997. Just shows the traditional method, golden plates, finger on the plates. Okay, another children's source for primary, Doctrine and Covenants Church History Manual, ages 8 to 11, 1997. As he, Joseph, studied and prayed, the Urim and Thummim helped him understand the characters on the plates. So, Urim and Thummim telling to these children in 1997. All right, another source here from the Apostle Neal A. Maxwell, by the Gift and Power of God article in the Ensign, January 1997. He mentions the Martin Harris account that related of the seer stone that sentences would appear and were read by the prophet and written by Martin. And then he says that came from Edward Stevenson. We've gone over that account. So he does mention, Martin Harris talking about the Seer Stone. However, Maxwell mentions that this is only one possibility. So that's something apologists fail to mention. All right, so Maxwell mentions these things, Seer Stone, Urim and Thummim, but then casts doubt on it, just like a lot of other apostles and prophets have. This is the same article in the Ensign. While the use of divine instrumentalities, such as the Urim and Thummim or Seer Stone, might also account for the rapid rate of translation, the prophet sometimes may have used a less mechanical procedure. We simply do not know the details. So, in the same article, we just don't know. This is something that the apologists don't mention either when they mention this account. Okay, another children's book. This is by Deanna Draper and Jerry Harston. My first Book of Mormon stories, Deseret Book, 1998. By the power of God, Joseph Smith translated the records into the Book of Mormon, a very precious book. Just shows Joseph with the plates and his finger on it again. All right, another account from Joseph Fielding McConkie seems to be changing his mind about seer stones, at least lightening his opinion. This is from a book called Answers, Straightforward Answers to Tough Gospel Questions, 1998. I don't know how tough they are in this book. The great seers have been entrusted with seeric devices, seer stones or the Urim and Thummim, to aid both in receiving revelation and in translating scriptural records from unknown tongues. Okay, an account here from Lamar Peterson. He put out a pretty good book called The Creation of the Book of Mormon, A Historical Inquiry, 1998. He is a critic. Today, the LDS Church is silent regarding the whereabouts or the use of Joseph's seer stone, though it is reported to be in the First Presidency's vault. All right, Lamar Peterson. It seems somehow beneath the dignity of a prophet to have ever placed a seer stone in his hat. Okay, Vaughn J. Featherstone, who was a 70 at the time, put out a book called Man of Holiness by Deseret Book, 1998. The seer stone was a chocolate-colored egg-shaped stone. It possessed the qualities of Urim and Thummim, kind of muddying the waters a little, since by its means, as well as by the means of the interpreters found with the Nephite record, Joseph was able to translate the characters engraven on the plates. So he gives three names, right? Seer stone, qualities of Urim and Thummim, interpreters. It makes it kind of confusing. All right, so a lot of church leaders like to kind of lighten Joseph Smith's involvement, lessen his involvement in treasure digging, etc. This is an article from Dan Vogel in Dialogue, fall of 1998, The Prophet Puzzle, Revisited. Vogel says, despite an attempt to minimize his early involvement in treasure searching, Joseph Smith was in reality an aggressive and ambitious leader among the competing treasure seers of Manchester, New York. Yes, and that totally contradicts what Bushman likes to say. All right, Vogel continues. It was, in fact, Joseph's unparalleled reputation as a treasure seer that drew Josiah Stoll to hire Smith, not as a digger, but as a seer to locate treasure. Yeah, definitely. All right, Vogel continues. Besides not telling about his procurement of a seer stone from the Chase family in 1822, Joseph Smith concealed the major role that he played in Stoll's treasure digging venture in Harmony, Pennsylvania, by portraying himself as merely a hired hand. Yep, definitely. And you can read about that in the History of the Church, Volume 1, page 17. All right, Vogel continues. The Prophet Puzzle Revisited. It was not without reason that Smith tried to conceal these facts in his history. If he did not consider them at odds with his role as a prophet, he at least found them easier to omit than to explain. And I definitely think he's covering this kind of stuff up. Okay, let's go back to Richard Bushman. I think I quote from him more than anybody else in this video because he's done a lot of work on this topic. He did a chapter in the Prophet Puzzle book, chapter 4, came out in 1999. As work on the Book of Mormon went on, a seer stone took the place of the Urim and Thummim. All right, Bushman continues, there is evidence that the translation stone was given him after he lost the Urim and Thummim when the 116 pages disappeared. All right, Bushman continues, as time went by, Joseph played down the place of magic and seer stones in his early life. Yep, or you could say covered it up. Okay, same source, Bushman. After publication of the damning affidavits about money digging in Eberhau's Mormonism Unveiled, Joseph knew that involvement with magic would discredit the church, so he tried to get away from it. All right, next source by K. Douglas Bassett, Latter-day Commentary on the Book of Mormon, 1999. Bassett does not mention the seer stone or the spectacles. Okay, another source from Bushman, Sunstone magazine, June 1999. As time went by, Joseph played down the place of magic and seer stones in his early life. He played it down, so yeah, kind of cover up, right? Okay, Bushman continues. He was a professor at Columbia for a while. Even before that time, in 1830, Joseph gave up using the seer stones and spoke no more about them. Okay, this is a statement from Dan Vogel, I believe. It's regarding Mark Ashurst McGee's MA thesis at Utah State. You can see the title here. So Vogel says, more recently, another scholar, this is McGee, proposed that Smith moved incrementally from mineral rod to seer stone to a better seer stone to the biblical Urim and Thummim, and was finally able, with the aid of this last instrument, to train himself for unaided revelation without any device, I guess. And McGee is, Ashurst McGee's pictured above. Okay, Dan Vogel continues here. This is from his book, The Making of a Prophet, 2004, on Joseph Smith. This developmental interpretation by Ashurst McGee ignores the fact that Smith quickly abandoned the Urim and Thummim and returned to using the seer stone, and that the entire Book of Mormon was dictated using the latter rather than the former. So that's Vogel's opinion. I don't like conflating the spectacles with the Urim and Thummim, and like I said, I've made a pretty good argument for that it was spectacles. Okay, next source here, Encyclopedia of Latter-day Saint History in 2000 by Cannon, Cohen, Garr, and Holsefeld. I'm not sure how you say his name. They say that Joseph was able to find or locate treasure generally with the aid of a divining rod or a seer stone. Was able to find it and locate treasure? Not really. I don't know of any treasure that he found. Okay, Encyclopedia of Latter-day Saint History, 2000. Seer stones assisted Joseph Smith in receiving revelations and in translating scriptures. They don't talk about the spectacles. And here's two of the guys, forgot which two they are, that are the editors, I guess, of this encyclopedia. Okay, same source here. In other places, the authors say that Joseph translated the Book of Mormon through the Urim and Thummim, so they kind of hedge their bets here. All right, another statement from the Institute teacher Kenneth W. Godfrey. You can see the whole source here. This is in a Maxwell Institute publication. Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery make no reference to placing a seer stone in a hat as the prime method of translating the Book of Mormon. That's true. Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery did not. Okay, looking at another manual here, the Book of Mormon Teacher Resource Manual 2000. The seer stone is not mentioned in this manual, neither are the spectacles. Okay, another source here by Joseph Fielding McConkie and Craig J. Osler, Revelations of the Restoration, Deseret Book 2000. Contrary to the argument of some of our modern historians that he, Joseph, translated by the use of a seer stone, the prophet consistently maintained that he did the labor of translation by use of the Urim and Thummim. Yes, he did. They do mention the spectacles in here, but they kind of equate it with the Urim and Thummim. Okay, some more church artwork. This is the cover of the Ensign, February 2001. Traditional picture here, Joseph Smith with golden plates, fingers kind of running along the plates. This painting is by Simon Dewey. Okay, a statement from the apostle and president of the 12, Boyd K. Packer, General Conference, October 7, 2001. The writings on the plates were translated by the use of a Urim and Thummim, which is referred to a number of times in the Old Testament. All right, another source here by the Mormon historian Terrell Givens, kind of a semi-apologist, but this book is pretty good, By the Hand of Mormon, 2002. He says Joseph would use the seer stone alongside the interpreters as a medium of translation, and he kind of equates the spectacles to these interpreters or to the Urim and Thummim, kind of muddying the waters. Okay, so Givens continues, when Martin Harris was acting as scribe, Joseph Smith apparently took to using a seer stone interchangeably with the interpreters. All right, Givens continues, Joseph would place the seer stone in the bottom of a hat and place his face in the hat so as to exclude the light, then dictate. Okay, Terrell Givens continues, working laboriously from the plates in the initial stages with a blanket suspended to hide them from view, according to some accounts, Joseph now relied upon the seer stone alone, with the plates apparently covered and laid aside while he worked. This was after Martin Harris lost 116 pages. All right, same source. Joseph apparently used a seer stone for much or even most of the translation. Okay, back to some artwork. This is the cover of the Liahona magazine, June 2002. As you can see, it just shows the traditional view here with the plates and his hands on the plates. Okay, moving on to another book. It's called Almost a Mormon, The Story of Why I Gave Up Joseph Smith and Gained Jesus Christ, 2018, written by an Adam Domeyer, so an ex-Mormon, I guess, but still a Christian. In the summer of 2002, we walked into the LDS Conference Center. An elderly Mormon missionary tour guide, Sister Smith, walked us through the building. We walked by a portrait depicting Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery sitting around the same table translating the golden plates. Kind of like pictured above, maybe? All right, Adam Domeyer continues. I played dumb, and then he asked the question, did Oliver Cowdery see the gold plates and sit across the table from Joseph Smith while he translated them, like the portrait portrays? All right, Adam continues. I guess that's him pictured above? Yes, she said. If the painting shows it that way, then that's how it happened, she mentioned sternly. Sister Smith had been a member of the LDS Church for 49 years. And don't believe the apologists when they say that the artwork is not correlated. It definitely is. Okay, Adam continues. It was sad that she didn't know the true history of the gold plates. That's a long time without knowing of the seer stone in a hat. I was saddened by this. And Adam may not know how it was done either, if it was done with the spectacles. All right, the New Era magazine, More Precious Than Gold, September 2002 article. Moroni also instructed Joseph regarding the use of the Urim and Thummim, sometimes referred to as interpreters, to aid in the translation process. The Seer Stone is not mentioned in this article. Spectacles are probably not mentioned. All right, so here's some of the artwork in this magazine, The New Era, September 2002 edition. Same thing, golden plates with his finger on the plates. All right, here's another picture, some artwork in the same magazine, basically showing the same thing. Okay, moving on to another manual. This is the Church History in the Fullness of Times manual, published in 2003. Does not mention the Seer Stone or the spectacles, and implies that only the Urim and Thummim was used in the translation. Okay, moving on to another source. The Mormon writer, researcher Grant Hardy edited the Book of Mormon, a reader's edition, 2003. In there he says, Joseph would put a small seer stone into his hat, and then placing his face in the hat to block the light, would dictate the Book of Mormon aloud, while various scribes wrote down the words, and he does not mention spectacles. Okay, another article by Dan Vogel. I guess a letter to the editor, Dialogue, Journal of Mormon Thought, spring 2003. So Vogel says, the downplaying of magic and treasure searching evident in Joseph Smith's 1834 and 35 history with Oliver Cowdery, and in his 1838-39 history, the downplaying of this magic were undoubtedly responses to E.D. Howe's 1834 publication of affidavits that describe the coming forth of the Book of Mormon as a continuation of Smith's previous career as a treasure seer. Okay, so Vogel continues, Joseph Smith responded not only by removing the folk magic elements in his account of his 1823 vision, but also by misrepresenting his involvement in treasure searching, describing himself as a disinterested hired hand rather than the seer who directed the treasure searchers where to dig. So yeah, this is all part of the cover-up. All right, Vogel continues. In fact, Joseph Smith never mentions his use of a seer stone, either in treasure searching or in translating. Well, I think he mentioned the seer stone in the hat once. Vogel's probably not aware of that source. I think he mentioned spectacles once, and he mentions interpreters once. But by and large, he mostly says by the gift and power of God a whole bunch of times, and he says Urim and Thummim a whole bunch of times as well. Okay, moving on to another article in Dialogue, Winter 2003 edition. This is by Clay L. Chandler. Before he was a prophet, Joseph was a diviner, or more specifically, a scryer, who used his peepstone to discover the location of buried treasure. All right, Chandler continues here in 2003. While most members of the church in the 21st century know nothing of Joseph's magical practices, there is ample evidence to support the claim that they occurred. Yes, that's true. And why is it that most members don't know anything about these magical practices? Never talked about in church, right? Never talked about in General Conference. Okay, Chandler continues. Today's prophets, seers, and revelators, the ordained apostles who lead the church, do not speak in tongues or use divining rods, or seer stones, I would say. And Joseph's seer stone is safely tucked away in the first presidency's vault. And as far as I know, nobody ever tried to use it or ever did use it after Joseph. All right, Chandler continues. Pictured above, we have Joseph Smith's mansion house. A lot better than what the family used to have. As soon as Joseph Smith found himself in a position of power and wealth, he began the process of distancing himself from his magical roots. Hence the absence of these elements from his later official accounts. Yes, he tried to cover these things up. All right, same source. Over the years, the Mormon Church has attempted to increase that distance, up until 2003, I guess. Mysticism is almost non-existent in the modern church. Yeah, well, they're kind of coming clean about the Seer Stone, in the last few years. So, all right, Apostle Robert D. Hales says that it was the Urim and Thummim and the Holy Ghost. General Conference, October 2003. Joseph also received an ancient instrument for translating them, the golden plates. This was called the Urim and Thummim. Using this sacred interpreter, along with the Holy Ghost, Joseph began the work of translation. All right, moving on to another book by Matthew B. Brown. Matthew B. Brown, Plates of Gold. The Book of Mormon comes forth, November 2003. Brown mentions several times that the Seer Stone was used in the translation. That's good. He does talk quite a bit about the spectacles, too. All right, so let's talk about South Park. Got some pictures above of Joseph Smith looking into his hat, and it shows that he's got two stones in there. This is in an episode of South Park called All About the Mormons, episode 712. It aired November 19, 2003. And the comment above is from a Harrison Bringhurst book called the LDS Gospel Topic Series, A Scholarly Engagement, 2020. The Seer Stone gained publicity in popular culture via a 2003 episode of the satirical animated series South Park, which depicted Smith dictating the Book of Mormon while looking into a hat containing the stone as described by 19th century Mormon sources. So that's a statement from Harrison Bringhurst. Okay, another manual, Preach My Gospel. I think they gave this to the missionaries. 2004 manual shows the traditional picture of the golden plates, Smith's finger on the plates. Okay, so what does the Preach My Gospel manual state? 2004 edition. Well, it only says that Joseph Smith translated the contents of these plates by the power of God. All right, a few more passages from Dan Vogel's book, Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, 2004. Despite attempts to minimize his involvement in treasure searching, Joseph Smith was in fact a leader among the treasure seers of Manchester, New York. All right, Vogel continues, and I think we have this quote in another source, some of it anyway. It was not without reason that Smith tried to conceal these facts, these treasure-digging facts, in his official history, tried to conceal it. If he did not consider them at odds with his role as a prophet, he at least found them easier to omit than to explain. Okay, statement from the Community of Christ historian James E. Lancaster. The Seer Stone article reprised in the Journal of the John Whitmer Historical Association, 2005. Lancaster says, all this business about the Seer Stone and its prior use in treasure hunting was upsetting to early church members. This is the reorganized church, now Community of Christ. I'm sure it was upsetting to the regular branch of the church as well. All right, statement from Roger D. Lanius, also from the RLDS Church, Reorganized Church, Sunstone, September 1996. Talking about this as well, he says, these members, and I think early members of the Reorganized Church, had been taught without qualification the traditional story of Joseph viewing the golden plates through a spectacle like Urim and Thummim. Yeah, because that's what Joseph Smith said, and not really even a spectacle like. It was just the Urim and Thummim. Okay, some more art in a video that the church put out. Joseph, Prophet of the Restoration of the Gospel of Jesus Christ. It's on YouTube, 2005. Go to about the 22-minute mark. Just shows him with the golden plates out in front of him, and then his scribe there with the feather. Okay, Bushman again at a 2005 Fair Mormon conference, addressing the apologists, and Bushman himself is a semi-apologist. He says, I don't see Joseph ever avidly trying to be a money digger. It's nonsense. I see him always resisting. His father pressed him into it. Yeah, this is nonsense and in total contradiction to what Vogel has done in his work. All right. Bushman in his book, Rough Stone Rolling Now, 2005. Joseph Jr. never repudiated the Seer Stones or denied their power to find treasure. Yeah, he just didn't talk about them. He just covered them up. Remnants of the magical culture stayed with him to the end. Magic had served its purpose in his life. In a sense, it was a preparatory gospel. Well, if Joseph translated the entire Book of Mormon with the Seer Stone or with the spectacles, I wouldn't call that preparatory. I'd call that the foundation of the Mormon Church. Okay, Bushman continues here in Rough Stone Rolling. Practice with his scrying seer stones carried over to translation of the gold plates. In fact, as work on the Book of Mormon proceeded, a seer stone took the place of the Urim and Thummim as an aid in the work, blending magic with inspired translation. So he talks about the seer stone. He doesn't think it's spectacles. Okay, Bushman continues. When Martin Harris had taken dictation from Joseph, they at first hung a blanket between them to prevent Harris from inadvertently catching a glimpse of the plates, which were open on a table in the room. All right, by the time that Oliver Cowdery arrived, translator and scribe were no longer separated, I guess, by this curtain. Okay, Bushman continues. Emma said that she sat at the same table with Joseph, writing as he dictated, with nothing between them, and the plates wrapped in a linen cloth on the table, and we've gone over that account. Okay, same source. When Cowdery took up the job of scribe, he and Joseph translated in the same room where Emma was working. Joseph looked in the seer stone, and the plates lay covered on the table. All right, Bushman continues. The plates lay covered on the table while Joseph's head was in a hat, looking at the seer stone, which by this time had replaced the interpreters. All right, and here is where Bushman does some apologetics. When Joseph tells his story from 1828 on, his search for treasure as a boy became an irrelevant diversion of his youth. No, it was not irrelevant. He was purposely covering it up. Probably in response to E.D. Howe's book. Treasure seeking did not lead to the person that he had become. I think that's BS. I think it influenced him quite a bit. All right, some more information from Bushman, I guess from his diary. This was a book put out by Cofford Books, On the Road with Joseph Smith, an author's diary, 2007. This is Bushman's diary, November 21st, 2005 entry. He talks about this guy named Tom Owens. He was a member of the stake presidency who put them up for the night in Powder Springs with his wife, Heidi, putting Bushman up for the night. Owens asked questions about the seer stones and the translation. All right, same source here. Ordinary members are getting stuff that they have not heard before and are a little uneasy at times. Why hadn't they heard it? Covered up. Part of correlation. All right, Bushman continues. November 21st, 2005 diary entry. I am not surprised, considering that part of my purpose in writing, Rough Stone Rolling, I guess, is to introduce the troublesome material into the standard account in order to prevent horrible shocks later. So it's to inoculate them. All right, Mormon apologist Daniel C. Peterson says that it was a stone in a hat. In an interview for Helen Whitney's 2007 PBS documentary entitled The Mormons, Peterson's pictured above, one of those kind of hardcore classical apologists, but not on this too much here. Most of the translation was done using something called a seer stone, He would put the stone in the bottom of a hat, presumably to exclude the surrounding light, and then he would put his face into the hat. It's kind of a strange image for us. Okay, a more orthodox member of the church, Dr. Jack R. Christiansen. He's a CES Institute teacher and a stake president. He wrote a book called The Book of Mormon, Setting the Record Straight. This was for Cedar Fort. It's a faith-promoting press. Not sure how much they're tied to the church, but this came out in 2007. He says, Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim to translate the Book of Mormon rather than the Seer Stone that was in his possession. So that's his opinion. All right, Christiansen continues. He's pictured above here. The story then of the stone in the hat is very likely just that, a story. There is no conclusive evidence that Joseph Smith used that process in the translation of the Book of Mormon. Well, there is quite a bit of evidence, but I would say there's more evidence for spectacles. All right, Christiansen continues here. He's one of these more orthodox Mormons, that doesn't want to believe in this magic stuff. As to the charge that Joseph Smith used the Seer Stone to locate hidden treasure, it is almost laughable. Well, we've shown you all the sources. Okay, he continues. The charge that Joseph Smith used the Seer Stone to gain wealth is preposterous. Well, he got paid for doing it. He didn't really find that much gold or wealth. He got paid a certain fee to tell people where to dig. There is absolutely no evidence to substantiate this charge. That's nonsense, and you've seen it in this video if you've watched it. Okay, back to Bushman. He went on Mormon Stories on the 50th episode, January 22nd, 2007. He says, the stories of the stone in the hat were recorded very close to Joseph Smith's lifetime by the people who were there, Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Emma Smith. So it's not like that we've sort of made up this new version. It's been there. Well, he's wrong about David Whitmer and Emma Smith. They were not recorded very close to Joseph Smith's lifetime. Emma's first account is 1870, so way, way late. David Whitmer's first account, 1875, so way, way late. Yeah, Oliver Cowdery was earlier, and in the early days of the church. But he never said that Joseph Smith used the Seer Stone. he always said Urim and Thummim. So, okay, Bushman continues here on Mormon Stories. I think what threw us off was our own embarrassment about Joseph Smith. We so wanted him to be kind of a 19th century Protestant view of a prophet. Okay, Bushman continues. Sort of partly ethereal, a prophet who speaks only spiritual wisdom and not someone who's involved in magical practices, which is superstition. All right, Bushman continues. That effort to kind of suppress anything that would scandalize Joseph Smith, suppress it, or turn him into a scandal, I think motivated the desire to make it all sort of lovely and commonsensical rather than anything that would be magical. So he's admitted here that the church has covered this up. All right, same podcast here, and now John DeLynn weighs in. So someone along the way maybe felt embarrassed or said people aren't going to buy this, or people aren't going to believe it, or people are going to think that we're goofy, and so let's rewrite history and depict it in a way that is a little bit more palatable. Yep, DeLynn is right. All right, so then Bushman responds to DeLynn. I'm not sure that it's quite that calculated, but it has that effect, that you kind of remove material that is considered improper or offensive to the story. You kind of whitewash it, and it ends up this way. So Bushman basically admitting to all this cover-up. Okay, and then John DeLynn speaks or responds. He says, a lot of people say to me, John, look, if the church knows that they're depicting the translation process inaccurately, it is their duty and obligation to stand up, do it in general conference, which they still haven't done, and tell everybody, all right, here's the deal. We were saying it wrong. We were saying it wrong. Here's how it is. And from now on, whenever it is depicted in a motion picture or in the ensign, we're going to stick his face in a hat with a stone in it. And kind of what I found out in this video, that even that's not accurate. Okay, a statement from the Apostle L. Tom Perry in General Conference, April 2007. So moving along here in the chronology. Perry quotes from Oliver Cowdery's October 1834 Messenger and Advocate account. Cowdery said in that account, day after day I continued uninterrupted to write from his Joseph's mouth as he translated with the Urim and Thummim. And that was pretty much what Oliver said throughout his life. He did mention the gift and power of God a number of times too. All right, back to the apologist, Michael R. Ash. He put out a book called Shaken Faith Syndrome in 2008. He says, to claim that the church has covered up Joseph's use of a seer stone is demonstrably false. No, it isn't, and even Bushman admits that now. All right, Michael Ash continues here. We find mention of Joseph using his seer stone in a hat in a variety of LDS publications, including numerous church magazine articles. Yes, and we've gone over all of them in this video, but they are rare in the Ensign and LDS publications. And the church has never come clean in General Conference, so, and Ash probably knows this. Okay, another statement from Jack Worthy, the Mormon Cult book. Although the official Mormon history says that Smith used the Urim and Thummim on the breastplate to translate the Book of Mormon, most witnesses said that he used the same seer stone which he had used as a young man in seeking buried treasure. And he's just getting that from other Mormon historians, you know, like Bushman and... Okay, back to Bushman again. Another book by him, Mormonism, A Very Short Introduction, 2008, by Oxford Books. In 1822, Joseph Jr. discovered a stone that his followers said enabled him to locate lost property. His followers said he could use it to find lost property, but he never did find any, right? So that's kind of Bushman's out there. They like to use this kind of clever language. Okay, same source here. Wanting to put the gift to good use, his Syric powers, Joseph Sr. pressed his son into treasure seeking. So it's not that Joseph Smith wanted to do this stuff. He was kind of pressed into doing it by Joseph Sr., and I don't think there's a lot of evidence for that. Okay, Bushman continues here. By 1829, Joseph Jr. was using his seer stone rather than the Urim and Thummim to translate the Book of Mormon. So that's Bushman's opinion. All right, let's go to the Joseph Smith papers. The journals, I guess, Joseph Smith's journals, Volume 1, came out in hardcover in 2008. This is from Dean Jesse, Ronald Esplin, and Richard Bushman. Like many of their neighbors, the Smith family combined the use of divining rods and seer stones with conventional forms of Christian worship. So that's fairly honest. All right, another book by Terrell Givens, The Book of Mormon, A Very Short Introduction, 2009, also by Oxford Books. I did a whole video on Oxford Books, the relationship between them and the church. It's a little fishy to me. You can go watch that if you want. Many claims surrounding the Book of Mormon, its miraculous translation involving seer stones and Urim and Thummim, are remarkable to say the least. Okay, Terrell Givens continues. Initially, Joseph held the interpreters before his eyes like spectacles as he examined the plates. So he kind of equates interpreters with spectacles and Urim and Thummim with spectacles, and Urim and Thummim is the same as interpreters. They just throw all those words out. Later, he apparently used a seer stone, which he sometimes employed without the plates even being present. Okay, let's go to another manual. The Book of Mormon Student Manual, Religion 121122, came out in 2009. This manual talks about the Urim and Thummim being used to translate the record. There is no mention of the Seer Stone or the spectacles being used. All right, a statement from Jim Whitefield. The Mormon Delusion, Volume 3. Most members of the Mormon Church today have no idea that to translate the gold plates, Joseph Smith buried his face in his hat using the very same seer stone that he had used to try to locate buried treasure when he was convicted as a glass looker. Yeah, and I'd also say most church members don't know much about the spectacles. Okay, Whitefield continues. In pictures, Smith is always sitting at a table poring over the gold plates. I think so far all the ones we've shown from church sources, that's how it is so far in the video. Not one shows his face buried in a hat or wearing the spectacles from official church sources. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Nothing need be said. The lie is hidden in the pictures. Yep, and those pictures are correlated. Okay, another source by the Mormon writers Hiram Andrus and Helen May Andrus. Personal Glimpses of the Prophet Joseph Smith, 2009. While Joseph Smith was dictating the translation, he had no manuscript notes or other means of knowledge, not sure about that, save the seer stone and the characters as shown on the plates. So he mentions the seer stone. He mentions the spectacles too, kind of equates them with the Urim and Thummim. Okay, let's go to another book here by Bob Bennett. He was a U.S. Senator, and he's also a Mormon. He wrote this book called Leap of Faith, Confronting the Origins of the Book of Mormon, 2009. Bennett says that in addition to the Urim and Thummim, Joseph said that he also possessed a seer stone. No, he didn't. Joseph never said that. That emitted light and provided additional information when it was needed. All right, Bennett continues. Joseph was dictating the impressions that he got while looking at either the interpreters that he had received from Moroni or the seer stone that he used as a substitute. That he got impressions, I don't think that really fits in that well with the accounts. It's more that like he's seeing words on the stone, or he's using the spectacles to see the English translation on the plates. All right, let's go to the Mormon apologist Brant A. Gardner. He did a Fair Mormon Conference speech in August of 2009. Regardless of the perspective from which we tell the story, the essential fact of the translation is unchanged. How was the Book of Mormon translated? As Joseph continually insisted, the only real answer from any perspective is that it was translated by the gift and power of God. That's not the only real answer. We have a ton of accounts. All right, moving on to another book by Kay Birmingham, An American Fraud, One Lawyer's Case Against Mormonism, 2010. She says, this method of translation, the stone in a hat, is absolutely contrary to the method of translation represented by the LDS Church during most of the 20th century up until the present time. Yeah, you could say the same thing about the spectacles, because the church always wanted to just show the gold plates and talk about the Urim and Thummim. Not really show the Urim and Thummim, but talk about it. Okay, Kay Birmingham continues. All the paintings, photos, and other representations depict Smith appearing to translate from the golden plates with no seer stone in sight. Pretty much the case up until, 2010 probably. There's only one picture that I've heard of in the Ensign that shows him using the Urim and Thummim, and I haven't seen it. I don't know what it looks like, if it shows spectacles or not. Okay, Kay Birmingham continues. These paintings are located in almost all of LDS propaganda and church visitor centers, church magazines, and instructional materials sold by its bookstore and on the official church website. dedicated to their founding prophet, Joseph Smith. And then she mentions josephsmith.net. This site is now at the following address here at the bottom, history.churchofjesuschrist.org, as you can see here. Okay, Kay Birmingham continues. As of July 8, 2010, the date this LDS Church-sponsored website was accessed, there were a total of 5 portraits by 4 different artists showing the translation. All 5 depict Smith reading or translating from the plates. No seer stone in sight. Also no spectacles. All right, back to Bushman again. Fair Mormon Podcast, Episode 3, October 12th, 2010, 47-minute mark. I, Bushman, will begin by saying that we still have pictures on our ward bulletin boards of Joseph Smith with the golden plates in front of him. This is no accident. That has become an irksome point, and I think it is something the church should pay attention to. He thinks they should put up pictures of Joseph with the seer stone in his hat. Okay, Bushman continues, because anyone who studies the history knows that is not what happened. And I don't think Bushman has studied this well enough to know about these spectacles. All right, Bushman continues. There is no church historian who says that is what happened, and yet it is being propagated by the church, and it feeds into the notion that the church is trying to cover up embarrassing episodes and is sort of prettifying its own history, which it is doing, which it did. All right, Bushman continues. So I think we ought to just stop that immediately. The traditional pictures of Joseph Smith translating. Stop that immediately. I am not sure that we need a lot of pictures in our chapels of Joseph looking into his hat, but we certainly should tell our children that is how it worked. Why do we not want to put pictures up in the chapels of Joseph looking into his hat? Bushman still wants to cover this up. Church is still somewhat embarrassed by it. Here's a more modern picture, I think from a video, of Joseph using the hat. So, yeah, kind of in the later part of this video, the church has put out new artwork, and we'll go over it. Okay, Bushman continues. What in the world are the plates for? Why do we need them on the table if they are just wrapped up into a cloth while he looks into a seer stone? Or spectacles. Okay, a statement from the Mormon historian Richard Turley. Had to go over to Sweden for a rescue of a bunch of the saints over there. November 28, 2010. So what we have in church art very often is artists giving their idea of what it must have been like in showing the translation process. This is complete nonsense. The church micromanages its art. It's completely correlated. This is a total lie from Turley to these disaffected saints in Sweden. But if you go back to the original documents, and if you get back to the original documents that were sometimes difficult for people to find originally, what you see is a different picture, and yes, we have all of those documents in this video. All right, so Turley's tactic is to blame it on the artists. So he continues, so the bottom line is we're trying to make our art conform with the sources so that people, when they see images of the way things are done, they'll understand that it's based not just on the artist's conception, but on what the basic statements are. Yeah, there's just these rogue artists painting whatever they want, and the church approving them to go in the ensign. This is totally ridiculous. All right, let's go to church historian Don Bradley. I think he's been in the church. He's been out of the church. I think he's back in right now. Sunstone Magazine, December 2010. 21st century Mormons and their critics, like me, are not the first to think it a little odd that Joseph Smith used the same stone to treasure search and to translate the golden plates. Okay, Bradley continues. The early saints thus had a motive for highlighting the role of the Urim and Thummim, or the interpreters, in the translation, and omitting that of the Seer Stone. So, yeah, cover up, omitting that of the Seer Stone and spectacles. Okay, looking at another manual here. It's a Sunday school instruction manual, Gospel Principles, published in 2011. It's silent on Seer Stones, silent on spectacles. Okay, let's move on to another book. This is by Millett, Olson, Skinner, and Top. LDS Beliefs, a Doctrinal Reference, 2011. It's a very large reference book, kind of along the lines of Mormon Doctrine by Bruce R. McConkie, I guess. This book, however, is silent on the Seer Stone and says that the Urim and Thummim was used. It's also silent on spectacles. Okay, another book by Richard Turley and William Slaughter, How We Got the Book of Mormon, 2011. Several people watched Joseph translate. They said that rather than looking at the record himself, he looked into the interpreters or another Seer Stone, blocking out external light, such as by placing the interpreters in his hat and putting his face down in it. All right, another book by Susan Easton Black, 400 Questions and Answers About the Book of Mormon, 2011. Black mentions the Seer Stone in the 1879 Emma Smith account and the 1887 David Whitmer account. She also mentions the Urim and Thummim in the 1848 Oliver Cowdery account, so not quite sure where she stands here. She does not mention the spectacles. All right, going back to some artwork. This is in the Ensign, October 2011. Inside the front cover, there's the painting by the Gift and Power of God by Simon Dewey showing up here. The traditional method here in the October 2011 Ensign. All right, same Ensign, October 2011. Another picture shows up on page 19. And they say that Joseph Smith translated through the power of God. All right, same Ensign here. Very traditional photo. All right, looking at another manual, Book of Mormon Study Guide for Home Study Seminary Students, 2012. The Seer Stone is not mentioned in this manual. Spectacles are not mentioned, but the above picture does show up in this manual of Joseph with his hands on the golden plates. Okay, another manual, the Book of Mormon Seminary Teacher Manual, 2012. The Seer Stone is mentioned once in a quote from Martin Harris. The spectacles are not mentioned. Okay, the Mormon writer Dennis Horn put out a number of books. This one is The Latter Leaves in the Life of Lorenzo Snow, 2012. Latter Leaves in the Life of Lorenzo Snow. A lot of L's there. Horn says, I do not agree that the Seer Stone was used in translating the Book of Mormon. Rather, in my opinion, the Urim and Thummim was the instrument provided by the Lord for this purpose. Horn, I think, is more of an Orthodox Mormon. Doesn't mention the Seer Stone or the spectacles here. Okay, looking at an article in the Salt Lake Tribune by Peggy Fletcher Stack, Mormons Tackling Tough Questions in Their History, February 3rd, 2012. Indeed, said Terrell Givens, so I guess she interviewed him. Terrell Givens says, if you tell a 12-year-old child that Joseph Smith used a peepstone in a hat to translate the Book of Mormon, he'll think that that's cool or interesting. Will he? He might think it's weird. But when Latter-day Saints find out about that, when they find out about that on the internet at age 50, he said, they'll ask, why didn't the church tell me? By then, Givens said, you may have lost them. Okay, let's look at a survey here. Understanding Mormon Disbelief. Why do some Mormons lose their testimony, and what happens to them when they do? March 2012. These are results from a 2011 online survey of more than 3,000 Mormons who no longer believe. Kind of in the middle of the pack is Joseph's use of a peepstone in the translation of the Book of Mormon. 36% of these ex-Mormons rate this as a major factor for why they no longer believe. So this issue is fairly important. Okay, another manual, and this might be the first time a manual mentions the Seer Stones, unless I am remembering incorrectly in this video. This is the Doctrine and Covenants and Church History Seminary Teacher Manual 2013. So it's the teacher manual, not for the students. Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim to aid in the translation of the Book of Mormon. In addition to the Urim and Thummim, the prophet used a seer stone in the translation process. They don't really talk about the spectacles. All right, a statement here from Lance Miles. He had a conversation with church historian Marlon K. Jensen in 2013. That's going to be found on MormonThink.com. One good thing did come from going to Utah, though. The next day, my brother called me and asked if I wanted to visit with an old family friend, Elder Marlon K. Jensen, pictured above. All right, Lance Miles continues. We were able to set up a meeting with him, Marlon K. Jensen, and discuss our concerns. We discussed Joseph's peepstone and hat. All right, same source here, Lance Miles. I asked about the Nephite Urim and Thummim, and he confirmed that they were used in the translation process until the 116 pages were lost. All right, Lance Miles continues. From then on, Joseph used a peepstone. Elder Jensen then concluded that Joseph Smith graduated from using the Urim and Thummim to the peepstone in his hat to finally just receiving the revelations in his head. I think that's all nonsense. I think Vogel thinks that's nonsense. All right, Jeremy T. Reynolds, CES letter, April 2013. Unlike the story that I've been taught in Sunday school, priesthood, general conference, seminary, EFY, Ensigns, church history tour, mission training center, and BYU, Joseph Smith used a rock and a hat for translating the Book of Mormon. But that's not what Jeremy was taught growing up. All right, Jeremy Reynolds continues. He's an ex-Mormon now. You probably, if you're watching this video, you probably know about the CES letter. In other words, Joseph used the same magic device or Ouija board, quote unquote, that he used during his treasure hunting days. He put a rock, sometimes called a peepstone, in his hat and put his face in the hat to tell his customers the location of buried treasure on their property. All right, Jeremy continues. Joseph also used this same method for translating the Book of Mormon, the stone in the hat, according to Reynolds. While the gold plates were covered, placed in another room, or even buried in the woods, the gold plates were not used for the Book of Mormon we have today. Okay, a report that was prepared for President Dieter Uchtdorf, LDS Personal Faith Crisis Report, June 2013. This is an anonymous male, age 50 to 64. If the church wants to keep me, they have to come clean with our past and stop pretending that it is perfect. I can accept flaws, but I don't want to be lied to. The top leaders need to be the one to tell about the seer stones in the hat. Okay, a statement from Hans Matson, former member of the Third Quorum of the 70. It shows up in the New York Times, an article by Lori Goodstein. Some Mormons search the web and find out. July 20, 2013. So Matson says, why does the church always portray Joseph Smith translating the Book of Mormon from the golden plates when witnesses described him looking down into a hat at a peepstone, which was a rock that he believed helped him find buried treasure? Okay, back to the Mormon apologist Michael R. Ash, translating the Book of Mormon article in the Meridian magazine, June 27, 2013. Although the historical picture of the Book of Mormon translation process is not as commonly known to some members as it perhaps should be, despite the cries of critics, the church hasn't been hiding this information. Well, look at General Conference. That's all you have to look at. All right, another report, I guess, that was prepared for church leaders is called Faith Crisis Chronicles, August 2013. Statement in there by an anonymous female, aged 25 to 34. I was completely devastated and sickened that I had been raised in the church without ever having heard about a seer stone. Okay, same report here, Faith Crisis Chronicles. But this is an anonymous male, aged 25 to 34. I read Rough Stone Rolling, see picture above, and was shocked by all of the things that I had never heard of, seer stones, etc. If Joseph translated the Book of Mormon out of his hat with a seer stone, that is the way that I want to believe in it. These people just want the truth, right? Okay, another anonymous female, age 35 to 50, in this report, Faith Crisis Chronicles 2013. The biggest shockers were that Joseph translated the Book of Mormon without the plates, with his head in a hat that contained a seer stone. Okay, what does it say in the Gospel Topics essay, which came out December 30, 2013, the Book of Mormon translation essay? They say, as a young man during the 1820s, Joseph Smith, like others in his day, used a seer stone to look for lost objects and buried treasure. These are kind of hidden on the website. Most Mormons don't know about these. Okay, same source here, Gospel Topics essay, Book of Mormon translation. As Joseph grew to understand his prophetic calling, he learned that he could use this stone for the higher purpose of translating Scripture. So, kind of admitting the stone, but what if it's the spectacles? We have to redo all this. All right, same essay. Apparently, for convenience, Joseph often translated with the single seer stone rather than the two stones bound together to form the interpreters. Okay, same essay. Joseph placed either the interpreters or the seer stone in a hat. So here they say maybe he put the interpreters in the hat too. Or the Urim and Thummim, I guess they would say. Press his face into the hat to block out the extraneous light and read aloud the English words that appeared on the instrument. All right, a statement from Roger Nicholson, a Mormon researcher, I guess. Put out an article called The Spectacles, the Stone, the Hat, and the Book. This was in the Interpreter, 2013. He's pictured above. In fact, given the consistent reports of the use of the hat during translation, it is not possible to know with certainty whether Joseph was using the Nephite interpreters or the seer stone in the hat. Yeah, it's really hard to know with certainty, but we have all the data here in this video. All right, Nicholson continues. The witnesses would not necessarily have been able to determine which instrument he was using, yeah, if it was down in the hat. All right, moving on to another book, Recovering Agency, Lifting the Veil of Mormon Mind Control by Luna Lindsay, 2014, pictured above. She says, commonly discussed past and present controversies that are regularly concealed or distorted by the church are some of the following. And then she says, differing accounts of how Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon, including the use of peepstones and gazing into a hat, concealed and distorted by the church. Yep. Okay, moving on to another source here. The former Mormon Bishop Ganesh Cherian, in a blog post called A Former Bishop's Doctrinal Dilemmas, Kiwi Mormon blog, posted by Gina Colvin, February 12th, 2014. So this former Mormon bishop is kind of upset about the Gospel Topics essay on the translation. Today I am reeling from the translation of the Book of Mormon essay. Exactly how was I to know that Joseph Smith got the words to the Book of Mormon by burying his head in a hat, basically saying he was never told this. All right, former Mormon Bishop Ganesh Cherian, I guess pictured above, continues, how was I to know that a stone that Joseph found in a well was instrumental in this process of translation? And he's a bishop, and he didn't know. Okay, Cherian continues. Every picture or video that I have ever seen has Joseph sitting at a table with the gold plates before him, poring over these curious characters by the light of a candle. See pictured above, and by far the majority of pictures I've shown in this video. All right, Cherian, the former Mormon bishop. Was I wrong? Was I wrong to retell this story as a teacher, as a missionary, or as a priesthood leader? What am I to make of a story that I find confounding and frankly bizarre? Seer Stone in a hat. Spectacles, pretty bizarre too. Okay, so Dan Vogel did a video on YouTube about this issue. It's called Joseph Smith's Magic Spectacles. June 2nd, 2014, he put it out. This comes around the 56-minute mark. So Vogel says suppression of the Seer Stone, and I would also say the spectacles. Suppression of the Seer Stone and spectacles was part of a general suppression of all things magical. It was suppressed by the church, including the true nature and extent of Joseph Smith's previous activities as a treasure seer. That was also suppressed, and various aspects of his encounters with the angel guarding the plates. Okay, a statement from BYU professor Alexander L. Bow, BYU speech, June 24th, 2014. He's pictured above. So he says, from statements made by eyewitnesses to the translation, it appears that Joseph Smith used the Nephite interpreters to translate the first 116 pages. Thereafter, for convenience, he used the Seer Stone to complete the rest of the translation. So that's interesting. At least he's talking about the Seer Stone at BYU. Okay, The Crucible of Doubt by the Givens. Givenses, September 2014 it came out. They say, for many of the church's leadership who have not been trained as professional historians, the still emerging details of early Mormon history may be as novel and unanticipated as they are to the lay membership. So they're saying that they don't know the history. Okay, so Fiona and Terrell Givens continue. That polygamy ceased gradually rather than abruptly in 1890, so maybe some of the general authorities don't know about that. That differing versions of the first vision exist, maybe they don't know about that. That Joseph found a seer stone more congenial to his purposes than the Urim and Thummim. These and other peculiarities of the Mormon past are not closely guarded secrets gradually leaked out by a conspiring leadership, but products of historical investigation long known for the most part only to the specialists and the energetic amateurs who had the time and expertise to delve into historical archives. So what we're talking about here is the Seer Stone and the spectacles. He's saying a lot of the general authorities aren't going to know about the Seer Stone or these spectacles. That Joseph found a Seer Stone more congenial to his purposes than the Urim and Thummim for translation. However, the Givenses may not know this, but like the first 6 or 7 prophets of the church knew about the Seer Stone because it was locked in the first presidency's vault, or the first presidency's safe, and a number of apostles knew about it as well. The Givenses probably don't know that. All right, the Givenses continue. That these facts that we went over on the last slide are slow making their way into lesson manuals and church history curricula is certainly true. But don't look over here. There's no real cover up. They're not really hiding things. They just don't know about these things. There's enough other evidence in this video that you can figure out that that's not true. Okay, same source, Crucible of Doubt book. That they are now coming to infuse Latter-day Saint websites and official publications, and will do so with increasing effectiveness is equally apparent. With certain things, like the Seer Stone, they becoming more transparent. Things like Adam God doctrine, they won't touch with a 10-foot pole. Okay, the Givenses then quote from Jeffrey Holland, who says, "Imperfect people are all that God has ever had to work with." Well, that's not an excuse for covering things up. Okay, moving on to another manual, Teachings and Doctrine of the Book of Mormon Teacher Manual, Religion 275, Seminary and Institute Manuals. This is 2015. Still, the Seer Stone is not mentioned in this manual. Neither are the spectacles, and this is 2015. All right, another quote here from Grant Hardy. This is chapter 10 of the Oxford Handbook of Mormonism, edited by Terrell Givens and Philip Barlow. This came out in 2015, and I like this quote from Grant Hardy. He says, "Somewhat confusingly, and undoubtedly in an attempt to downplay the treasure-seeking connotations of seer stones, early Mormons later referred to both devices as the Urim and Thummim, even though that biblical object does not seem closely related." And I would say it doesn't really seem closely related to spectacles either. Okay, from chapter 26 in the Oxford Handbook of Mormonism, came out in 2015, there's a statement by John Durham Peters. He was a professor at the University of Iowa. I think he is retired now. Not sure if this guy's Mormon. This sounds like a quote from a Mormon. He did go to BYU. He has been on the Fair Mormon podcast, so I would guess that he's Mormon. But Peter says, "The Urim and Thummim, the seer stones used by Joseph Smith to translate and see into the heavens." So now he's kind of calling the Urim and Thummim seer stones, "which uncannily resemble some of today's smartphones." Oh, really? The seer stone is like a smartphone, right? "These are dangerous media if they fall into unauthorized hands." He's kind of making it sound like they work. All right, another statement by Bushman. This is in the foreword of a book called From Darkness Unto Light. Came out in 2015. Joseph Smith's translation and publication of the Book of Mormon. Bushman says, "The witnesses' explanations of the translation process using a seer stone differ from what is generally understood by church members." Oh, wonder why it differs. Okay, Bushman again in an article in the Salt Lake Tribune, March 19, 2015. This is an article by Peggy Fletcher Stack. New Mormon Mission, How to Teach Members the Messy Part of LDS History and Theology. Bushman says, in another 20 years, all of our historical facts will be second nature to Mormons. All of them? Highly doubt it. The seer stones will be no more difficult to accept than the gold plates themselves. That may be true. Okay, so we now have a picture of Joseph Smith with his hat, and presumably the rocks down in the hat, and the plates are on a table covered up. I think this is the first time anybody in the church or anybody associated with the church as a Mormon writer or a Mormon artist has depicted Joseph Smith with his hat and presumably the seer stone. This picture shows up in the book From Darkness Unto Light, which we've already mentioned. May 11, 2015. I believe this is the first time. Finally, here in 2015, they're showing a picture of this, even though this may not be how it was done. The artist for this is Anthony Sweat. This image appears in a book published by Deseret Book, which I already mentioned, From Darkness Unto Light. All right. Also in 2015, the church put out this image in a church video. The video is called Seer Stones and the Translation of the Book of Mormon. Joseph looking into his hat. Doesn't have his head in the hat. Neither did he on the previous slide. But looking into his hat, kind of covering it with his hand. Plates are covered, I guess, in the cloth. Stone presumably down in the hat. All right, so here's another image from the same video. Pretty similar. Plates covered. Joseph looking into the hat, but doesn't have his head in the hat. Hand kind of covering part of the hat to block out some of the light. So finally here in 2015, they're at least showing the seer stone in a hat. This may have to be revised. I don't know how many people are going to listen to me though. That it was not the seer stone after all. All right, looking at another manual, Foundation of the Restoration Teacher Manual, Religion 225, came out in 2015. Teacher Manual, it says, explained to the students, I guess, that another instrument that Joseph Smith used while translating the Book of Mormon was a small oval stone, sometimes referred to as a seer stone. They're kind of hedging their bets still here, though. Sometimes referred to as a seer stone, quote, unquote. So kind of not fully coming clean here. If it was the seer stone, we'll say. All right, so same manual here, and here is a lot more clear and direct. The historical account indicates that the prophet sometimes used the Urim and Thummim and sometimes used the seer stone to translate. Pictured above, we have the death mask of Joseph Smith, and on the right, an image that turned up recently, 2022, that some people are saying is Joseph Smith. If you look at his cheeks, the death mask on the left, it kind of looks like Joseph Smith is blowing on a trumpet with his big puffy cheeks. The image on the right doesn't have that. That's why I don't think this is him on the right. All right, but they can't leave well enough alone. They have to muddy the waters further. In the same manual, Foundations of the Restoration Teacher Manual, some accounts indicate that Joseph studied the characters on the plates. All right. Most of the accounts speak of Joseph's use of the Urim and Thummim, either the interpreters or the seer stone. So now the interpreters or the seer stone is also called a Urim and Thummim, completely muddies the waters. And many accounts refer to his use of a single stone. So what was it? That's kind of confusing to the student now, right? All right, same manual. According to these accounts, Joseph placed either the interpreters or the seer stone in a hat, pressed his face into the hat to block out extraneous light, and read aloud the English words that appeared on the instrument. So it's definitely more honest. All right, I would call this statement gaslighting. BYU professor Brad Wilcox, BYU Idaho Education Week, July 31st, 2015. Wilcox says, many young people grow up in Mormon homes where words such as seer stone have been explained in family home evening. I think that's pretty much nonsense. It wasn't until 2015 that the church even started mentioning the seer stone in manuals, still not in general conference. So that's just totally gaslighting. Yeah, many of our homes were filled with talk about these seer stones and divining rods and folk magic and treasure digging. No. These are words, seer stone and Urim and Thummim, that we are familiar with. No, we're not. Just starting to in 2015. They're words that we grew up with. Not for most of us. No. For others, these terms are new and they can be confusing. Okay, a statement by Tom Gelton. Gelton, I'm not sure how you say that. This is on NPR's All Things Considered, August 4th, 2015. In a try for transparency, Mormon Church releases historical documents. And they're going to to give some information or a quote from Matthew Bowman. He's pictured above. He is a religion historian at Henderson State University. All right, so here on NPR, they say Mormon leaders have until now been reluctant to discuss Joseph Smith's magic translating stones, says Matthew Bowman. Perhaps, he says, from a desire to achieve cultural respectability for their church. Up until now, they've been reluctant, though. So, I agree with Bowman. Okay, same source. NPR, All Things Considered, 2015. I, Bowman, suspect that the stones were left out of popular media in part simply because modern Americans find it kind of strange. Yep. All right. A lot of news coming out around this time as the church started to talk about the Seer Stone and actually release pictures of it as well. This is from Mormon writer Jana Reese. Mormons react to first ever photograph of Joseph Smith's Seer Stone. A religion news service, August 5th, 2015. Jana is pictured above. She says Trey Parker's South Park, the South Park vision of Smith pulling a translation out of his hat was actually a darn sight more historically accurate than the sanitized, church-approved images I have in my primary binder for teaching little kids. Sanitized, church-approved images. She knows what's going on. And it may have been spectacle, so South Park may have to redo it. Okay, Jana Reese continues in the same article. It is clear that the LDS Church has downplayed the less savory aspects of the story of how the Book of Mormon came into being, or even actively promoted a version of the history that doesn't fit the facts. Yep, I agree. All right, so the church publishes images of the Seer Stone that Joseph Smith supposedly used in translating the Book of Mormon and in his treasure digs. This is R. Scott Lloyd in the Church News, August 6, 2015. Book of Mormon printer's manuscript, photos of the Seer Stone featured in new book. I believe it's a volume of the Joseph Smith papers as pictured above. This is the first time the church has published images of the Seer Stone in this book, and they would show up online, of course. All right, so here's those images in the Joseph Smith papers book, blown up better so you can see them. This is what the church finally published. First 6 or 7 prophets knew about this stone. It was in their safe. All right, we have an interview here of Mormon scholar Richard Bushman. This was on Trib Talk. I believe it's a podcast by the Salt Lake Tribune. Mormon scholar Richard Bushman on the Seer Stones and transparency. This video is on YouTube, August 10th, 2015. Go to the 9-minute mark. I really like this interview. Finally, Bushman can be completely honest about the Seer Stone, because now the church is finally releasing images and putting it in their manuals. So Bushman says the Seer Stone was not current knowledge that would come up casually in any Sunday school class by any teacher. It was not common knowledge. So disagreeing with some of the other quotes that we recently read. Okay, Bushman continues on Trib Talk. Church leaders have always been embarrassed by it, the Seer Stone, for the same reasons that current church members are sort of shocked and embarrassed by it. So, yeah, good job, Bushman. All right, he's even honest about the cover-up. Bushman continues, in general, I know institute teachers have been reluctant to even bring it up in class, the Seer Stone. They want to just keep it quiet. Yep. All right, Richard Bushman on Trib Talk. This is a great quote. I totally agree. And now we're at the 22-minute mark. He's being interviewed by this lady named Napier Pierce. And she asks, she asks whether or not general authorities would start to mention the Seer Stone in General Conference. Bushman says, I can imagine it being referred to maybe as a lesson or a metaphor to help bring it into usage. So not a literal stone, kind of more metaphorically. But I doubt if that will happen right away. We are too much in the shock period for a general authority to make a casual reference to it. And they never did, except in a couple times in a negative way. Yeah, not even here in 2015. It would certainly be news if somebody did. So the first time a general authority mentions the Seer Stone or the spectacles in the way that I'm talking about the spectacles, the first time they mention that in General Conference, that will be news. But my guess is in 10 or 15 years, it will be fairly commonplace. Okay, a statement from a critic. Critic's response to a devout believer, August 2015 on Mormon Think. You can find it under translation of the Book of Mormon. So this is a critic's response. Church teachers do not teach the Seer Stone, nor is it discussed in General Conference talks. It's no wonder that the vast majority of members don't know how the Book of Mormon was really translated. Okay, same critic here continues. Why has the church historically disciplined church education system teachers for teaching that the gold plates were not used in the translation process? So it actually sounds like some CES teachers got disciplined for teaching this kind of stuff. Okay, critics' response to devout believer number 4, August 2015. CES teachers in the past were specifically told not to teach this, Seer Stone, magic, etc., I guess, regardless if it was true or not. Yep, we got quotes from Boyd K. Packer about that, Dallin H. Oaks, Russell M. Nelson. Even if it's true, some things are not very useful, right? We assume this prohibition has since been removed since the church has begun publicly discussing it. All right. Church historian and attorney in 70, Stephen E. Snow, did an article in the Ensign called Joseph Smith in Harmony, September 2015. Snow says that Joseph used the Urim and Thummim as well as the Seer Stone. He says, and I quote, the other instrument was a Seer Stone that Joseph had found some years before. Some years before, yeah. And then I say, yeah, since 1822. All right, Stephen E. Snow continues. By 1825, young Joseph had a reputation in Manchester and Palmyra for his activities as a treasure seer, or someone who used a seer stone to locate gold or other valuable objects buried in the earth. So, yeah, being a lot more honest. All right, another article that shows up in the Ensign, October 2015. This one by church historian Richard E. Turley, Joseph the Seer. So this is the cover of the Ensign that shows up. They could have put the Seer Stone on the cover. It's big news, right? They didn't. And at the very bottom here on the cover, you can see Seer Stones, Joseph Smith, and the Book of Mormon. I have it blown up here on the right. So Turley says the young Joseph Smith accepted the idea of using Seer Stones to view lost or hidden objects. He accepted the idea. Well, yeah, but he was also promoting the idea and trying to make money off of it and never found any. Okay, Turley continues. He's pictured above. The villagers of Palmyra and Manchester, New York, where the Smiths lived, sought out Joseph to find lost objects before he moved to Pennsylvania in late 1827. There's the villagers seeking out Joseph, right? Not Joseph seeking out the villagers. Okay, same account here in the Ensign. Church finally talking about this. Seer stones also appear in historical accounts describing Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon translation. Yeah. All right, but then he kind of muddies the waters. Historical evidence shows that in addition to the two seer stones known as interpreters, so those are also seer stones, right? These are the kind of the tricks they play. Joseph Smith used at least one other seer stone in translating the Book of Mormon, often placing it into a hat in order to block out light. Yep, so that part is good. All right, a statement from the Mormon historian Richard S. Van Wagner. Natural-born seer, Joseph Smith, American prophet, 1805 to 1830, so the early days of the church, before it was formed. This came out in 2016. Van Wagner says, there are no eyewitness accounts of Joseph using spectacle-like devices or twin seer stones. That's not true. Look through this video. All right, Van Wagner continues. There is no good reason to think that Smith either had or used anything but a single seer stone during the production of his book, Book of Mormon. Also not true. Watch this video. Okay, Craig James Osler and Lloyd D. Newell did a chapter in a book called Foundations of the Restoration, which came out in 2016. It was the 45th annual BYU Sidney B. Sperry Symposium. Yeah, 45th. One of the authors here is pictured above. Can't remember which one. But they say, it should be noted that Joseph Smith was a type of natural seer. He was a natural seer. And that's where Van Wagner got his title for his book, right? Natural Born Seer. All right, same source here, Osler and Newell. That is, Joseph was a seer before receiving seer stones with the Book of Mormon plates. So he's kind of talking about the Urim and Thummim there. And had exercised that gift before he translated, as well as in conjunction with the gift of translation. Yeah, and treasure seeking. Okay, statement from Brant Gardner. He's a Mormon apologist. He did a chapter in the book, A Reason for Faith, Navigating LDS Doctrine and Church History. Laura Hale's editor, 2016. Gardner says, God used the folk beliefs of the rural population. It was Joseph's belief that he could see the unseeable that the Lord used as the fulcrum to leverage the village seer into a translator and then into a prophet of God. That really wasn't the reason he was doing it, though, Gardner. He was doing it to make money. Okay, and then Gardner goes into apologetic mode. Same book here. We can be sure that it was always Joseph receiving revelation or translation. The seer stone was simply the crutch that the Lord used to prop up Joseph's nascent faith in his calling. It was always Joseph getting the revelation, you know. Seer stone was just a crutch. Okay, Gardner continues. The gift and power of God came to Joseph as the translator and not to a stone. But he did need the stone, right? Laura Hale's pictured above. All right, statement from Michael McKay when he was on his mission. He's one of the authors of this book called Joseph Smith's Seer Stones, put out by Deseret Book in 2016. Their effort to become more transparent. I believe this is a different seer stone on the cover of this book. It's Joseph Smith's white seer stone, not the brown one. So yeah, the authors of this book are Nicholas Frederick and Michael McKay. So Michael McKay says, all I could think was, what in the world are you talking about? I was shocked to learn about the translation of the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith's seer stones. Why was he shocked? All right, Michael McKay continues. He's pictured above. This new information was truly deep doctrine, especially concerning the fact that we knew almost nothing on the subject other than that the topic was rich with intrigue. Is he saying they knew nothing, or the church knows nothing, or the historians know nothing? I'm not sure. Okay, from the same book, Frederick and Mackay. Frederick is pictured above. Joseph ascribed the translation to the gift and power of God and his use of seer stones. The seer stones revealed English words to Joseph. All right, same book. The Nephite interpreters were eventually replaced by another instrument, which was the single seer stone. All right, they continue. Both the interpreters and the single stone apparently function in the same way, and both were used to translate the Book of Mormon. Okay, Frederick and Mackay continue. With so many Latter-day Saint scholars acknowledging and studying Joseph Smith's use of seer stones, it is clear that the church has not been hiding this information. Lies. Yes, some of the scholars talk about it in their scholarly books. We've shown all that in this video. However, we know that they did not mention it in church manuals up until 2015, right? And still to this day, even 2022, they've not mentioned seer stones and spectacles in conference. Okay, Frederick and Mackay continue. This is Deseret Book, so put out by the church. And yet, as with many historically specific topics, without direct references provided in church teaching manuals and curriculum, the average Latter-day Saint would not necessarily encounter the seer stones in the course of his or her devotional study. So now they contradict themselves. And they admit that it's not in the manuals and in the curriculum. Not going to hear about it in Sunday school. Notice how they don't talk about General Conference, though. Okay, a statement from the Apostle M. Russell Ballard. This was an address to CES religious educators, February 26, 2016. Ballard says, to name a few topics, or a few such topics, that are less known or controversial, I'm talking about the seer stones, etc., and then he lists some other things. These things are less known. That disagrees with statements by some other people I've read, right? Church leaders. That they were really well known, yeah. We grew up on this stuff, according to Brad Wilcox. The efforts to inoculate our young people will often fall to you, the CES teachers. Give a little bit here and a little bit there to inoculate them so that the seer stone doesn't seem so weird. I did a whole video on inoculation through all of the church manuals, which I thought turned out really good. Okay, what about the LDS Church History Museum in Salt Lake City, Utah? They have plaques in there. This is from April 11, 2016 time frame. Joseph Smith used a seer stone. This is on the plaque, I guess, as well as the interpreters that he received from Moroni as aids in the process of translating the Book of Mormon. So they mention he used a seer stone. All right, I guess this is a picture of the plaque. It's probably been changed by now. According to Joseph's mother, Lucy, this stone gave Joseph the ability to discern things that could not be seen by the natural eye. Okay, same plaque in the museum, and they're going to quote from James E. Talmage, the LDS apostle. This quote was from the Elder's Journal in 1917. So Talmage wrote that Joseph Smith, the prophet, seer, and revelator, through whom the ancient record has been translated into our modern tongue, expressly avers that the translation was effected through the gift and power of God and is in no sense the product of linguistic scholarship. So here they're saying gift and power of God. Talmage pictured above. Okay, the Mormon writer Jim Bennett, he's a CES employee. He did a reply to the CES letter, Faithful Answers for Those Who Doubt, April 2016, and then he updated it in September 2018. So Bennett says, so if the rock in the hat idea was not widely disseminated, which it wasn't, I'm glad he admits that, it may have been because there was significant disagreement among the brethren as to its veracity, with President Joseph Fielding Smith and Elder Bruce R. McConkie on the side that probably incorrectly maintained that this was nonsense. Conjecture on his part. But yeah, Joseph Fielding Smith and Bruce R. McConkie didn't like the idea of the Seer Stone. Okay, another research report by PRRI, Public Religion Research Institute, September 22, 2016. In a study on why people leave the Mormon Church, 6.5% listed seer stones as a reason for leaving. That's a lot lower than the other report that I mentioned, which I think was 36%. Okay, going back to another manual, Doctrine and Covenants Student Manual, Religion 324 and 325, 2017. In addition to using the Urim and Thummim, the prophet Joseph Smith may have used a seer stone that he found in his youth to translate a portion of the Book of Mormon. May have. They don't mention the spectacles at all. This statement was also in the 2013 edition of this manual. Pictured above, the church just cannot get the face in the hat with their new artwork, although in a video with Russell M. Nelson, he does put his face in the hat, which was pretty funny. All right, little article in the Ensign, February 2017, Golden Plates, 2 Book of Mormon. Says in there, Joseph used a special rock called a seer stone to translate the plates. He also used a tool called the Urim and Thummim, 2 clear rocks bound together with metal that looked like a pair of glasses. So they equate the spectacles with the Urim and Thummim. This tool had been buried in the Hill Cumorah with the plates. So, coming clean a little bit. Oh, and look, it shows Joseph with a rock in his hand in this one. And apparently this is in the Ensign, not the Friend, which this artwork kind of looks like the Friend. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Quentin L. Cook in General Conference, May 2017. Joseph Smith completed the translation of the Book of Mormon when he was 23 years old. What about the aids to translation, which were the Urim and Thummim, the seer stones? So I guess he's calling the Urim and Thummim by the title, the Seer Stones, because they had more than one stone, I guess. Were these aids essential, or were they like training wheels on a bicycle until Joseph could exercise the faith necessary to receive more direct revelation? So they kind of like to get away from these magical kind of things and just say, oh, it's just like training wheels. Okay, an account here by Dr. Paul A. Douglas, A Letter to an Apostle, June 18, 2017. There's a lot of these kind of things that are kind of similar to the CES letter. So Douglas says, when I was growing up in the Mormon Church, it was my understanding and firm belief that the prophet Joseph Smith, by earnestly examining each character on the gold plates with the use of the Urim and Thummim, would, by the gift and power of God, be given its English word equivalent. Where did he get this information? It's from the artwork, right? And it's from all those speeches in General Conference saying that it was the Urim and Thummim and the gift and power of God. Okay, Douglas continues. I don't know why I held that view, but it was no doubt something that I picked up in Sunday school, mutual, or from the pictures in the Improvement Era, or a priesthood manual that depicted it precisely that way. And he's totally right. All right, some more data that was collected in a report. This shows up in Dialogue, a Journal of Mormon Thought, in the fall of 2017. This information, or this article, I guess, is from Benjamin Knoll and Jana Reese, entitled Infected with Doubt, an empirical overview of belief and non-belief in contemporary American Mormonism. And they have a table here, troubling issues among believers and doubters. And the third issue down the line is the use of seer stones in translating the Book of Mormon. This is a troubling issue for about 14% of believers and about 36% of doubters. It's a troubling issue, so hopefully they'll watch this video. Okay, December 2017, Ensign Magazine. They have some new artwork. You can see on the left, looks like Joseph is examining the transcript. He's got the hat kind of next to him, a white hat. Then the one on the right, Joseph has the plates covered in a cloth and a black hat, which stands out a little bit better. I think in the original artwork, or in the original, I guess the original artwork, it was a white hat here on the right, and it was really hard to see. But this one is black, and his hand kind of a cupping the top of it, head not in the hat, and then a scribe on the right there. All right, moving on to another source. This is the book Faith is Not Blind, Deseret Book 2018. This is written by the former 70 Bruce C. Hafen and BYU professor Marie K. Hafen, probably his wife, I guess. This book, which looks to be written for doubters, says that the Book of Mormon was translated in a process of revelation, quote unquote, a process of revelation. The Seer Stone is not mentioned, neither are the spectacles. So that's kind of surprising in a 2018 book. Okay, let's go to another book, Truth Seeking, the story of high-ranking Mormon leader Hans Mattson seeking sincere answers, 2018, and what that Swedish rescue by Turley et al. This book is written by Hans Mattson and Christina Hankey. Joseph placed a special rock, a seer stone, in the bottom of a top hat into which he stuck his face to block out the light. This information was completely new to Hans. And the spectacles are probably pretty new too. Okay, same book here. Hans Mattson and Christina Hankey. Why does the church allow for illustrations where Joseph sits with the plates in front of him and where he points with his finger while he is reading the text? Yep. All those ones we showed, prior to 2015. Okay, Hans Mattson and Christina Hankey. I guess that's how you say that, or maybe it's Hank. Why has this been presented in such a misleading manner over the years? The translation of the golden plates. Why are these pictures found in lesson books, book covers, and in pictures and paintings, including those intended for children? Yep, and we've shown that in this video too. That's because this artwork was correlated. All right, moving on to another manual, Latter-day Saint History, 1815 to 1846, Teacher Manual, Religion 341, came out in 2018. Some later historical accounts from individuals who were present while Joseph Smith translated, including Emma Smith and Martin Harris, indicate that Joseph sometimes used another instrument to translate the Book of Mormon. This instrument was a small oval stone, referred to as a seer stone, that Joseph discovered several years before he obtained the gold plates. So here they're kind of coming clean about the seer stone. If it was a seer stone, and you know that you know my arguments. Okay, same manual here. These accounts indicate that Joseph would place either the interpreters or the seer stone into a hat to block out the light. Could have been either one, I guess, which allowed him to better see the words that appeared on the instrument. So maybe put the interpreters in the hat. But they are starting to talk about the seer stone here in 2018 in these manuals. Other manuals contain pretty much the same information as above, pretty much verbatim. All right, same manual here, and this is some interesting information, basically talking about how we don't want to talk too much about this whole issue. We don't want to speculate about it. We should avoid speculating. We should avoid speculating about details that the Lord has not revealed or that are not supported by reliable historical sources. If students desire to know more about the translation of the Book of Mormon, it is appropriate to point them to reliable sources of information. Yeah, not anti-Mormon stuff, not stuff from the critics like me. And let's just not speculate too much about it. Okay, another manual, Doctrinal Mastery, Doctrine and Covenants and Church History, Teacher Material 2018. They say the following is taken from a Facebook post by President Dieter F. Uchtdorf, then of the First Presidency. He had been asked, do you really believe that Joseph Smith translated with seer stones? How would something like this be possible? All right, same manual. President Uchtdorf's response was, I answer, yes. This is exactly what I believe. Oh, now he believes it in 2018. This was done, as Joseph said, by the gift and power of God. In reality, most of us use a kind of a seer stone every day. My mobile phone is like a seer stone. Too bad rocks don't have integrated circuits in them, right? All right, quoting President Uchtdorf in the same manual. This was a Facebook post on June 21st, 2016. Uchtdorf says, I can get the collected knowledge of the world through a few little inputs. I can even translate anything into or from many different languages. If I can do this with my phone, who are we to say that God could not help Joseph Smith with his translation work? Yeah, he could turn a rock into a cell phone. Okay, the book, The Saints, The Standard of Truth, 1815 to 1846, Volume 1, came out in 2018. This is the new history the church is putting out. I think it's 5 or 6 volumes. They just released Volume 3. Joseph and Martin translated quickly. Joseph was growing into his divine role as a seer and revelator. There's that idea of growing again. Looking into the interpreters or another seer stone, he was able to translate whether the plates were in front of him or wrapped in one of Emma's linen cloths on the table. All right, same source here, the Saints, Volume 1. Often Joseph found a single seer stone to be more convenient. He would put the seer stone in his hat, place his face into the hat to block out the light, and peer at the stone. Light from the stone would shine in the darkness, revealing words that Joseph dictated as Oliver rapidly copied them down. So this is where the church stands today. They're going with the seer stone narrative, and they may be wrong again because it's probably spectacles. All right, so here they're going to be a little more honest and share in what capacity Joseph Smith was working for Josiah Stoll. Again, Saints, Volume 1. Local legends claimed that a band of explorers had mined a silver deposit and hidden the treasure in the area hundreds of years earlier. Pictured above, we have a silver mine. It's kind of what it looks like, I guess. Knowing Joseph Smith had a gift for using seer stones, Josiah offered him good wages and a share of the findings if he would help in the search. So a little more honest here in Saints Volume 1. This is not referred to in the manuals, but these Saints books are kind of looked upon, I guess, as manuals. All right, moving on to another book, Bridges, Ministering to Those Who Question, 2nd edition, 2019. There's a lot of these kind of books coming out. There's so many doubting Mormons, so many people leaving the church, especially young people. This was written by former mission president David B. Ostler. A lot of Ostlers writing faith-promoting stuff. He says Saints Volume 1 includes issues that were largely unknown or rarely discussed in other church publications. Yep, admits to the cover-up, including the use of seer stones in the Book of Mormon translation and the prevailing culture of folk magic that Joseph came from. All right, the Saints Volume 1. To me, it's like baby steps. They're making baby steps towards truth and baby steps in areas that aren't as controversial as other areas. So I think the seer stone definitely not as controversial as some other things. This is David B. Ostler again, same book. He says, the book, Saints, Volume 1, is a remarkable effort towards being open about our early history. Well, you heard what I just said. I don't think it's too remarkable, but it is better. All right. Statement from the Mormon historian Kate Holbrook, who just passed away. Rest in peace. A worldwide devotional for young adults, a face-to-face event with Elder Cook, YouTube video, September 10th, 2018. Go to about the 15-minute mark. So Holbrook says, I did not learn about seer stones, which Joseph Smith used to help translate the Book of Mormon until I was an adult. Why was that, Kate? It's because it covered it up. It was correlated that way. The church did not hide the information from me. BS, they did. But the historical information was not emphasized to me. Well, they never mentioned it. Okay, going back to David B. Ostler's book, Bridges, Ministering to Those Who Question. For about a year, Mike researched his brother's concerns, starting with issues about church history. This interview took place between July 1st, 2018 and September 30, 2018. So we're going to go over this interview, I guess. All right, the interview continues with this guy named Mike. Same book, Bridges. Even with all his previous gospel study, Mike had never heard that Joseph Smith had introduced and practiced polygamy and polyandry, or that he used a seer stone when translating the Book of Mormon. Well, he didn't dig very deep, right? Just used church-approved sources. All right, same source here. Somehow we failed Mike. When at age 34 he learned about Joseph Smith's polygamy for the first time, and with no faith-based framework for understanding it. So you got to put everything into a faith-based framework. All right, Mike felt that church leaders had hid the information because they knew it would potentially undermine the message of the restoration. Yep, they did hide it, especially in manuals and in general conference. All right, when Mike learned about Joseph translating through the seer stones, he concluded that there was a pattern of covering up our history. All right, another story in the book, Bridges, by David Ostler. Allison explained that in Young Women, her daughter had discussed how Joseph Smith used a seer stone to help translate the Book of Mormon. Okay, her teacher strongly rebuked her and later told Allison to be more careful in deciding what materials to let her daughter read. Don't read about these seer stones. All right, so what happened to Allison? Just for bringing this up and talking about the seer stone. 2 or 3 weeks later, the bishop released both Allison and her husband from their callings without explanation. The bishop said that they weren't worthy. Oh, brother. Okay, moving on to another book. This is by Anthony Sweat. We've mentioned him before. He did the first painting, I think, of Joseph Smith with the hat and the rock. This book that he put out is called Seekers Wanted. The Skills That You Need for the Faith That You Want, 2019. As an artist and a professor of church history and doctrine at BYU, some of my research has to do with how the Book of Mormon was translated, or how the Book of Mormon translation has been depicted in church art over the years. Okay, Anthony continues. Notably, until recently, there were no known paintings produced by LDS artists or published in church materials that depicted Joseph Smith translating the Book of Mormon by using a seer stone or stones placed in a hat. There's nothing. You just admitted to the cover-up. Okay, we learn from the book From Darkness Unto Light that Anthony Sweat's research analyzed the first 43 years of the Ensign magazines from 1971 to 2014. All right, some more information about Anthony Sweat's research in the book From Darkness Unto Light. Sweat found 17 images depicting the translation. This is in the Ensign, I guess. Every painting portrayed the use of the plates, so they weren't covered up, they weren't in the woods, every single one. 11 depicted Joseph's finger on the plates. We've shown all those paintings. One painting had the Urim and Thummim. I have not seen that one. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it's spectacles. I don't know if it's like a breastplate with stones in it. I'd really like to see that one, but I don't have access to that ensign. And I'm not sure which one it is. None of the artist's images portray a seer stone or a stone in a hat. None of them, and that's not by accident. All right, I'm going to show this image a few times in this video. It's called The Translation of the Book of Mormon by Gary E. Smith. He is the artist. This shows up in the Ensign magazine, November 1988. It's based on an earlier painting that he did, I think, all the way back to 1978 or 1979. But in this one, he changed a few things on it. As you can see, Joseph Smith is wearing a breastplate if you blow it up. And in his right hand, he's holding some spectacles. The entire image is on the right, and it's very hard to see this unless you blow it up like I have on the left. So when you're looking in the Ensign magazine, you can barely tell that he is wearing a breastplate and holding spectacles, and he's got the plates out in front of him. So this is the only known image that we have in a church published source, church manual or church magazine. The only time that you ever see Joseph Smith holding spectacles and wearing a breastplate, and it's very hard to see if you look at this right picture here. Okay, MormonStories.org has some truth claim essays on it. This one is the translation process, put up in 2018, I believe. They say, in regards, and this is Mike Brown that put these up, I guess. In regards to the translation, the church has been dishonest in its dealings, relying upon elaborate deception, indirect language, and altered narratives to mask inconvenient facts. Yes, absolutely. It's interesting that he points out the indirect language, because there's a lot of that in this video. All right, moving on to another book by Tara Givens and Brian Hoglid. Hoglid is no longer believing and has left the church, I believe. The book is The Pearl of Greatest Price, Mormonism's Most Controversial Scripture, 2019. Footnote number 5. Initially, Joseph Smith used the term Urim and Thummim to refer to the object buried with the plates, which he described as two crystals held in a figure 8 shaped frame. This is not true. He referred to them as spectacles before he referred to them as Urim and Thummim. And then, muddying the waters, they want to refer to the Seer Stone as a Urim and Thummim too, Givens and Hoglid. Later, Joseph, used the term Urim and Thummim to refer to a Seer Stone that became his preferred medium of translation. It just muddies the waters. Okay, some information from another book by Matthew Harris and Newell Bringhurst, the LDS Gospel Topics Series, A Scholarly Engagement 2020. So, talking about the Gospel Topics essays, I guess. Although attested in 19th century sources, the Seer Stone's role in producing the Book of Mormon faded from LDS narrations during the 20th century. Okay, another book that was put out by L. Hannah Stoddard and James F. Stoddard III, Seer Stone versus Urim and Thummim, Book of Mormon Translation on Trial, 2020. I did get some information from this book. They had gathered some sources. For almost 200 years, the church has promoted the narrative that Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon using the ancient Nephite plates and a Nephite artifact known as the Urim and Thummim. Pretty much true. All right, here are the Stoddards, Hannah and James. This narrative has been promoted in our artwork, manuals, church publications, histories, and so forth. Yep. Okay, the Come Follow Me for Primary Book of Mormon Manual, 2020. Explain that the prophet Joseph Smith was a seer. The Lord gave him tools called the Urim and Thummim and a Seer Stone to use in translating the Book of Mormon. They don't mention the spectacles. All right, the Come Follow Me for Individuals and Families, Book of Mormon 2020. The Book of Mormon was translated by the gift and power of God. We don't know many details about the miraculous translation process, but we do know that Joseph Smith was a seer, aided by instruments that God had prepared, 2 transparent stones called the Urim and Thummim, and another stone called a Seer Stone. But we just don't know very many details. How did I make a 10-hour video then? Okay, the book Producing Ancient Scripture, Joseph Smith's Translation Projects in the Development of Mormon Christianity 2020, put out by University of Utah Press, McKay, McGee, and Hoglid. Like I said, Hoglid has left the church. The other 2, I believe, are still active. At the onset of Joseph's translation work, he was reportedly looking at the golden plates through a pair of spectacles, quote unquote. Yes. Like the interpreters held by Mosiah in the Book of Mormon and later associated with the biblical Urim and Thummim. I guess there is some similarities between the spectacles and the interpreters, but really not much similarity at all to the biblical Urim and Thummim as being spectacles. All right, same book here, Producing Ancient Scripture. Before long, however, Smith was instead using one or more of the seer stones that he also had. Seer stones, quote unquote. Not sure why that has to be in quotes. He had previously used these stones within the context of the enduring European folk tradition of helping others find things that were missing or even to locate buried treasure. All right. Terrell Givens put out a book called Mormonism, What Everybody Needs to Know, 2020, I believe through Oxford Books. Smith did not deny having acted as a money digger. Well, he kind of did. He said he wasn't. He said he was a digger, just a digger. But he insisted that he engaged in the pursuit only sporadically, reluctantly, and temporarily. Yeah, right. Okay, Givens continues. Joseph would translate sometimes using a divination device referenced in the Bible and called a Urim and Thummim that was buried with the plates, and sometimes he used a seer stone in the bottom of a hat. What about spectacles? All right, we now come to the Ensign magazine, January 2020. Shows Joseph Smith looking at a hat. A white hat. I think this is the original picture that I was talking about. Plates covered white hat that you can barely see. I think they changed it to be a black hat. Hand kind of cupping the hat. The article is called The Translation of the Book of Mormon, a Marvel and a Wonder. Okay, so here's a meme from Mist and Sunday. Mist and Sunday School. In a 2015 LDS Church video production depicting the Book of Mormon translation, editors were instructed to paint out the hat. Not sure how they did it. Kind of paint it out by making it white. Removing it from the scene. Days of Harmony video, 25-minute mark, I guess. Joseph Smith used a seer stone placed in a white hat as the primary method of the translation, they say, on Mist and Sunday. And yet here's another image of the same scene here. Hat in this one kind of gray. Here's another picture from the time period. The hat is black in this one, but still you can barely see it. They didn't want it to bring too much attention to the hat. All right, here's the same picture in the New Era, April 2020. It's white. It really blends in with the cloth covering the plates. Okay, let's go to another General Conference talk. This is by the Apostle Ulysses, one of the newer ones, I think. The Coming Forth of the Book of Mormon, April 2020 General Conference. The translation process of the Book of Mormon was also a miracle. This sacred ancient record was not translated, quote unquote, in the traditional way that scholars would translate ancient texts by learning an ancient language. Okay, the Apostle Ulysses continues. He's from Brazil and the first apostle from South America. We ought to look at the process more like a revelation, quote unquote, with the aid of physical instruments provided by the Lord as opposed to a translation, quote unquote, by one with knowledge of languages. And this is definitely a trend in the church right now, to look at the translations not as really as translations, but as revelations. And here Ulysses is very direct about that. The process should be looked at more like a revelation with the aid of physical instruments. He doesn't say what those physical instruments are. People might be thinking Urim and Thummim. They might be thinking interpreters. They might be thinking Seer Stone. But this is interesting. Okay, the church put out another video on May 31st, 2020. The Book of Mormon is tangible evidence of the restoration. I think this is on YouTube. It shows President Nelson looking into a white hat, maybe a white top hat, to kind of demonstrate how Joseph did it. Okay, since at least July 2020, there has been a Seer Stone display at the Church History Museum. All right, on this display in the museum, it states that Joseph Smith had to learn, he had to learn how to use physical instruments to translate. As a young man, he used a seer stone to find lost objects, but as he grew to understand his prophetic calling, he learned that he could use the seer stone in addition to the spectacles for the higher purpose of translating scripture. So they do mention spectacles here. Okay, let's go to a book by John By the Way, a Mormon writer. When It Doesn't Make Sense, 2021, another book about doubt. My students have had questions about the Seer Stone, which Joseph Smith used in the translation of the Book of Mormon, as if it were some astoundingly strange thing. Why was it so strange to them? Okay, John By the Way continues here. He's pictured above. If you can believe in the resurrection, you should certainly have no problem with the Seer Stone or the Urim and Thummim or the Liahona with its writing that changed from time to time. So if you can believe in one miraculous thing, you can believe in another. Okay, another Mormon writer, Keith A. Erickson, put out a similar book, Real versus Rumor, How to Dispel Latter-day Myths, 2021. For the translation of the Book of Mormon, he, Joseph, used the Nephite interpreters and the Seer Stone. Okay, Mormon Stories 1425. A Mormon seminary teacher loses his faith. Mark Osland, Part 3. YouTube video, 2 hours and 35-minute timestamp. Osland says, I wish that I would have been told about the problems with Joseph Smith and about the Seer Stone. Okay, looking at a church website, history.churchofjesuschrist.org, and then you can see the rest of the address. I accessed this in 2022. Joseph Smith translates the gold plates. It's called this artwork, and they go back to the traditional painting. Man. All right, here's another image from josephsmith.net, a church website in 2022. Image gallery at this website shows the traditional methods, so still conflicting with the new narrative. Okay, let's go to Gary Topping. He put out a book about D. Michael Quinn in 2022. Mormon scholars had tended to downplay such treasure seeking as youthful experimentations. Yeah, cover up. Almost as one would play with a Ouija board at a party without imputing any seriousness to its revelations, and claim that the adult Joseph Smith, as a prophet of a new religious dispensation, had grown out of such occult practices. He had grown out of them. I think Bushman started this argument. After they had served the purpose of creating new scripture. All right, Fair Mormon, the apologetic group for the church, is going to explain why all the images before 2015 showed the traditional method. Of course, they're going to blame it on the artists. This is Fair Mormon artistic depictions of the Book of Mormon translation. I accessed this May 25th, 2022. Why then does the art not match details which have been repeatedly spelled out in the LDS publications? The simplest answer may be that artists simply don't always get such matters right. The critics caricature to the contrary. Not every aspect of such things are correlated. Complete BS nonsense. All right, another Fair Mormon article. Question: has the church tried to hide Joseph Smith's use of a seer stone? I accessed this June 13, 2022. Fair says the church has been very frank about the seer stone's use. No, they haven't, especially before 2015. Not in general conference, not in the manuals. And I finally get to the end of making this video. This was a real slog. I think I've been working on this for 3 months. It turned out to be way too long. But I just felt like all this was important information. Not sure how many people can get through this. But I think I have made some new breakthroughs here. But that's going to do it for this video, and I thank you for watching the Seer Stone and Spectacles Cover-Up 1826 to 2022 video.